2020 Summit and Awards, partners CommerceX and digital partner Pivot Roots Digital, an initiative by AdGully. The world of media and entertainment has come into sharp focus, especially during COVID and the subsequent lockdown period. Digital content consumption has seen an explosion during this period and in the past year. And OTT have reinvented and innovated their approach to engage audiences. The recent pandemic has arrived as a tailwind for the OTT space and digital entertainment, bringing fresh content and driving engagement. There are several implications of this trend on the M&E industry, which will set the course for the future of content consumption. And so, we have curated panel discussions, fireside chats, and Q&A sessions with industry leaders across the M&E spectrum, especially in the digital ecosystem. These speakers will debate, discuss, and shed light on the latest developments in the OTT and digital video space, as well as provide a roadmap for where the industry is headed. Within the larger context of the summit, we are also delighted to announce the winners of the SCREENXX 2020 awards that recognize and celebrate excellence in digital video content and OTT. Our awards seek to set an industry-wide benchmark for digital initiatives that are innovative, creative, and effective. They have been adjudged under the broad categories Popular Awards, Sector Awards, Agency Sector, and Special Awards. Our jury are Ajay Chacko, co-founder and CEO, Array; Alia Sen, director, producer, writer, and co-founder, Chrome Pictures; Anindo Banerjee, vice president, originals, Hoichoi; Arjun Mukherjee, vice president and executive creative director, Wonderman Thompson; Chidambaram Natesan, director and CEO, Trendloud; Gautam Talwar, chief content officer, MX Player; Gunjan Arya, CEO and board member, Only Much Louder; Gunjan Utreja, actor, talk show host, and comedian; Mrinal Jha, writer, screenwriter, and producer; Pooja Johri, CEO, The Glitch; Ravpreet Ganesh, chief integration officer, Publici Group; Ridhima Lulla, chief content officer, Eros Now; Sanjeev Lamba, executive producer, Hangama Originals; Saugata Mukherjee, head of originals, Sony Live; Siddharth Anand Kumar, vice president, films and events, Saregama India. We couldn't have asked for a more diverse jury panel representing the media and entertainment ecosystem to be a part of this edition of SCREENXX. Moving on, this year's edition of SCREENXX is a virtual summit, and barring restrictions of location and space, we have tried to bring you as many conversations around OTT and digital as we could possibly pack in a day-long summit. And believe me, we tried. Let me give you a glimpse of what awaits and show us some love in the chat section if you see a speaker that you recognize. But before that, I'd like to introduce our founder and CEO, Ms. Bijoya Ghosh, to come and share the welcome address.
Good afternoon, everyone. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to our annual flagship event, ScreenXX 2020. After Digix 2020 and several webinars later, we meet again in virtual space, which has become the new normal for us. Last year, while welcoming our delegates in the conference hall at ScreenX 2019, I remember saying that an event like ScreenX is important because in India, entertainment matters. And this couldn't be any truer this year when entertainment and work from home kept us sane throughout the lockdown period and are still continuing to do so as India unlocks. What a year 2020 has turned out to be. If we were to look back last 6 7 months, we wouldn't even know where to begin. We saw how everything transitioned to digital, be it business, working, socializing, purchasing everything, and consuming content. It wouldn't be wrong to say that 2020 has been a watershed year for content consumption. With cinema halls shut during the pandemic and fresh original content missing from TV for a few months, it was the OTT platforms that cater to a very that cater to every content demand of Indians. OTT saw a surge in subscriptions, revenue, new consumer acquisitions, and became an alternate silver screen for Bollywood releases. Yesterday, the Home Ministry announced that cinema halls, theatres, multiplexes will be allowed to open from October 15th onwards. There is a cap on seating, but it comes as a relief to the multiplex and cinema industry. But I wonder whether people uh, will return to cinema halls even amid continuing rise of COVID cases. I have been sorely missing the entire movie viewing experience with my family in cinema hall. But as a mother, will I risk my family's life by indulging in such a normal outing? That's my big dilemma and dilemma of every Indian under these circumstances. In our 2020 edition of ScreenX, we turned the focus on the implications of the massive shift that has taken in digital content consumption and how OTT not just rose to the occasion but exceeded everyone's expectation and future consequences. It is time to take firm steps into this new normal, as every step leads us to uncharted territories. These are exciting and in some ways terrifying times. Our elite panelists, each an expert in her domain, will help us to navigate this new normal. Also, do stay tuned in between panel discussions as we'll be revealing the winners of ScreenX Awards. Before I hand over the mic to my colleague Varun, I would like to thank my team who has helped me in putting this year's ScreenX together. Hope you enjoyed the discussions as much as we love to put it all together for you all. Over to Varun. Varun, over to you, dear.
Thank you. Before we begin our conversations, please let me give you a glimpse into the conversations we have created and curated for ScreenX Summit and Awards. Our first panel discussion is on the topic OTT versus cinema. The discussion will be led by Karan Torani, Vice President, Research Analyst, Media and Consumer Discretionary at Elara Capital. He will be joined by speakers Amit Sharma, Managing Director, Entertainment, Mirage Group, Shailesh Kapoor, Founder and CEO, Ormax Media, Sharik Patel, CEO, SL Vision Productions. Next up, we have a fireside chat on the topic What Young India Wants, a peep into the minds of Gen Z and youth in a post COVID world. We will be joined by speakers Pooja Johari, CEO, The Glitch, who will join Naveen Shenoy, Head of Marketing, Youth, Music, English Entertainment, Viacom 18 in conversation. Our next topic of discussion will be the fireside chat Emergence of Purposeful Content. We will be joined by speakers Rohit Ori, Chairman and CEO, FCB India, in conversation with Tarun Katiyal, CEO, Ashwini Yardi, producer CEO Z5 India, and Ashwini Yardi, producer of films like Masaba Masaba, Oh My God, Fugly, and Sing is Bling. Our next session will be a panel discussion on the topic Creative Freedom, OTT Crafting Bolder Narratives. The discussion will be led by Munish Puri, founder and CEO, Rainbox Studios, a division of Rainshine Entertainment. He will be joined by speakers Abhimanyu Singh, producer and founder, Contillo Pictures, Binda Day, head of marketing, Red Chilies Entertainment, Gunjan Arya, CEO, Only Much Louder, Isaac M. John, Director, Digital Business and Partnerships, Discovery India. Pooja Rajadhaksha, Content Head, Eros Now. Shaurya Mohanty, Chief Operating Officer, Epic On. Our next session is a fireside chat on the topic Global Outlook, Local Strategy. We will be joined by speakers Raman Kalra, Entertainment, Media and Sports Advisory Leader at PwC India, in conversation with Rohit Jain, Managing Director South Asia, Lionsgate. The next session is a panel discussion on emerging adtech powering OTT platforms. The discussion will be led by Sunny Nagpal, Regional Managing Director, HTT Pool, APAC. He will be joined by speakers Vikram Tanna, COO, Mazalo, Siddhartha Roy, COO, Hangama Digital, Kunik Patel, Industry Head, Tech, Telco, OEM and QSR at InMobi, Ravi Sharma, Revenue Head, Ghana, Vineet Mehta, Head of Sales, Indian Subcontinent, Brightco, Rajneel Kumar, Business Head, Expansion Projects, and Head of Products, Z5 India. Our next session is the last fireside of the day. The topic will be Role of Women in Storytelling. We will be joined by speakers Alankrita Shrivastava, director and screenwriter of films like Lipstick Under My Burqa and Dolly Kitty or Wo Chamakte Sitare. In conversation with Shrishti Bhel Arya, director, International Originals, Netflix India. The next session is also about content. The topic is regional content driving the next phase of OTT growth. And while there's a question mark, I assure you, attendees, there is no doubt in our minds that it will. The discussion will be led by Ashish Fairwani, Media and Entertainment Leader, Ernst & Young, India. He will be joined by speakers Divya Dikshit, Senior Vice President and Head of Marketing, Alt Balaji. Jaikrishnan S., Co-founder, Mainstream TV. Kranti Gada, COO, Shimaru Entertainment. Preetham Venki, President Digital, DDB Mudra Group. Vishnu Mohta, co-founder, Hoichoi. The next session will be a panel discussion on unlocking short format video synergies for entertainment and social platforms. The discussion will be led by Uday Sodhi, Senior Partner, Kurate Digital Consultancy. He will be joined by speakers Abhishek Joshi, Head of Marketing and Business Partnerships, MX Player. Devika Sharma, Director Sales, Glance and Reposo at InMobi. Manish Srivastava, Head of Marketing, Ghana. Samir Vora, Chief Marketing Officer, Daily Hunt. Shivang Agarwal, CEO, Mitro TV. And Sumit Ghosh, co-founder and CEO, Chingari. Our final session for the day will bring you speakers who represent the core of the entertainment industry, the creators and the artists. They will join the discussion on TV is fictional, cinema is larger than life, and OTT is in the realism space. The discussion will be led by our moderator, Gunjan Utreja, who is an actor, talk show host, and comedian. He'll be joined by Abhigyan Jha, renowned Indian film screenwriter, producer, director, writer, and entrepreneur, who has worked in the Hindi film industry for over 2 decades. He will be joined by Anuja Sathe, a film and television actress who has worked extensively in Marathi cinema before making her Bollywood debut. Also, Asha Negi. She is a veteran television actress who is now working across several OTT platforms like Z5, Netflix, and Alt Balaji. Our next speaker is Sahil Ved, an Indian actor and voice actress, Indian actor and voice artist who has appeared in many films, including Humpty Sharma Ki Dulhania and Bank Chor. Tanuj Veervani is all the rage for his appearance in the Amazon Prime Video original series Inside Edge. He has more upcoming web series on platforms such as Z5 and Alt Balaji. I would now like to introduce the first panel discussion on OTT versus cinema. The pandemic has disrupted the clout and likes of some of the big players who have always enjoyed their pole position in the cinema space. As theatre owners and OTT platforms fight over the right to exhibit cinema for the public, there couldn't be a better time, yet also a challenging time to be a filmmaker and distributor in India. Saying that, I would like to welcome our panelists on screen. Moderator Karan Torani, Vice President, Research Analyst, Media and Consumer Discretionary at Elara Capital. Amit Sharma, Managing Director, Entertainment, Mirage Group. Shailesh Kapoor, Founder and CEO, Ormax Media. And Sharik Patel, CEO of SL Vision Productions. On to you.
Right. Thanks, Varun. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and thanks for this opportunity for moderating this panel of cinema versus OTT. I think we couldn't have a better time for having this panel, given the announcement of government yesterday, Unlock 5.0, wherein the cinemas will open up across India. I would like to welcome all the panelists, to have a discussion on this. So broadly, just to first share some kind of perspective in terms of where we were during pre-COVID era. What is the situation on ground right now, globally and in India, and what's the kind of losses which box office had to face because of this entire pandemic, because of films moving to OTT. So pre-COVID era, I think had COVID not hit us today in terms of box office collections for Hindi genre, we would have surpassed all records. We were almost poised to reach a collection mark of almost over 4,000 odd crores for this year in terms of net box office for FY20. And I think we fell short because of the month of March, where the occupancies became low and the theaters were asked to shut down due to the pandemic spreading. So we are at almost 7 months today with no revenue from the movie industry, with cinemas being shut. But a lot of things have changed in the last 6 months in favor of exhibitors. One key thing is that a lot of the shooting has resumed on the ground. So a lot of the producers have resumed shooting of their films. A lot of large actors like Akshay Kumar, Amir Khan have moved abroad for shoots. A lot of the large studios have announced that they'll be starting shooting in the month of November, December, and other shoots have also begun. That's one very good thing which is there. The larger exhibition chains, the listed ones, PVR, Inox, they've successfully raised a lot of capital for the cash burn in the last 6 months, and even from here on going ahead, because occupancies will be predominantly very low in the initial phases. So that's one positive thing. A lot of mall developers, there's nothing written on this or officially, but a lot of mall developers are kind of okay to move to on a rev share basis, because definitely the mall footfall will not come in until cinemas open up. So there have been like multiple green shoots, for the cinema industry in the last 6 months, and definitely things are going to improve further from here on as we stand. Uh, Looking at the global perspective, I think we started on a very good positive note when Tenet opened up in some selective markets. Tenet did a collection of almost $54 million, and that was a big, big surprise during COVID times. And distributors and people, experts around the world globally were estimating that Tenet could reach almost 400 $450 million of collection after an opening in US and China and other markets. But apparently, I think that did not work, and that it actually worked against them. They have faltered down drastically. It's not picked up in the US. China too has been very dismal. I think Tenet, will not land more than $300 million in terms of collection. So that's been one of the negative hit or a negative surprise which is there in terms of global context and global scheme of things. Now, coming to India, the kind of burn or the kind of dent, the Indian exhibition chains have had basically is close to about 1,000 odd crores in my view. So if you look at things, almost about 20, 22 Hindi films have gone directly on OTT, and about 5 to 7 regional films have gone on OTT. And the total impact of net box office collection, if these films were to release in cinema, is close to about 1,100 crores. So there are various challenges even now as we go ahead in terms of how things will recover, how people will go into cinemas, the occupancy capping, how will that get revised? You have your vulnerable audience of 65 years plus, 55 years plus. You've got your kids who may not travel to cinemas in the initial 3 to 6 months given the fear factor. We are not expecting a vaccine for at least a year now. Then vaccine distribution is another challenge. So there are various challenges, roadblocks at every level in terms of how things are going to pan out. Will all the states open up as soon as probably October end or November or something of that sort? That's another challenge, because cinemas will open up in a phased manner. You may see some kind of a situation wherein there could be a change in terms between the producer and the exhibitor, because as a producer, if a film goes into cinemas today, they will not do the collections what they would do during pre-COVID times. So definitely you'll see producers also asking for some kind of compensatory measure, and some kind of terms in terms of distributor share, in terms of OTT window becoming lower in terms of weeks, something of that sort could happen. So a lot of roadblocks are still there. A lot of risks are still there in terms of cinema. Single scenes, you don't know what the future holds, because they are definitely on the verge of shutting down, and that single scene shutdown will probably intensify from here on. So let me welcome our fellow panelists, who are experts from various parts of the industry. So I've got Mr. Sharik Patel, who's from Z Studios, the key production house, one of the large production house studios today for making Hindi and Asian film content. So let me just begin with him first, to share his views in terms of this entire direct OTT release of what has been happening in the last 3 to 6 months. Hi, Sharik. Welcome to this conversation.
Hi, thanks, Karan, and hi, Amit, and hi, Shailesh. Long time. How are you doing?
Hi, hi.
Hi,
Yeah, long time.
Yeah, hi Amit as well from Miraj. Hi Shailesh, welcome you all. So
Yeah.
Sharik, I would just like to begin with you first. Films have moved to OTT. Pre-COVID, you saw only the small films probably going to OTT, like Last Story, something like that. So which are very small in terms of size. But now we've seen medium budget films. We've also seen large films moving to OTT directly right now. So as a production house, I mean, what exactly is your view on that? I mean, is it sustainable or is it only a COVID trend? If you can just share some kind of initial insights on that, please.
So I mean, Lust Stories and earlier whatever went on to OTT was predominantly made for OTT. It was commissioned for OTT. Very rarely was it, or if a film, whatever, the producers weren't happy with it or they didn't think that there was theatrical potential, but they were far and few between. You could, it wasn't a trend. I think just to go back, when the pandemic hit and work came to a grinding halt and cinemas were asked to shut down on 15th of March, 16th of March, whatever it was, and production also stopped. We all thought it was a 18 day, 21 days. This will get sorted out. So everyone was sitting pretty and not really. Everyone took it as a holiday and saying, okay, let's see how it goes. As this started, as we realized that this is going to continue for even longer, I think all of us who had films which were already shot and where post was left, and depending on how much of post work was required, by April, May, there was clarity that, this is not going anywhere in a hurry. Um, so everyone started figuring out what is the opportunity, or what is the exit, what is the monetization of this, because there's a certain carrying cost, there's a certain, as listed companies, you've got to have, you need to clock some sort of revenues each quarter, despite everyone knowing, what is happening. There's, the pressures are still there. So the opportunities, and everyone is consuming a lot of content, right? So you had the OTT players make very aggressive moves come, end March or, early April. And when the conversations first started, and, we of course, did sell Gunjan to Netflix, the numbers we threw were a little, कि अरे इतना मिल जाता है तो we'll consider it, right? And all of us everyone is just sussing out, not really knowing what the price point would get determined. Surprising to our surprise, we got the price that we were looking at, and and once that got negotiated and kind of locked, we just thought it just made sense to actually lock that in, not just because of the revenue part of it. I think it's very important, and I think all of us have to be mindful of the fact that now, with 6 months of literally no production, or very limited production, just about starting off of the last 30 odd days, with this inventory not getting sold and the money not coming back from the OTT, a lot of the producers would face cash flow issues in terms of doing next, so that turnaround, or the amount of money that is required to bankroll the next project, would get stuck. So I think OTTs came in at at an opportune time, and of course they have benefited with fresh content and their subscriber base, and the producers have made adequate returns on their investments. But yeah, it's purely a COVID, because theaters were not. So actually, I take affront to the topic. There's not OTT versus cinemas. I mean, it's never versus, right? I mean, these are everything will coexist. I think it was just a question of, at the opportune time, given the fact that there was a certain monetization capabilities, which a lot of the producers, as well as the OTT, the deals were done. It's not taking anything away from whatever we are planning, going forward. Cinema continues to be a very integral part of anything that that any production house or studio does.
Right, great, thanks. That's very helpful indeed, in terms of a statement coming from production house that this trend is not here to stay. Definitely, there are reasons, consumption patterns, people wanting to go to cinemas, India being a demographic in terms of the people
Absolutely.
wanting to go out. The various forms of entertainment are much lesser here as compared to global. The screen penetration is also lower. So there are these various demographics also which are well suited. And I also kind of affirm to that view that, cinema is basically here to stay for a long, long time. Let's move on to Amit. Amit, so basically, yesterday was the announcement in terms of cinemas opening. Obviously, the center has announced it, and West Bengal is the first market which announced before the center announced. And I think most of the states would probably open up in a phased manner. So, in your view, firstly, how long would this take for the entire pan-India cinema operations to begin? Firstly, from say 15th October onwards. And secondly, what are the kind of discussions you're having, with the producers and the distributors in terms of the distributor share? Are they asking for a higher distributor share, if at all?
Hi, Karan. I see. Actually, hi, Sharik and Shailesh. Uh, Probably, this is the best time to do this conversation, because so far for last 6-7 months, whatever the kind of a webinar we were doing, we were always just putting an assumption on the air, and we were really not sure. And we which is exactly the date of reopening for the cinema. That we were first hoping for a July time to to start the cinemas, and then probably at a hindsight we were also thinking probably it's better to start from Diwali onwards, or there are certain people pushing us to April 2021. So having the cinema reopening date announced from 15th of October, I see approximately 40 to 50% states of the country allowing us to open the cinema from 15th of October. I mean, all that states wherever the restaurant has already started, at least 4 to 6 weeks prior, because that was always there on the cards, that restaurant first and then the cinema second, opening will happen. For Maharashtra, definitely, they have also now resumed the restaurant operation from 5th of October. So I feel by 21st of October or by end of October, probably Maharashtra will also give us the permission. 100% cinema opening, I look at Diwali as a right date. And it is also good because with this new normal, the exhibitors also need to just need to understand how to do this operation sanitization. See, the multiplexes of this country, be it PVR, Inox, Cinepolis, Mirage, we are the one who are quite equipped to do this kind of thing because of sheer amount of the kind of team what we have and the kind of resources what we have. But it is going to be very, very tough for the single screens of the countries and individual operators to get used to the new normal. So probably it's actually a good time for them for at least to having that 4 weeks window or 6 weeks window before the pan India operation start, and they can probably learn from the other operators. So this going to be a quite of learning and unlearning kind of process for this 4 to 6 weeks time. Having said that, I mean, when it comes to relationship with the distributor, you will appreciate the fact that for last 11 years, post 2009, our understanding, we have been running a very successful business model. I do not see a major change in that. But at the same time, because we have been allowed with the 50% capacity, which is also very good number to start with. And, the major concern is how people will come back to cinema once again. And, to give that confidence back to our patrons, or to get a confidence to us, to ourselves also. When you look at the restaurant business, which has started wherever in north part of the country, it has been phenomenal business. So that's also gives us the confidence back. But having said that, maybe there won't be any change in commercial understanding, but yes, there's going to be a lot of handholding for each other in this relationship. You will appreciate that we have been doing this business model for last 11 years, and there was so far no hiccups in that. We don't want to change this balance, but at the same time, maybe in this particular situation, we will give them a longer run commitment. Maybe rather than a week or 2 weeks, we probably give them a 4 weeks commitment. Maybe we can come out with some kind of arrangement where rather than actually decreasing the share week on week basis, which gets reduced from 50 to 42.5 and 37.5 and 30 onwards, rather than giving that kind of decreasing share percentage week on week basis, we may come out with a flat share for 3 to 4 weeks time, so that they can recoup their investment and they can have actually a longer run on the cinema. Because certainly it is going to be a kind of situation where the first 3 months is going to be a problem where people need to come back to the cinema. The distributors and producers also need to show the confidence back to the exhibition industry once again. So definitely there are going to be a lot of hand holding, a lot of marketing activities which we will also do for the film in our social media, to our in cinema advertisement and everywhere. So there's going to be a lot of hand holding, but I do not see a major change in commercial between both of us.
Right, great. Thanks. So that is a good perspective, in terms of a lot of hand holding, a lot of support for each other, because this is a black swan event, and no one could have predicted this kind of an impact, on the industry as a whole. Moving on to Shailesh, Shailesh, welcome to this conversation. You track a lot of data, very closely in terms of box office, what is happening globally in India. If you can, share some kind of perspective, firstly, in terms of occupancy levels right now, what are the occupancy kind of levels globally in the developed markets like US, UK, how things are panning out over there. Obviously, Tenet has taken a U-turn in terms of collections versus what was expected. So that's been kind of a negative surprise. But globally, where do things stand globally here in terms of footfall growth, and how are you viewing this India market in comparison to global in terms of behavior? Do you think it will behave just as a US or UK market, or the behavior will be significantly different here?
Yeah, thanks, Karan. I think the nature of
hello. Yeah, you're fine. You're on mute. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I was saying, nature of the pandemic is that it's very geography specific, in the sense that every market is peaked at different times, and there are second waves and third waves. Population demographic is also very different in India versus the rest of the world. So I think there's
regarding, sorry, Let me just get this off.
No problem. Please go ahead. Yeah. Hello. But it's kind of echoing. I think we just lost the connection with Shailesh. So until he joins in, let me just move on to the other set of questions and the other points of discussion. Yeah, Shailesh, are you on? Hello. Yeah, yeah, we can hear you now. Hello.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please. Yeah, please go on. Perfect. Yeah.
Tech glitch. Yeah. So I was saying that the nature of the pandemic is very different. So we have to look at India as a very specific market. I mean, the response globally to Tenet and Mulan, also released in some markets theatrically, has been mixed and like not necessarily surprising also, because you don't expect normal collections to return in this scenario anywhere for any film, but somewhere something has to start off, because you can't be from 0 to 100 or 80% occupancy for big films within 4 weeks or 3 weeks. It doesn't work like that. I think in Indian scenario, it's pretty clear that it will take its time. You will have to see some films coming, and some films will have to be the first ones to put themselves out there. I mean, some Hollywood films will come. No Time to Die is scheduled in November, so that's one likely film that will open up the market. And then we have got Suryavanshi, and there's some big films down south which are also scheduled to release. So some of these films will become guinea pigs of sorts to see how things go. Last year was a very good year for box office in India. I mean, there was a growth of 9% in footfall, 13% in gross collection. This is 2019 versus 18 calendar year. So from that trend, and in Hindi, after many years, there was an actual positive growth year. So we were actually looking at momentum that would have built from there. And I think it's a matter of time, whether it's 6 months or 1 year, nobody knows, as you rightly said, because it's a factor of pandemic related factors rather than anything to do with box office as such. But whenever things get back to normal, whether it takes 6 months or 1 year, I think we would be looking at almost like an extra coverage over what we have lost, because there is an audience which is starving for theatrical content. It is outdoor entertainment. It is very different from OTT. And to that extent, I agree with Sharik that this topic is kind of, it has a binary which is not necessarily as simplistic as that. And when we did a survey in May to understand if audiences are missing theaters, 82% of theater going audiences said they're missing theaters a lot. But then 72% also said that they will wait for 3-4 weeks and see how the situation is, and then they will decide to go. So I think there's bound to be a period of a couple of months when we will have to see what films come out and what happens. But in the long run, I think not only do I think it will go back to normal, I think they could be in 2022 calendar year, they could actually be some kind of surplus which may come our way, because we may actually be looking at people covering up for what they have lost in terms of their theatrical entertainment.
Right. Thanks. So as I mentioned earlier, a lot of roadblocks do continue for the cinema business, and I think it's going to only happen in a phased manner as things pan out and as the situation progresses from here on. Sharik, let me bring you in the conversation again here. I mean, as a producer, today definitely for the next 3 to 6 months, occupancies are not going to pick up, as even Shailesh pointed out. As a producer, you are not going to collect pre-COVID levels of collections, at least for the next 3 to 6 months. So what's your view on that? I mean, what are the kind of alternate modes of monetization for a film which you are looking? You recently launched the Zplex model, which was there. I mean, how big can that scale up to? That's one. And secondly, would you be looking at some alternative in terms of high distributor share, obviously as an arrangement, and also secondly in terms of shortening the window. So the OTT window currently is about 6 to 8 weeks in India. So for you to basically so that you are able to get a higher amount of outlay from the OTT platform in terms of digital rights, would you look at kind of shortening window? Just wanted to know that how will the gap get covered for you as a producer versus the pre-COVID era?
So I think, as Amit said, I think conversations will start now. I mean, we didn't really both sides of the of the table. We were kind of, there was a ceasefire in terms of saying that, let's win the war, and then we'll fight our internal battles, which prop up every few years. There's a discussion of making all those changes. So I think that will happen. I think it's important to work together to find a solution. As I said, without a doubt, everyone who sold their films directly to OTT have made a clear profit, a certain ROI. The ROI can range whatever. Obviously, we have an outlier of a film which just busts the box office. Obviously, that would have been higher. But everyone figured what is par for course at theatrical, and then have done an adjustment on that to recognize the revenue. So there will be some sort of adjustments that will happen, and discussions happen. Amit's already mentioned some of the things that they're very graciously looking at offering on the table up front, and I'm sure that once we all we'll find that solution. Yeah, in terms of, we did launch Zplex. Tomorrow's actually the launch of it. We're launching. So this is basically to establish another window, right? I mean, we've had theaters going straight into SWOD or satellite over the years, right? There never was a TVOD window, and I think this TVOD establishing this as a window, as an opportunity to for people who want to watch latest movies without the fear, and being at the comfort of their home. From us, I mean, at Zee we've always been pioneers, and in terms of taking on new businesses or new monetization models and things like that. So it is a step in that direction. I think the other thing, which specifically the launch of Zplex, was to ensure an opportunity. We are such a vast country and so underscreened that the opportunity to watch a film in your native language when you're not in your home state is far and few between, right? And this gives you an opportunity to ensure that you can be sitting in Punjab and watching a Tamil film on the day and date of release. So I think that's our endeavor with Zplex. Obviously, we just thought it was an opportune time to launch this product. And I mean, ticket sales have already started across the various DTH platforms, and in Z5 on z5.com it will start tomorrow, and we are seeing a fairly healthy interest and uptake on both Khali Pili and Kapirana Singham, and we're hoping that that this becomes a viable viable revenue stream for all producers, because ultimately, I mean, internationally there is a very strong home video or home rental market, which unfortunately in India, really, once the DVDs kind of died out, that kind of totally ended, and it was satellite and SWOD which kind of took over. So that's what we're trying to do, and as I said, we'll figure out how to get best terms to ensure that everyone who's releasing, especially all of us who are looking at releasing at the earliest, how are we supported? I won't say compensated. How are we supported? And everyone chips in to ensure that P&As are restricted, marketing is aggressive, and and using the titles to get people back into theaters, and things like that. So I think there will be a fair amount of discussion happening between us and of course the large multiplexes, but also a lot of the single screen theaters. Already conversations have started, and we are trying to see, with Khali Pili already being released on Zplex, how do we give these theaters our content, which may be 2 weeks old or whatever, but for us the promise is we made the movie for consumers, and if consumers couldn't get to the theaters, they'll see it at home, either on OTT or on on Zplex, and once the theaters open, the same content is available for you to enjoy it in a dark cinema hall with your friends. And Khali Pili really is a very single screen massy film, and we're hoping that we are just lucky that the announcement happened just in the right time, and hopefully 2 weeks later, Yeti Galaxy, we should be able to see Khali Pili. So.
Got it. Great. So, just to that point of, bringing people back into cinemas again, maybe not in those large numbers as they were pre-COVID, that will come in a phased manner. but just about the confidence building exercise, the brand building, because SOPs and guidelines are obviously there for the safety precautions. But what about the brand recall, the promotions, the kind of incentives you give to the consumer for them to come back into cinemas? Amit, can you please kind of comment on this? Basically, what are the kind of innovative strategies apart from the SOP and the safety precaution measures which you are working on as a large cinema chain for getting the audiences back? I mean, look at AMC. I mean, they were obviously offering ticket at absurd prices of 40 cents. That was different reasons because they were in desperate situation. I'm sure PVR Inox are not, and even you as a chain are not in that kind of situation right now. But what is the kind of offerings you'll have in terms of ATP discounts, FNB discounts? What exactly other kind of talks which are going on right now on that front?
I mean, so definitely, I mean, if you look at, there are a lot of freebies which will go in this period. Discounted ticket price to having a combo of food along with it. Maybe you'll see a lot of cashback going. So we are already in talks with a lot of bankers. So from our website to the partners, even if you look at 50% of the ticket which has been sold right now, it has been sold from Book My Show and Paytm in the country. So there are a lot of cashback which will go to the end users. So that freebies will definitely come. But what I believe is apart from freebies, the most important point is actually fresh content. So if we have fresh content coming every week on week basis, that's the biggest puller. That's the first point to understand. And what I look at is that freebies can attract a certain section of crowd. The fresh content is one which actually attracts the larger section of the crowd. But the most important point still remains is giving this confidence to the patrons that your cinema halls are very much safe for you and your family to come and enjoy the film. That's a very, very important aspect. Please understand the number of content what we lost to OTT right now, if I'll talk from a Hindi perspective, is approximately 18 to 20 number of content. In our 52 weeks, we generally release approximately 100 plus only Hindi feature films. I'm not talking regional as of now. So even if you look at out of the 80 films which was slated to release in a financial year, probably few have been pushed to the next year because of the production, which has not been able to complete the production. But still, we will have it is just a matter of now 4 to 6 weeks of time, and probably I see every 15 days you'll have right content coming in, a big content coming in, a medium size to a big size kind of content coming in, and that will ease the entire situation. Because once you have a fresh content and you give back the confidence to patrons that this is a very safe place for you to come and enjoy your the film with your friends and family, that's the most important aspect. Definitely the freebies, the marketing, the brand recall, this will all go on. And so this will all go on. The cashbacks, this will be more than what we were doing in the pre-pandemic period. But definitely this is going to be the most important aspect, giving the confidence back to the people that we are safe we are safe for you and your family.
Right. So again, safety is going to be very important, and people are going to come into phases into cinemas. Shailesh, let me get back to you in the conversation here. I mean, you will definitely see some kind of consumption habits also changing. So I am not of that view that people will not flock into cinemas. OTT will emerge winner because of the outing, the demographic thing which I pointed out earlier. But you definitely see some minimal or some audience base. You're seeing a consumption shift, a kind of a habit shift. You feel that is going to be there? I mean, post-COVID era, you see footfalls, if not getting 40% impacted, that's a big number. But could you see the footfalls getting impacted by 8-10% negatively just because of some consumers, changing the habit of, not wanting to go to cinemas and wanting to consume movies on OTT? If you can share some perspective on that.
Yeah, so see, in every main language, which is Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, if we take those three, there are around, as Amit also mentioned, around 125 films which release in a year. 75% box office is coming from top 20 of those. In Hollywood, it's even more drastic. Top 10 contribute 70-75% in India. So you're actually looking at those films driving the overall theatrical trend, because the long tail is there and it is there for variety, and of course it's there for diversity, and small films have to also do well. But even before COVID, we were seeing a trend in the last 2-3 years that certain smaller films were not opening well in theaters. They were probably being seen as films which are likely to go to OTT directly in the future anyway. Like if you see some of the Nawazuddin Siddiqui kind of films in the last 2 3 years, they have not opened well at all compared to maybe 4 years ago when his films were probably touching 2 crore opening to almost 50 60 lakhs. So I think there are certain big screen elements that were coming into play. We have seen Bahubali, Avengers, and KGF Chapter 2 is going to be very big in India across languages. So we are seeing these kind of big ticket films which are made for the big screens, and this is pretty much that top 20 films, 75 to 80% of the revenue coming from there. Now, amongst the films which have gone to OTT so far, I'm not very sure if anything more than one or two, maybe Gunjan Saxena, like if at all, is actually in the top 20 category. So you're actually looking at a wider second line, which anyway, I think over time would have found a, like in India, P-ward or T-ward is not very well established yet, and Replex is making a good start there. But once that comes into play, you may see a lot of films going that route. If but the top 20s, which is Suryavanshi, which is say an 83, which is all the Salman films and the big ticket Diwali releases, and the Hollywood superhero films, the big South films, those films are the big screen films, and I think that is what the core theatrical habit is, whether it is a Houseful 4 for the family or it's a Bahubali 2 because the scale is so big, or there are a lot of 3D films which are coming, especially from Hollywood. I think that is where the audience is does not see streaming as a replacement, because the experience of theatrical, whether it's social, communal, or big screen, all those factors come into play is very, very different. So footfalls will get impacted for the smaller films, but that was anyway beginning to happen in 2017-18, and we were seeing polarization that the bigger films were doing better, and the smaller films were actually struggling in the last 2 3 years itself. So you would see that divide, and the small film had to be really, really strong on content and get great word of mouth, and maybe then it will find an audience in the second, third week, and that's happened with some films as well. But by and large, you will see that smaller films would have made their way to streaming directly, even if there was no COVID. Probably that was a trend one was sensing. Like we saw Love Per Square Foot take that call a couple of years ago, and then there were some other films that were far and few in between, as Sharik said. But I think they have been there, and that trend would have picked up. So no, I think it will become more big screen led, which is how it's happening worldwide. Hollywood has all become superhero and big screen led over the last 2 decades, and I think we are going to look at that in India across languages as well. And that means that the streaming category will survive on more intimate, uh, low production scale. I mean, more tighter production scale kind of films, which are more relying on storytelling and not so much on a big screen experience. And I think that seems perfectly fine, and that's how the category would have probably gone in general without COVID. But I think this may have accelerated that by a year or two, but its impact on footfalls is almost negligible, because for every small film that I don't go to the theater for, probably I'm also getting exposed to an Avengers or a No Time to Die, and Hollywood has been growing at 30 35% in India. So you are seeing that the big screen factor is actually increasing the Hollywood impact in India. So for specific languages, especially Hindi, there may be some reason to worry. But we are seeing Tamil, Telugu, Hollywood penetrating in Hindi and other languages. So I think it will become a little more in that sense, cross language category, in which is where the overall numbers won't probably drop.
I think that view is correct actually, because if you look at Hindi films today, when they go directly on OTT, there is certain kind of capping in terms of the ROI they achieved. So films like Uri, Kabir Singh couldn't have done that 300% ROI if they were directly released on OTT. So definitely the flow of medium small films will also continue on cinema, and producers will want to test the market on cinema and then move to OTT rather than just falling for high premium on OTT. Coming to content strategy again, coming back to you, Sharik, on that, you as a studio, what kind of changes have you seen in terms of your film slate, in terms of your content strategy? Obviously, this thing was never tested of large scale films going directly on digital, or medium films probably going directly on digital. But thanks to COVID, this thing is now tested, and now we've got to know that what is the kind of premiums OTTs will basically pay. pay the producer for going directly on digital. So have you kind of are you trying to go more aggressive in terms of your slate of films, or trying to make more films for direct digital because the OTTs are willing to pay that kind of money for movie content, which they were not earlier? Or is it just the same in terms of the content slate and the productions which you have right now under
No,
process?
we are actually going very aggressive. As I said, with 6 months of no production, there's going to be a huge shortfall next year of films releasing to fill up both the theaters as well as the demand for content. Also, all of us who've been everyone's the amount of content, also the habit of consuming content on OTT or on satellite has gone through the roof over the last 6 months, and I think it's a habit which is formed. So people will continue watching a lot more. So yeah, the OTT platforms are aggressive. In fact, we just finished a shoot of a direct to OTT film as of yesterday for Z5. There are another three more which are already commissioned, and the agreements are being signed, and we're looking to. So the smaller ones are easier to take on floor right now. So wherever the script is something that we like and the actors are ready to go on floor within the next 45 to 60 days, we are looking at green lighting that, because that will quickly turn around at least some stuff for for direct to OTT. Because now obviously with cinemas, theaters opening, all the pent up, there won't be anything which is made for theatrical or which was under production will now follow the theater route. So yeah, so we are doubling down on productions, and as a studio I need to do all, big, small, medium, everything across genres, across languages. So we're looking at Punjabi. We're just on the verge of signing a couple of Telugu mid-sized films. So yeah, so you will see a lot more noise from us in the next 12 to 18 months in terms of announcements and productions. I also think given the run and the strong subscriber acquisition that has happened by OTT, the overall values of digital will remain high for the next 12 to 18 months. So I think that kind of gives producers like us an opportunity to make those bets, because you're assured of certain those ancillary rights being secured upfront itself. So yeah, so I think it's good. It's a good time to be a content producer.
Great, very encouraging to know that. I think that's going to be a big positive for exhibitors, because I think content has been a mainstream issue, given this COVID times right now. So basically, Hindi is something which we are more or less sorted. We're not seeing more than 20 odd films going to directly to OTT. You may have 3, 4 more announcements, if at all things go worse in terms of occupancy and stuff like that. But I think regional content, specifically South, was more of a negative surprise. So Amit, I would like to bring you here in the conversation here. So what happened exactly is that the shootings in South started much later than what the Hindi film started. And even in terms of the number of films being ready, were much lesser as compared to what Hindi films were ready. So do you see some kind of shortfall specifically for regional content, and exhibitors having a higher share from Tamil, Telugu language films, as a content supply? Do you see that as a problem in the near term?
I actually see it the other way around, because if you look at the number of films which were ready, Hindi has gone more number of films to OTT, whereas Southern film industry has actually they have not gone and sold more number of their films in the OTT. So actually they have actually gone and preserved their films for cinema viewing. So there we have actually more number of films coming, and specifically when it comes to Telugu film industry, there are approximately 8 to 10 large films which is ready. From when you look at Tamil mein Master, Telugu mein you have Vakil Saab, to Fighter, to Chiranjeevi's Next, and those kind of films. And we need to understand this is the timing. So when it comes to Diwali, is actually a time when you have big big Tamil and Hindi films releasing. Christmas is again a time when you have big Hindi films releasing. But when it comes to Telugu, you have Pongal, which is actually the time when the season starts. So Telugu is a kind of industry where you have the summer very heavy, and then you have January Pongal very heavy. This 2.5 months time from 15th of October till December, I do not see bigger Telugu films releasing. But from Pongal onwards, you will probably find Telugu film industry will probably will reach to at least 80 to 90% pre-COVID level. That's what our assumption for Telugu film industry. Tamil also, I feel like probably from December onwards, they will also reach to 70-80% of their pre-COVID level. Hindi definitely is going to be depending on the kind of content what we have lineup. But I feel like probably Hindi also reaching to 60 to 70% of the pre-COVID level kind of business post January onwards. But Telugu film industry is certainly going to bounce back much faster because they have approximately 12 to 15 films ready and they have not gone to OTT. So this is the kind of industry which will bounce back much earlier than probably Hindi film industry. That's what our assumption is for Telugu. And also we should not we should look at probably Bengali film industry because that's going to be having the first fresh content coming in India, because Durga Puja or Navratri is a time when you have big ticket Bengali films releasing, and also Dracula sir kind of film which is expected to release in Puja in Bengal. And so Bengali film also will start rolling up from October onwards. English also, when you look at, you have James Bond waiting for the release, you have Wonder Woman waiting for the release. So there are two big ticket items from English also waiting from November to December period. So it's definitely going to be a time tasting time for all of us. But the biggest film of this year is also we should look at the most awaited films of this year is just not Suryavanshi or 83, but at the same time KGF Chapter 2, which is going to be a multilingual film, and that will test the market all across the country. So I understand this is actually a difficult time for films to release, but probably we will limp back to normalcy much faster than what is expected.
Got it. That's a very interesting perspective. So I think we're just running out of time, on this panel. We'll just take some questions. Before that, I'll just like to summarize, so this entire thing of, movies going directly on OTT is a mere COVID trend, and we don't see producers doing that after COVID era and after once cinemas come back to normal occupancy. India demographics are very well suited, for the multiplexes. There are still some roadblocks here and there, but I think in a phased manner, eventually everything will work in the way of cinemas, and there'll be a different audience always, for cinema and for OTT in terms of content consumption. So I'll just open the floor for Q&A now, and we can just take some questions quickly. So I think the first question I would like to take is from Bhaskar Chaudhary. He's asking about how does lifetime value of an OTT content compare to a big screen content in terms of actual numbers, in terms of margins? Anyone who would like to take this question? So from the panelists? Yeah.
I mean, good question. The lifetime value, I mean, when you sell it to OTT, you license it for whatever, 9 years, 7 years, 15 years, whatever the deal may be. Obviously, so whatever money you're making upfront is what is there for whatever, for that, for the period of license. Theatrical, if the film does well, so typically most producers, the way it currently was operating, in terms of, when you were putting your projects together. So if you're making a film at 100, you were looking at all ancillary rights, the way the market had reached on an average, almost about 80 to 90% of all your COP was taken care of by the ancillary rights. So, a lot of your COP was covered in any case by digital and satellite and music and, what have you. Obviously theatrical was and if you hit, jackpot like an Uri or a, Tanaji or a Kabir Singh, then obviously the theatrical is a lot higher. But as a producer, I mean, I normally look at, if I need to make 100 rupees revenue, I need to, my ancillary rights should be, for I'm greenlighting a project, ancillary revenue should be 50, and I should make at least 50 from, revenue share should be from, from the box office. So, that's the broad math, but difficult to give exact numbers on, what the question was.
Got it. Thanks. So I think this is just one question which we had from the participants. So thank you all participants. Thank you, Ad Gali, for giving this opportunity for moderating this panel. So over to you, Varun.
Thank you, speakers, for giving us a bird's eye view on the state of cinema exhibition industry and the challenges and opportunity that it presents. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Varun.
Thank you.
Bye, Shailesh. Bye.
Thank you all. Thanks, Sharik. Thanks, Amit. Thank you, Shailesh.
Thank you, everyone. See you.
Our next conversation is about what young India wants, a peep into the minds of Gen Z and youth in a post COVID world. There has been a paradigm shift in the behavior during and post lockdown. Content consumption in the OTT space has gone up in the last few months. Is this a temporary shift, or can we expect the youth of India to be primary consumers on digital? The shift has also brought into focus the content, as creative and relevant content is important in addressing the new sets of audiences, and that is the challenge. We would like to call on screen our speakers, Pooja Johari, CEO, The Glitch, and Naveen Shenoy, Head of Marketing, Youth, Music and English Entertainment, Viacom 18. I'll leave the screen to you.
Thank you, Varun. And hi, Naveen. It's good to see you.
Hi, Pooja. Good to see you. Sorry, man, I'm on the road, but we'll do this.
Yes, of course. Wow, that's quite, I mean, technology just makes all of this so easy, right?
Yeah,
Um,
for sure.
so great. I mean, without further ado, thanks Ad Gully for bringing us together. And, Naveen, I'm obviously a big fan of the kind of work that you guys do and everything that happens with Viacom, VH1 and MTV. And getting to just taking from what Varun spoke of, that content consumption has obviously gone through the roof, and especially with young people and Gen Zs. Is that, and he spoke about, could this be a short-term trend, or do you see this really moving even post-lockdown, and do you see this consistency even post-lockdown?
Yeah, no, see, I think content has definitely been one of the coping mechanisms for young people, right? There have been others, but I think content has come handy for people as a coping mechanism. We are seeing definitely interesting trends at our end. So, for example, on MTV, we've seen time spent go up by around 60% on linear TV. And on OTT, which is Woot for us, we've seen it almost double. So clearly, content went a long way in sort of soothing the frayed nerves initially. We are seeing some tapering off as the Unlock 1.2 and 2.0 have started. But we think some amount of increase will stay in the long term. Because I was looking at this interesting number put out by Bach Nielsen, right? They sort of segregated everything into comparing, let's say, August week 3 versus pre-COVID. And their buckets were things like, chat, VoIP, video content, social media, OTT, and so on. So the ones that seem to have held are clearly video content, VoIP, and gaming, surprisingly. And the ones that have given up all their gains and actually have gone down below pre-COVID levels are social media. And part of the reason is apparently, 30 to 40% our surveys show us that 30 to 40% of youngsters feel that social media has become a much sadder place in the last 6 months or so. So I think the gains that have been given up have been possibly for that reason. What do you see, with some of the clients, because you work with the same demog, Pooja? So
Yeah.
what are some of the things you've seen in content consumption?
So the social media being a more sadder place today is probably true. But I do think that it has given us a lot of insight into the kind of content we've created for our clients. I mean, if you have to look at Netflix, for example, we built out the entire Netflix home stories through what we were looking at and what we were listening to on social, and the impact of lockdown on mental health and relationships and marquee events in your lives. And that's what sort of led us to creating Netflix home stories, which
Right.
birthed to newer content. We put that up on Netflix, put that up on YouTube, so it's available for everyone and not just on their platform. So yes, social has become a slightly sadder, but I do think that as the acceptance of this reality has come in, people, I'm also seeing great trends in, especially in young people who are reprioritizing their lives and reprioritizing what they want to do with their lives. And that's changing behavior, that's changing consumption, that's changing how brands are talking to them today. And so from a consistency standpoint, I do think that the impact of this pandemic is going to stay for some time. Just for example, what happened with millennials after the 2008 recession, so many millennials today don't invest in homes, and choose to rent because of what happened in 2008 and 9, and typical pieces of investment that our parents were saying, buy a house if you're settled, that's the best way to judge your, that you've arrived in life, that you bought a house. Today millennials don't think that way, right? We're more than happy to rent. And that impact in consumption behavior, in just general behavior of consumers, is going to stay on for some time after the pandemic, for sure.
Okay, all right. Because, the way I look at it is the Indian consumer, the young Indian consumer that we are both catering to, consumes around, let's say, 3.5 hours of TV on average in a day, right? And one would think, how much more could it get to? But to give you a stat, the American equivalent consumes around 7.5 hours a day. So I think we've got significant headroom there for growth. So that is good news. Yeah. But tell me, you work across a diverse set of brands and categories, right? So what are some of the insights that have come up specifically in this lockdown or because of the pandemic, which have led to either part behavior change or maybe a deviation from normal behavior? Would be interesting to hear some of those.
The first one, and which is startling across really every location we speak to young people in, is a screaming cry to brands that don't cosmetize. Young people today don't want brands to use purpose for the sake of purpose. If you're talking about your impact on and how you're really going to help the community in the time of this global distress, actually put your money where your mouth is. And that is the biggest trend. And that's also the biggest advice that we give all of our clients. Don't cosmetize. Second is be authentic. So if you're building your brand around, something that you truly stand for, you have to be authentic and you have to be consistent. Again, a lot of young, some of the biggest ads, and I don't want to name them, but some of the biggest ads that the marketing community has patted their back on over last year are ads that a lot of the young people look at and say that I don't connect with that at all, or that was not authentic, or I was not represented well, or my community was not represented well in that communication. So those are some of the startling trends that we're seeing. Are you also seeing that in the kind of content that you guys are potentially creating, because you also obviously create so much of content on your own? I think we're losing Naveen a little bit on during travel. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I agree with you on the cosmetization. Okay, can you hear me now, loud and clear?
Yes, better.
Okay, all right. So, no, I was saying I agree with you on the cosmetizing piece. What we are also picking up is not a change, but possibly a more rational bent of mind, meaning young people are saying, give me the information on the product for sure, rather than just an emo story only. And that possibly is something that's a shift we have seen in this period, right? The other thing we are seeing is them saying things like, I want them are not very clear on what that might, they're looking at things like that. But to answer your question on content, clear the two things we are looking at is inspiration and information. That seems to be something that we are towards. Inspiration, either the sphere I'm looking at in life as a career and so on, or just story to make me feel better in these times. So I think a lot of inspirational content, whether created for this period or otherwise, seems to be consumed a lot. The other one, like I said, getting into the depth of matters, like
I think we've lost Naveen there due to bad content, but I'm just going to bad connection. But I'm just going to take on from what Naveen was saying, and just general consumption behavior and how things have changed with young people. Another topic that we really wanted to talk about is really what the kind of e-com spends that are happening today, and what are the categories that are getting more and more popular. In my experience and the things that we have seen, skincare strangely is still going up. There is a lot of spends that are happening in gardening, on home improvement, on obviously healthcare. These are some of the categories that have become more and more popular. Naveen, while you dropped off, I was just talking about some of the categories that are still looking very popular, especially in the e-com space, and what a lot of the young people are investing in. And some
Right.
of the things that we were seeing were skincare and beauty, even though makeup is really not that important right now, but there's a lot of investment on skincare, healthcare, home improvement. Strangely, the gardening category, soils, fertilizers, seeds, pots, those are all things that are also being bought a lot. I think people are using their time well at home. So these are some of the things that were happening there. But coming back, since you're back, uh, there was one piece about diversity that is such an important conversation today when it comes to content creation. Diversity, representation, that is so important, and those are really the cornerstones of the creative advice that we give our clients as well. What is the mindset set with content creators like yourself in times like this? Is that what you look at as an important lens when you're creating content, or is it just purely entertainment?
No, for sure, diversity has always been big on our agenda. In fact, just around a week back, we announced our launch of India's first gender atypical album, right? What that means is, every romance is not necessarily a boy-girl romance. But unfortunately, Bollywood and most of the music industries in this country tend to treat it as that, right? So what happens is it's either a boy serenading a girl or a girl serenading a boy, and all tracks are written and composed for that. So for one of our brands, which is MTV Beats, we went ahead and created an album called Loud Duet, where we said, let's not create this, let's get the community to produce it for the community, right? So we've released the first two tracks, and the third is on its way. But even in times of pandemic, to me, you need to be true to your brand, and you need to be pushing newer agendas rather than doing stale work. So that's something. But to your earlier point, I must confess, I'm one of the kitchen gardening people who's been buying pots and soil and cocoa peat and stuff like that, right? So yeah, so I'm part of that trend that you see. But I was reading somewhere interestingly, Pooja, that Fender, which is one of the biggest brands that make guitars, they've had their biggest lifetime year yet, right? And that clearly shows or supports what you were saying earlier. People, it's not just home improvement. People are looking at self-improvement in a big way, especially young people. So I think music instruments and art is one big piece. It sort of, possibly reaffirms that let me add more value to myself in this period.
Yeah, that brings me to a point. I was on a panel recently with someone from Spotify who was saying, and obviously the importance of data here is I mean, there's no question there. Data is a creative director's best friend, and that has been the case for many years, for eons. Because without an insight, you really can't create content, right? But this lovely lady from Spotify was telling us that the song lists on Spotify were all around food, because of the amount of food that was being cooked at home, during lockdown, and that sort of gave birth to so many different kind of brand integrations that eventually took place. How are you guys looking at, how closely are you guys looking at data, social trends, as well as conversations that are happening just culturally to define the kind of content that you're putting out?
Yeah. So a lot of our work, Pooja, is based on what is a fabled Youth Insight study, which I didn't commission, but was commissioned or started off possibly a couple of decades back, when MTV was the only music channel in the country. And the benefit we have is of access to that data over every 2 years, right? And that tells you our choices of content and so on. So for around us young people, whether money is equal to happiness, around 93% would endorse it and say, if I had money, I would be happy for sure. And then when we checked, we realized that only around 53% say, listen, it's not unidimensional. So 53% said, yes, money is important, but there's many more dimensions to happiness. So yeah, data plays a huge role. And I think most of our shows or content ideas come from data. For example, Roadies has been a flagship show for us for a long, long time. And the current version is called Roadies Revolution, where it's not just, people competing against each other. It's also the fact that on the journey, every village or town they go to, the task is to do. It had a primary school, which was in reasonably bad condition. So they stayed for a few days and actually helped to rebuild, paint, and give it a makeover. And that's something that came from our last study, which said that young people say the time to keep saying the government is not doing this or the municipal corporation is not doing this has gone. It's a very action-oriented mindset saying, okay, we'll have to do a lot of stuff on our own if we really want to see big change.
Yeah, yeah. What are the big content trends that you are seeing coming your way? And I'll add to that once you are done on just the kind of ads that we are creating and what we are going back to clients with. What are the key trends that you are seeing in the kind of content and content formats that we will see from Viacom in the future?
Well, on trends, I think in the last 6 to 12 months, the one I have seen is of much shorter consumption size packs. Like seem to have figured out that there is there has been for long a lean in and a lean back version of content, and both seem to be very different occasions, and the same person might be present in both occasions. So I think a lot of short form content is what we've seen. Other than that, I think people have been reasonably creative in terms of how they managed to work around the constraints in lockdown. The ad with where are my glasses or where's my phone have been part of this. But I think we pretty much overcome the constraint of production in lockdown. I think given the safety precautions that we are able to take right now, we managed to shoot off quite a bit and we are back to pre-production levels. What about you guys? What are you seeing as different things that are coming up?
So for us, I mean, we were shooting remotely throughout lockdown, and in an extremely safe manner. So we created multiple ads with actors sitting in their own homes, producers and directors, and everyone sitting remotely, and we actually managed multiple productions remotely. And the reason I describe that, because we've all learned that production is not this deep dark hole that sucks away all your money, and there are many agile ways of really putting content out there, and very high quality content even. And so that, I think, is trend number one, that our client, everyone stated efficiency, and I think that trend is going to continue for some time. But so that is from a production standpoint. But from a creativity standpoint, the points that I made before is, one is no cosmetizing. We're absolutely against that as an agency. Secondly, it's important for us to be authentic, extremely diverse, represent very authentically the different kind of consumer segments. And those kind of trends are going to continue, and I see that that's what Gen Z is attracted to. Even younger millennials are attracted to that, and that is definitely going to continue as our advice to our clients. But I do see that we're running a bit out of time, and I want to take a couple of questions because I see that. So I'm going to read it out, Naveen, and you and I can take a call on who should
All
take
right.
that. So the first one is, do you notice some change in the behavior of the new generation when it comes to content consumption? We have answered that to a certain extent, but what is the future trend going to look like? Content consumption. I mean, we have answered that in a way, in a way already, Naveen. But do you want to reiterate it?
Yeah, I think there's been a blip because there was a lot more time on their hands, and some of those gains have been given up, but everybody who's in the content play is up. So, for example, I think people had this siege mentality. So you saw a lot of them holding up on food and holding up on content subscriptions as well, right? So to give you a number, OTT subscriptions, which is the subscription VOD industry in this country, might have been around the 10 million mark before the lockdown. And in lockdown, it sort of went up 3x to around 30 million, right?
Wow.
And that's just people holding up on subscriptions. It's still a very small number, right? In such a huge country, with 800 million plus people watching TV, to have just 30 million subscriptions, I think there's massive headroom for growth for OTT, for TV, for everybody. And, to reiterate, like I said, if you think 3.5 hours of TV a day is a lot, look at the Americans, they're doing 7.5 hours. So the only way that media and entertainment can go is up from here.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, because the kind of content the kind of platform expertise that we have invested in our company, and what we're going to continue to invest in is just it's scaling. And short form content has really gone through the roof. I mean, we're primarily a digital company. We do all sorts of creative, but we're digital at heart. So for us, creating anything from 0-second creative to 15-second creative is what we're very good at. And we're seeing mainstream brands continuing to say that, okay, we want short form content, more than 30 seconders and 60 seconders, specifically from an advertising lens. I see that really going through the roof. But I'm going to take another question from Govind Prasad. And he says that, is there content available specially for children? What content for children on OTT is viable? I think that question is for you, Naveen. I'm sure you've
Okay,
been.
so here's my chance to plug Woot Kids. So we've got a specific app. We have a lot of kids content. We've got the biggest kids TV channels in the country, right? So Nick does that for us. But we've farmed that off into a completely separate app because we did not want kids to be accessing an app which also has content for adults. So we have Woot Kids, which is a specific app catering to this audience. So that's something that you should check out. It is definitely feasible, and that's a space that's growing, right? And even kids consumption, how much ever you may want or not want, has been on the rise, right? Because screen time, because of online schooling, has anyway been on the rise. And then a lot of educational material is coming out on some of these apps. So Woot Kids is not just entertainment, but it's edutainment. So there's a lot of educational material that's coming up for kids. So I think that's a space that's growing. The competition. I will not name names here. Go with.
Okay, you don't name them, but I'm going to take the last question that we have, which is that, yeah, and we have answered that to a certain extent. And the question goes, what kind of content consumption will happen going forward with this new generation? I could answer that from the various clients that we handle, which is, like Netflix and LinkedIn, etc. I mean, and even short form clients like Triller, which is it's all going to be about short form content. Snackable content is very important today, and we see as people are going to be out and about, that entertainment on an app, on a social app, is going to be more and more important, and I can see that trend continuing as we move forward. Any points to add here, Naveen?
No, I completely agree. I think short form is the way forward. And like I said, if you look at the Bark Nielsen numbers, social media seems to be the one that has gone down below its pre-COVID levels. So clearly, people are looking at short form content and content that doesn't trap them in some kind of an echo chamber and make them listen to right wing versus left wing and so on. There's so much more positive stuff to enjoy. People are looking a lot at that. The other thing definitely we've picked up is a massive increase in the consumption of comedy videos or lighter content, and I think that might possibly because of the framework of the pandemic and the initial stress, at least, that was huge. So I think that's definitely going to keep seeing this uptick, which is comedy and lighter content.
Yeah, I would have to agree that the world needs happier things to see, and the world needs happier things to talk about, especially when we're locked in like this. Even though you're out and about in your car, I haven't left my house in months.
Yeah.
But hey, Naveen, this was a great conversation. Thanks, and thanks to Ad Gully for putting this together, and
Thanks,
and
thanks.
and thanks.
Any last thoughts, Pooja, you want to leave behind? Any last thoughts?
I think for me, content has, I mean, my core business is content. So content is king, queen, and everything in between. And, everything that we do today, it has to come from what consumers want and what consumers are seeking, but also to create a lot of content trends ourselves by listening to them and predicting. Those are things that are important for organizations like you and I, because we sit in a position where we're sitting on so much of data, and there's so much of predictive work that we can do with the kind of content we put out there and really spark positive trends, for others to follow. So that's really what I am focusing on within my company. And I know so are you guys, because I do follow a lot of the content that you put out there. So those are my closing remarks.
Great. Yeah. Thanks so much, Pooja. It's been a pleasure. My last two bits that I wanted to leave was, as we do these youth insights, sort of every couple of months, we've realized, we checked with them this thing about the new normal, this new normal. And to be honest, around 60% of young people have rejected what they call the new normal, or what media is calling the new normal, because they are absolutely confident that things will go back to where it was, and that this is very temporary as a phase. Whether it's with masks and sanitizers or otherwise, I think they are looking at theaters and travel and eating out as the top three things that they will do definitely in the next 6 to 9 months. And I think as Unlock 4.0, 5.0, and 7.0 come about, I think we might see, my prediction is we might be seeing some amount of revenge buying or revenge spending by the youngsters. And hopefully that'll be a big boost in the economy, man, and music to all marketeers' ears.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
don't we want that?
Yeah.
Don't we want that? I have to agree with you, Naveen, that human beings, and just looking at historically the way the world has been. Yes, the next 1 year or probably a little lesser or more could be a little hard, but things will bounce back. Human beings are so, we're all about adapting and moving forward, and I hope we're learning and moving forward positively. So agree with you. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. It's been a pleasure, Pooja, talking to you.
Likewise, Naveen. And thank you, Ad Gully. Varun, over to you now.
Thank you, Ad Gully. Thanks for having us.
Varun?
Thank you, Pooja and Naveen, for that riveting session.
Thanks,
And
Varun. For a second, I thought we were in charge from here on.
No, in fact, I have a question for you. I was wondering if these behavioral insights about the youth in India also apply to those who believe they are young at heart.
For sure, yeah, that's always the case. The truest definition of youth is the person who's young at heart, and you got it, my friend.
Thank you very much for coming today for our session. And
thank you, Varun.
Bye, guys.
See you.
Bye, guys. Bye, Naveen. Thanks. See you.
Bye. See you.
Attendees, you are watching InMobi presents SCREENXX 2020 Summit and Awards, partner CommerceX and digital partner Pivot Routes, an initiative by AdGully. I'd call for our promo to be played. Thank you. That was wonderful. We will now announce the first set of winners for the ScreenX 2020 awards. But just before we begin, I would request the attendees, even though they cannot clap and cheer for the winners, do show your love and appreciation on social media, on Twitter, and tag @Gully and hashtag ScreenX 2020. Now we'll begin with the awards. For the category Sector Specific Awards, Food and Lifestyle Show, the winner is Curly Tail Street Stories, nominated by Folk Media Group. They are the gold winner. For the category Sector Specific Awards, in the subcategory Romance Show, the gold winner is Hum Tum and Them, nominated by Alt Balaji. For the category Sector Specific Awards in Romance Show in Telugu, the gold winner is Mastis, nominated by AHA. For the category Sector Specific Awards Gaming Show, the gold winner is Chalk and Cheese, nominated by Gunjan Utreja. For the category Agency Sector Awards Best Influencer Marketing Campaign, the bronze winner is Z Cinema for the campaign Main Bhi Kesari. For the category Agency Sector Awards Best Influencer Marketing Campaign, the silver winner is Del Anti Rote Day, nominated by Dell India, and the joint winner is SVF Brands for the campaign Ek Chalo Re. For the category Agency Sector Awards, the Best Influencer Marketing Campaign, the gold winner is Are for the campaign Ab Teri Bari. Once again, I'd like our attendees to take a moment and congratulate the winners on social media and tag hashtag ScreenX 2020 and tag @@Gully. Thank you. For the category Agency Sector Awards, Best Use of Video Audio, the gold winner is Dell Gaming, nominated by Dell India. For the category Agency Sector Awards, Best Best Use of Video Audio, the silver winner is Full House Entertainment and Media Solution for the campaign Raksha Bandhan. For the category Popular Awards, Best Story for a Web Series Crime Drama Anthology, the gold winner is Kashmakash, nominated by Hangama Digital. For the category Popular Awards, Best Story for a Web Series in the genre Dark Thriller, the gold winner is Andekhi, nominated by Applause Entertainment. For the category Popular Awards Best Story for a Web Series in the genre Drama, the gold winner is Kafir, nominated by Z5. For the category Popular Awards Best Story for a Web Series in the genre Political Drama, the gold winner is Modi, Journey of a Common Man, nominated by Eros Now. For the category Content Drama Web Series in the genre Crime Drama Anthology, the gold winner is Kashmakash, nominated by Hangama Digital. For the category Content Drama Web Series in the genre Heartland Coming of Age, The gold winner is Ras Bhari, nominated by Applause Entertainment. For the category Most Popular Web Series in Malayalam, the gold winner is Menaka, a Manorama Max original, nominated by MMTV. For the category Most Popular Web Series in the genre drama, the gold winner is Kafir, nominated by Z5. Once again, attendees, I'd like you all to share your love and appreciation on Twitter and congratulate the winners for the ScreenXX Awards. And you can tag @AdGully and ScreenXX 2020. Moving on, for the category Most Popular Web Series in Tamil, the gold winner is Queen, nominated by MX Player. For the category Most Popular Web Series in the genre Heartland Coming of Age, the gold winner is Ras Bhari, nominated by Applause Entertainment. For the category Music Video, the winner is Yarder Shonge, the festive song, nominated by Hangama Digital. For the category Music Video in Bengali Language, the winner is Ekla Cholo Re, nominated by SVF Brands. For the category for the most popular Jodi in a web originals in the genre romantic drama, the winners are Vikrant Massey and Harleen Sethi as Veer and Samira, nominated by Alt Balaji. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we ventured into a new category. Before I announce the winners, I'd like you to take this time out and congratulate the winners for most popular web series and music video on Twitter. Popular actor female in a negative role, psychological thriller, goes to Hina Khan in Damage 2, nominated by Hangama Digital. Hina has won gold. The popular actor female in a negative role for drama, the gold goes to Sandhya Mridul in Mentalhood, nominated by Alt Balaji. The popular actor female in a supporting role for crime drama goes to Parul Gulati, appearing in Your Honor, nominated by Applause Entertainment. Parul has won gold. Popular actor female in a supporting role drama. The gold winner is Shilpa Shukla in Mentalhood, nominated by Alt Balaji. Popular actor male in a negative role for the genre psychological thriller. The gold goes to Adhyayan Suman, appearing in Damage 2, nominated by Hangama Digital. Popular actor male in a negative role in Heartland crime drama goes to Abhimanyu Singh, appearing in Bhokal, nominated by Applause Entertainment. Abhimanyu is the gold winner. Popular actor male in a supporting role crime drama. The gold winner is Varun Badola, appearing in Your Honor, nominated by Applause Entertainment. And ladies and gentlemen, the last popular actor male in a supporting role Drama. The gold winner is Ashish Vidyarthi, Mission Over Mars, nominated by Alt Balaji. Now, I would like to move on to the subject of our next discussion. And this is something like our previous discussion, it's a trend that both resonates with the youth and is being driven by the youth around the world. And I would like to call upon Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO at Gali, to welcome our esteemed speakers. Please take the screen.
Good afternoon. Hi. Hello, everybody. Are you all in? Is Mr. Katyal in?
Not yet, ma'am. He's just joining. Just check it.
Thank you, Ashwini. Thank you, Rohit. Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Rohit. Hi, thank you for
Hi,
having
hi,
me.
Ashwini. Hi. We
Hi.
haven't met.
Yeah.
Good to meet now. That's the only way it can be. You're on mute, Vijay.
Sorry.
Still on mute.
Vijay, you're on mute.
Masaba. I think it was great.
Thank you. I just heard Masaba. The earlier thing
Yeah,
was on
ma'am,
mute.
request you
were
to
mute.
repeat the introductions because you were muted for the first time. Yeah.
Am I muted still?
No,
Now
now
we
you
can hear
are
you.
audible.
I'm just waiting for Mr. Katyal. So there's no point if I start the introduction and then he kind of joins in. Rohit, how have you been? What's happening at your end? Work from home?
Yeah, largely work from home. So,
Yeah.
And a lot of work from home. So that's the interesting part of it. There's, while the business has challenges in terms of revenue, but the work is multiplied, several times. So that's a bit of a imbalance, really.
Ashwini, what about you?
For me, because I can't shoot, it's only ideation time. So, but I am planning to shoot from November now. So let's hope it works.
So was work stalled?
But TV has started. TV has
TV has
started. All the dailies have started. Yeah.
So
movies are going to start.
Okay. You're not shooting anything at
OTT
this
is
point of time?
not as of now, but November is something we're planning. Yeah.
But do you think there are challenges in terms of the shooting bit? Or it's just...
Especially for dailies, if you see, because dailies are all done on one set. We put up a massive set and then everyone shoots their day in and day out. So I feel the danger lies more in daily soaps because, if somebody's tested positive, then the whole set has to be kind of sanitized and the break and everything happens. But on OTT, you're shooting in different locations. So let's say if a crew member gets is tested positive, you can always move it the next day to some other location. So I think OTT is still safer. Yeah.
Did you kind of shoot in between this entire COVID time? Did you shoot? Sorry.
No, I haven't. Yeah.
Ma'am, we can make the introductions and begin this discussion, and Mr. Tarun Katyal
will join. All right, sure.
Okay, okay. I'll do the introduction bit. I'll do
Oh,
Good
So, ma'am,
afternoon.
Katya sir just has joined. He just joined.
Okay, okay. So good afternoon, everyone again. A warm welcome, panelists. Our panel today is on emergence of purposeful content. The fireside chat will take a look at what makes for standout storytelling under the current circumstances. What makes for purposeful and relevant content among viewers who are still struggling to come to terms with the COVID disruptions. What should content creators do to pave digital paths for new age storytelling? To share insights on the same, we have Ms. Ashwini Yardi, producer,
right.
Mr. Tarun Katia, CEO Z5, Mr. Rohit Ori, CEO FCB India, who will be session chair. Thank you, panelists, for gracing ScreenXX 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having
Thank
me.
you,
Over to
Pooja.
you.
Thank
Yeah.
you for having us.
Hey, hi, Tarun. We didn't
Hi,
get to say
Rohit.
hi
How are you doing?
because I suppose you were having some trouble logging in, right?
No, I didn't have this specific link, but yeah, so apologies.
Okay, so guys, let's just dive in. We have 30 minutes, and we just figure out how we're going to. There are lots of questions actually that the editorial team has, as well as I've actually added some bits of those questions. So the what we are supposed to discuss is really purposeful content, and I thought it'd be a great idea to actually first talk about purposeful viewing. And many years back when I was much younger, and we were shooting this ad film with Rani Mukherjee, and I read out the script to her, and I told her, I said, and she said it's a wonderful script. So I said, but Rani, we have to run it past consumers. We're doing some research, and then when we come back, we'll come back to you with the revised script if there are any changes on what consumers want. And she looked at me and she started laughing. So I said, what happened? She said, consumer ka kaam kya hai? Consumer ka kaam hai taali bajana. Hum banate hain content, right? So from that context of that the viewer's only role is really to clap, to the current world that we are living in, where it's a golden age of viewership, and the power is really and truly in the hands of the viewers who decide what to watch, when to watch, and where to watch it. So in this new dynamic, how are you looking at content creation? What are the challenges that you're facing? So Ashwini, Tarun, feel free. Anyone wants to jump in and talk about
Ashwini
it?
first, always.
Oh, no. I have very strong opinion on this one. Especially, I feel the viewers are they say content's the king, but I feel the viewer is the king's father who decides whether he can be the king. So basically, for example, like you said about the commercial, and you all did research, and Rani felt it was not important. I had another point. I did research. I made a film called OMG, Oh My God. And I did some research. Having just moved to the film world from corporate, I had the research sense that time. After staying in the movie industry for a little longer, I lost that sense of research. But when I just moved in from corporate, I was like, oh, let's do research. Let me see who my target audience was, blah, blah, blah. Nobody understood in the film world, neither the actors nor the directors thought I was crazy doing all that. But a very relevant point came out for OMG, Oh My God. And that was when I read out the script to who I thought the TG was. They loved the script and they said, oh, it all works very well. It gets us thinking. But since you've shown Krishna in regular, Lord Krishna in regular clothes, in jeans and a t-shirt, at the end of the film, we are all going to feel, was that really Lord Krishna? Because we are used to seeing him, in the way mythology we show with the pitambri or, the jewelry and the crown. So we'll always come out of the theater wondering if that was really Lord Krishna. Was that, the character Kanji's sense of like a figment of his imagination? And that got me thinking. I have changed the scene overnight only because the research, the audience told me this point. And if you see, there's a scene where Akshay Kumar, who plays Lord Krishna, comes in the actual Krishna avatar as we know it through our years. And if that hadn't been there, I'm not sure the masses would have connected as much, or maybe all these questions would have come out. So I feel, sort of doing a little bit of research for any content that you feel is slightly different or risky, I'm all for giving it to the audience to kind of for feedback. So yeah.
So, right. So Rahul, sorry, Rohit, what's your real question? What is it that you want us to dwell on? Is
No,
it
so
that
basically what the question I was asking was, in this whole new context of, how consumers are actually the king now, and they decide what content they want to watch, where they want to watch it, and how they want to watch it. So how do you actually look at the whole process of thinking about content that will connect with these consumers? Because it's not so much about, so you have an interesting piece or interesting content that you have. Do you do a lot of research to understand what consumers actually want before you create content for them?
so? Really, there are two aspects to it. One, what you're seeing in the external world, right? The environment gets you a lot of cues about what the general consumer is going through. And I can talk to you about COVID, right? When COVID started, everybody thought it was going to be a short-lived phenomenon.
Yeah.
By April and May, we realized that this wasn't getting over as quickly as we thought, and that it's going to be a long, drawn-out affair. The one thing we realized that the users needed at that point in time, from the general environment that everybody was facing, was to be inspired, encouraged, uplifted, and feel positive and good and hopeful about life. And that wasn't a consumer research that we did, but that was clear insights that we could get from all the environment that you were around. You see what news was going around. You knew how people were reacting. You knew how the migrants were going through so much pain. You knew how there were lots of job losses and generally an uncertainty about the future of the world and everybody, right from you as an individual to your family unit to the society at large. And we decided that we wanted to do uplifting content that was going to give people hope, that was going to showcase how people have gone through tough circumstances. And we looked for content like that. Now, we couldn't have made it at that time, but we looked for content like that. And we acquired about 4 or 5 such films they were very small films, but had a very strong message. So it was Chintu Ka Birthday, Pariksha, there was Meer Aksam, there was Atkan Chatkan, and there were a couple of others. And I can tell you what they did for us. We have never seen the level of consumption. And that wasn't at the start of the pandemic. The start of the pandemic was that people didn't have internet option. They were watching it. This was in July, August, September, where people were starting to make some very definitive choices about the content and the platform and all that. But because the content resonated with the central theme of hope, of the central theme of upliftment, the central theme that you can overcome the problems that you're facing, it did wonderfully for us. Beyond that, obviously, we do the classic, we do neuro research, now we do ethnographic research. We do so much research that we don't know why we do so much. We do research of that order. So, we have data teams. So we have first-hand research. We have taste clusters that are coming up because on a digital platform also
Audio pilots.
Audio pilots. Oh, they've asked you to make one soon?
Yes. I'm looking for a good voice in this pandemic.
He has to submit one next week, I think.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think we do all of that, but I think just to understand the environment we're living in is very important. Then the second level, I don't want to get into how digital platforms have so much data and then how we do machine learning, clustering and understanding taste clusters and building content and understanding unified, values and attributes to that content. All of that apart, I think just understanding human nature is very, very important.
Yeah. So tell me, Tarun, this is for you. I mean, Z5 really grew 200% during the lockdown. So what are your key learnings about content viewership during this period? Apart from what you just said about, the feel of the content and what the content was delivering.
So I think, the mix of content has also considerably changed. At one point in time, we used to do stuff only with large budgets, big faces, so on and so forth, right? And that was like the formulaic stuff. you would do some large movie acquisitions and you would do some large originals. I think over the last 6 months, people have started to value content much more. I think just the lack of entertainment options, people have realized that they always don't need a great, big actor to be able to pull a show off, or a big, larger than life execution. You see examples of on our platform, we did a show called Lal Bazaar. And it was a very simple show, a cop show that was being done in Bengal. We had already made it. We got, we marketed it well. We got Ajay Devgan to actually become the brand ambassador for that show to just get it visibility. But it got so much completion rate, even without any big face. The biggest face was Sabyasachi, who's an old actor out of, the Bengal industry. But because people have started to value content, even if you look at Patal Lok on Amazon, right? It had no faces. It was a complete sleeper hit. So people have appreciating concept over cast. People have started
even Panchayat, I feel. Panchayat was so lovely.
Panchayat was a fantastic
It reminded me of Malgudi days kind of a feel to it.
Correct. So just storytelling over, big production values. We've done some very good smart movies that were not really larger than life, but had a very strong sense of, purpose. And that worked very well. So I think the diversity of content, the choices that people are making is very different than it was about a year ago.
Yeah, so, I tend to agree. Sorry, Rohit, just to kind of say, what happened with me was, so me as a person consuming content, I was watching, everything that was talked about or people told me to watch. And, that went on for the first few months of the pandemic. After which my mental state was so this that I've started watching shows which I got embarrassed to even tell people. I was watching this Australian reality show called Yummy Mummies, which was so silly. And it was so silly that I couldn't even tell people I'm watching it. But the fact is I binge watched, like I think there were 2 or 3 seasons. I have binge watched Yummy Mummies, okay, which absolutely, but I felt happy seeing it. Was like a voyeuristic pleasure that I got laughing at the lives of others, and just felt like I was in a better space because they were so in my head silly. But I actually wouldn't have consumed this concept, this whole concept, had it not been the pandemic. So I'm just saying, even the choices kind of changed. While we aim for good stories and all, there was some of us at some point in this whole lockdown thought that forget all good quality, also let's also watch the bad quality and feel good about ourselves. So it was a different thing that I learned in the lockdown.
Yeah, I know. I was following Seema Tapadia with great
yes, I watched that as well.
Yeah. So I didn't tell my wife I was watching it for the first couple of episodes, and then she came and she said, "What is this shit you're watching?" And then she sat down and started watching it. She said, it's actually very funny. It was, and we enjoyed it thoroughly.
Yes. I actually got personal. I actually started calling her Seema Mami in my head.
So let's just talk about purposeful content for a second. So Ashwini, you're passionate about, women's stories and issues, that are not mainstream, but mainstreaming them, making, the underdog, the winner in many ways. And, Tarun, you spoke about skilling and uplifting stories and series. So, why do you think, and do you think this whole purposeful content is something that really sells now, and viewers are actually actively seeking that out?
So I think purposeful content always sold. It wasn't scaled up until about, I think, even about last 2 to 3 years. Even Oh My God was a good example of purposeful content. And I think there are some actors who do a lot of it and have been doing it quite well. But everybody thought that you needed a good actor to be able to do, or a big actor to be able to do purposeful content. Akshay is a good example of, Toilet and Padman and everything else, which was very, very purposeful. And then came Ayushmann. I think he did some very thought-provoking stories. He chose his stories very well, whether you take Vicky Donor or you take Shubhankar Sagdan and, and Dream Girl and so on and so forth. He dealt with very real issues. But I think digital had a great opportunity because it didn't have pressures of the box office. It had a great opportunity to be able to do purposeful storytelling. And I think I can talk about ourselves, but I can also talk about some of the others. in the business who've done have taken some very good steps about creating content like that. So the first show that we did, which was a large show by our standards, was a show called Rangbaz, right? And it was about, everybody said that it was a crime thriller show. It wasn't about that. It was a very simple show about how youth of the country get corrupted by politicians and get pushed into crime to be able to serve their own purpose, right? And that sense worked so well for us because we've now done 2 seasons, we're coming up with the third, that people can relate to what happens in our country and how generations and generations get corrupted because they really don't know what good for bad is. And some of the youth in the heartland actually get utilized for their own purposes by the politicians at large, right? And that was the purpose of that story, and that's what resonated. It wasn't about a biopic about a big drug lord or a crime lord or so on and so forth. So we always try to find the purpose within the story rather than just the story itself. And we've done that over a period of time. We did another show called Kafir. We got a lot of backlash from a lot of people. It was a story of, it was actually a human story about a girl who comes from Pakistan, crosses the border by mistake, played by Dia Mirza, gets raped in a prison in India, and now has a daughter. The daughter is Indian and she's Pakistani. When she wants to go back to Pakistan, she can't take the daughter back with her, and she can't stay here because she's Pakistani. And how an Indian lawyer then takes upon the battle and the crusade and gets her across the border and makes it happen. And it was a real human story. It wasn't about India, Pakistan. This wasn't about telling the world on how bad our neighbors were and how we were at war with each other. These human ethos, which are higher than just daily purpose of life, actually give you a sense of thinking, a sense of perspective, and that's what we look to do in stories.
Ashwini?
My recent example was Masaba on Netflix. So basically, I try to create a new genre where you had the person playing himself or herself. In this case, Masaba and Neena Gupta. But I believe I think 10, 15 years back, Neena ji had told Masaba that, with your looks, your unconventional look, and you being a Caribbean Indian face, you'll never be able to play a protagonist, at least on Indian screen. I'm saying it took 15 years, but it did happen. Today, Masaba is the protagonist of a show that has a name not once, but twice. So, things have definitely changed. You have a Black woman with Black features playing a protagonist in an Indian show. I think that's fabulous. And, the very fact that I was allowed to do this is fantastic. And we've come a long way. So I feel that's
kept telling me for life कि मैंने मसाबा को बोल दिया वो एक्टर नहीं बन सकती पता नहीं क्यों कोशिश
करती रहती है. She kept saying no, and then she said, but it happened. So, and it only happened because of OTT platforms. I don't see that could have happened on cinemas or on like a daily soap or something, So I think OTT platforms give you that. I also saw one. I haven't seen the movie, but I believe there's a whole movie on East Indians, from I think from Shillong and stuff like. I'm not sure
I've seen which
part state, Meghalaya or one of those
Meghalaya.
ones. A lovely one, story. And everybody's asked me to watch it. I'm going to watch it, but I just find that so amazing and interesting that we are able. Even Priyanka actually did Assamese film, and there are so many talented people I know in the Assamese industry who can come now and make, for the OTT, can come and their stories are able to reach global platforms, globally. So I think that's wonderful. So I think it's great for all kinds of storytelling.
So just building on that, Ashwini, the thing that, I've watched Masaba, and I really loved it. I thought it was great. But I think, at the heart of what made it work, in my opinion, was the authenticity of it, right? There was a real relationship between a mom and a daughter, with its warts, with its problems that you were seeing. So do you think as Vijay was talking about this new age storytelling, is the new age storytelling all about being authentic?
It most certainly is, because the viewers who are watching or consuming OTT platforms are also the ones exposed to social media, and especially Instagram and Twitter. So they know the fake. You can call out a fake. You know when a person's using filters. You know when a person is tweeting for the sake of perception and not really who he or she is. You know all that. So you don't want to come and watch a story to see another fake thing. You know what I mean? So in Masaba, we didn't hide quite a bit. I mean, there was some, we had certain limits. There were some things that Nina and Masaba had told us. There are some issues that we don't want to talk about. The rest you can show whatever you want. And I thought there were these really fabulous women who let us do what we wanted. So we have shown, in fact, some of them have said you've actually not covered Masaba's face and you can see scars and pimples. And I'm saying, but that's the way how she is. You know, she's not somebody who will hide the flaws. So why not show it? I could have easily covered it, you know, digitally or, you know, cleared it in DI and stuff, but we didn't because we wanted to show real women and real issues. She didn't hide the divorce. She didn't hide the issues that she had to face after the divorce. So, you know, you're breaking taboos in a certain way of single women, living, working women, and of different ageism. Meena ji's ageism, that whole video, Auntie Kisko Bola, it was fighting ageism. That's what we all face. So, yeah.
Yeah. So moving on, I think the other question, you know, we just have 3 minutes. So I just thought I'd ask you this one question, which is, you know, very high on something that I've been observing. You know, there are influencer groups and influencers, right? Who actually have followers who, you know, and they basically say, watch this or don't watch this. And I think, Ashwini, you also just mentioned it, that I asked around, or you ask around people and you ask and figure out what you want to watch.
But
you know,
for me, the influencers are WhatsApp groups because these are the real
absolutely.
ones.
So
because
WhatsApp
influencers
groups,
now, everybody, at least people from the media and people like us who know it all, know that they get paid for it. So I am not going to, you know, and most people around this, the youth know that they get paid for putting up a tweet or putting up a Insta post. So I would rather go with what word of mouth or what people are saying in WhatsApp groups than go with the influencers.
Actually,
that's at least us.
Social is so strong, it's not funny, right?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, this example happened to me just 2 days ago. We had our final episodes of a show called Abhay Vido. It was in its second season. It's an amazing show, dropping it, right? And we knew we couldn't drop it in time. It reminded me of my TV days. But and actually knows exactly what I'm talking about. It felt like one of the Balaji shows not landing in time.
Cathay Pacific flight,
Correct, right? So, but because we had some COVID situations on the set towards the last few episodes and all that, and anyway, because of the COVID situation, we released the show in batches, right? We'd released the first 3, then the next 3, and the last 3. And my creative lead called my programming head, who then called me and said that show is not coming on the 29th. We've announced it a long while ago, but hone wala nahi hai. So I said, what are we going to do? So we said, okay, we're going to announce it that we're going to launch it only at 9 o'clock in the night. So all social went out saying the final finale drops in at 9 in the night. Now, episode 6 and 7 dropped in at 9 o'clock, but 8 was the bigger episode. The climax episode took longer. And by about 11 o'clock, the world was waiting and had already watched 6 and 7, started trolling me, started trolling the brand, started trolling everybody. So we also thought we were smart. So we got a social agency to be responding saying, Abhay is going to be pissed. He's giving you the climax in half an hour, in 1 hour. And then people thought that this was not going anywhere. So the trolls started to get worse. Right? And at 1 o'clock in the night, and then I called everybody. I said, listen, where is the episode? They said, it's still transcoding. I said, have you seen Instagram? Have you seen Twitter? We're not transcoding. This is now gotten out of hand. They said, but we don't have the episode. We can't. But that is the truth. If the show works and if people like it, you don't have to pay any influencer.
This is a genuine viewers, and so that's
people wrote.
That's what we really should.
Correct. And people wrote saying we have to go to work tomorrow morning. Do you understand?
So
C5. You have to give us the episode now. But
But you know, Tarun, just to add to that, what's the? I mean, how do you manage and navigate this? You know, this constant, and there is an instant evaluation, right? So you drop a series and within a few minutes, somebody will say it's crap. Now that person may think it's crap, but I mean, and lots of his, and I'm not talking about influencers, I'm talking about in WhatsApp groups or in Facebook groups, people are saying, oh, this is not nice. I didn't like it. I just watched a few minutes and then,
the good thing is, Rohit, that people are also getting mature, right? I may tell Ashwini that I didn't like it, but she will definitely have her own view because she would have watched it. It isn't as it used to be because I think the digital audiences over a period of time have a mind of their own and don't get swayed like that. I watch a lot of shows that my wife doesn't like, right? And Ashwini was my wife too. So she can know that our tastes are very, very different, right? And so it's okay. You don't have to like something that somebody else likes. And that is the whole thing about diversity and taste clusters and giving the empowerment to the users to make their own call, right? And we work with 69 such taste clusters, which are very, very rigid. That people who like X kind of shows don't like the Y kind of shows, don't even cross over at all. And that is the reality of OTT, that's the reality of video on demand.
Yeah, sounds good. So on a aside, Tarun, maybe we could talk about how we could look at using this data. It sounds really interesting for brands, right? So
so we've actually launched a self-serve platform, which we will now evangelize across the market, where we are allowing you to choose your users basis these taste clusters.
Oh,
fantastic!
Yeah,
great, super. So I think we are out of time. Vijay, are you going to come back in?
Hi, sir. It will be me.
Hi, Varun.
Hi, Varun.
Hi, Varun.
Right. So I'd just like to give thanks to our speakers for this session. And it was really wonderful to know that purposeful content is going to be the norm on digital platforms going forward. And I'd like to share my appreciation with the speakers who are investing in creating such timeless pieces of content for all of us to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next conversation is around the topic creative freedom, OTT crafting bolder narratives. We would like to welcome on screen our moderator, Munish Puri, founder and CEO, Rainbox Studios, a division of Rainshine Entertainment. Pooja Radhajaksha, content head, Eros Now. Shaurya Mohanty, Chief Operating Officer, Epic On. Gunjan Arya, CEO, Only Much Louder. Isaac M. John, Director, Digital Business and Partnerships, Discovery India. Binda Day, Head of Marketing, Red Chillies Entertainment. And Abhimanyu Singh, producer and founder of Contillo Pictures. I believe Abhimanyu sir is yet to join us, but we'll move on with the panel.
I'm here.
Oh, all right. Good to see you, sir. Sorry. I'll leave the stage to you then.
Thanks, Varun. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to SCREENXX 2020, Creative Freedom, OTT Crafting Bolder Narratives. That's the topic today. We at Rainshine Entertainment are glad to be here. Welcome all the panelists. We have some really sharp minds here. Just to give a prelude to the topic, on September 4th this year, the Digital Entertainment Committee of the Internet and Mobile Association of India, through its chair, Tarun Katyal, who just spoke, released the third code of self-regulation for online curated content providers. They're also referred to as OCCP. This was in consultation with a number of streaming companies, and it aimed to create a universal code, a regulation code for OCCPs. A total of 15 streaming networks, all the top networks, signed up, which included Disney plus Hotstar, Amazon Prime, Netflix, Eros Now, Z5, Discovery Plus, MX Player, and others. On the 14th of September, Sony Live and Lionsgate also joined the self-regulation code. There were two key differences between the second code and the third code, which was that the 9-member Digital Content Complaints Council was to be replaced with a 3-member advisory council. And there was an elimination of the stringent prohibitive content list, in the third code.
On September 22nd, we've reliably learned through a press report that the INB ministry in India had expressed concerns even on the third proposed code. And they had 3 points that they made. The first was that the self-regulatory mechanism lacked independent third-party monitoring. It did not have a well-defined code of ethics, and it did not clearly spell out the prohibitive content list. Now, with this background as information, I'm going to bring in each of the panelists. Given that there's been a tenfold growth in online content over the recent years, and with a view to allow streaming platforms and content producers to express their views around self-regulation, we have Ad Gully, who's brought together a bunch of people, as we've said. So without further ado, let's actually get into the first panelist here who I'd like to sort of engage with, which is Pooja of Eros Now. She heads content for Eros Now and has been someone who's had deep digital experience. So Pooja, tell us a bit about your views on the topic, as well as can you give us some live examples of content that you've produced that has gone through the self-regulation route, as well as, how was that journey?
So hi everyone. We've just recently launched Flesh, and we've also launched a film Halahal. So on specifically on this topic and on self-regulation, I think we believe that there are some, like for example, the show was based on human trafficking and sex trafficking, and that's something which is like a social crime. And we had to tell the story the way it was. But of course, we were responsible about it, and we exercised self-restraint and regulation in how we wanted to tell the story. But because of the theme of the show, the way it was, it came across. We had to put it out in a particular way, so as to even raise awareness on the issue, because most people are not even aware, and it's not even talked about. That's human trafficking is so prevalent in our country. So in that sense, what we put out on the show was, keeping the self-regulation and with a lot of responsibility in mind, and the way we put it out was really about talking about the issue at hand at large.
And did you face any, just out of curiosity, did you face any backlash, or was there any engagement that happened post the the series release on Eros Now?
No, actually, we were very appreciated. I think we didn't get any backlash, so to speak. People appreciated, and it made them aware. We had a lot of positive sentiment around the show, and people spoke about it well. And it's also people are so vulnerable, and the human trafficking is so prevalent that seeing it right up front, I think we got a lot of positive feedback on the show.
Okay, that's great to know. And
so in that sense,
Halahal also the same. Halahal also, you've had the same sort of.
Yes, Halahal also was based on a medical scam, education scam. It was a digital film that was based on the education scam, and of course that was prevalent. It was loosely based on one of the scams that happened a few years back, and we picked up that movie because we wanted to talk about what's really happening around us. At the same time, entertain people, tell them that this is what has happened, and this is how you can, you can fight it as well. So I think we also showed the other side of the stories in both the cases, whether it was Flesh or even Halahal, as to how the cops and the good people and the, really fight it and risk their lives to sort of combat this evil. So in that sense, it was the good versus evil, but the fact remains that all of this is happening around us, and we rather put it out and talk about it than hide it under the carpet.
No, that's really interesting, and I think these are stories that need to be told. So that's great to see you do that. Just going from you, Pooja, onto Abhimanyu Singh of Contelo Pictures, who's been sort of a pioneer in the M&E industry. Abhimanyu, you did a show on Z5 called State of Siege, which was on 26/11 and was adapted from Sandeep's book, The Black Tornado. And you've also done a lot of Mytho content. Do you feel, having been in the industry for a very long time, have you seen a significant change with the freedom that OTT players have got? And do you cherish that freedom currently? And your views on the self-regulation side too would be great. We can't hear. I think you're on mute. Abhimanyu, are you on mute? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Munish, for the lovely introduction. I believe that television per se in India has been very well self-regulated. And this is for a number of years when, we moved from making cinema to, telling a lot of stories on television. Self-regulation was very well put together by IBF as well as the government. And it's the way forward. There are many reasons for this. The largest one being the fact that we need to be able to create a certain amount of content that is put out there at a certain speed. And that's not possible if you get into full-time regulation, apart from the fact that, freedom of speech is the foundation of any democracy. And I think, when we went about making State of Siege, there were, if we wanted to tell the story the way, it played out, there were a lot of faults within the Indian system that needed to be highlighted to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. Yeah. Some of these would have not been possible if these were regulated very strongly by the government. And I think this is where the digital space, the digital storytelling space gives a great platform to storytellers across the length and breadth of the world. The very fact that you can tell stories the way you want to tell them and leave it to the viewer's choice to accept it or reject it, or there being parental guidance to ensure that certain adult content is not watched by children. These are all tectonic shifts that have already happened, and I think it is essential to as storytellers for us to be empowered rather than us being closely monitored and regulated, because that, according to me, would really compromise our storytelling capabilities. And I think that becomes the genesis of this whole debate, that how do you regulate content where as we move forward, stories are becoming bolder and stories are becoming more truthful to the way they should be told.
Abhimanyu, so recently there's been a bit of debate on the defense side that because of a recent release on Netflix, there has been some concern, and there is word going around that we will need approvals from the government for any defense-related shows. I mean, I guess it's still being debated. Do you have any views on this?
See, I think if we go into that kind of approval system, it's going to be extremely difficult for content creators to create content. We've done a couple of shows on defense, and we've not had any issues, because what we've ensured is we've taken the experts on board. So when we did State of Siege,
so authenticity is what you've relied upon, and deep.
No, also these are very sensitive subjects. You need to create them with sensibilities and sensitivities. And I think what we did with the State of Siege, or whether it was Ikki Sarfarosh, which was on the Battle of Saragari, we got the industry experts, which were the guys from the military, and we had Colonel Sandeep Sen, who was actually in charge of the Khabad operation in the Mumbai 26/11 attack, and he was there to walk us through. Obviously, we had Sandeep's book. Sandeep Unnithan would have actually done in-depth, the research on the 26/11 attack. Yeah. But there were a lot of, things that needed to be highlighted, which were the shortcomings of our government, which were the shortcomings of, we were fighting with 303s. These are rifles that were fought, in the 19th century by the Indian British forces. This is what we were fighting in 2008 with. with guys who are coming with AK-47. So, these things, if as storytellers, we're not able to highlight and we're not able to showcase the fact that these things need to change. And this is just one aspect of it. The other aspect is obviously, from a military perspective, you have to be sensitive because these guys, they work selflessly in the interest of the nation, and obviously showcasing them in an incorrect light is not right, and therefore you need experts. So I think a broad framework like we have in broadcasting, which has been put in place, which is then followed by content creators and self-regulators, is I think the way forward.
Great, thanks, Abhimanyu. That's quite insightful. Just moving on to Isaac, John, who's with Discovery India and has done some amazing work within the digital field. You have an app that you've sort of launched. You have something called Kids Safe. You've got something called Universal Viewing, and you've actually adopted global best techniques in order to ensure that the audience that sort of views a particular piece of content can actually view it and is allowed and permitted to. You want to speak a bit about that, as well as a few shows that you've actually done, which have had any self-regulation abidement to them. You've done a lot of defense shows too. So yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Manish. So when we started looking at this problem even before the self-regulation code had come in, and part of it was primarily built of the fact that Discovery's presence in India has always been built on the back of families, parents trusting the word discovery, and sort of just. And I think one of the very early consumer insights we had was that no parent should feel like uncomfortable giving their phone to like a kid. So if you look at our launch, slate, it did not have any of the shows, that were even minutely sort of on the gray side, right? But I think as the self-regulation, kind of ethos took place within IMAI, and I think the IMAI has done a fabulous job in putting together something which is now serving as a common code. What we did is we basically did a fast follow release to our product, and our approach was basically how can we just sort of add a layer to the product which respects that code. So we have something called like an all access mode, and unlike any other OTT platform today, which if you open, you basically will just get to switch between profiles, right? And our default landing, irrespective of whatever your last viewing thing was, will always be kid safe. So if you really want to go to, let's say, like a all access mode, you actually have to go to the left-hand side of the menu, voluntarily go there, click there, set your PIN, couple of steps. Not a little, like we have made it difficult for people to actually access that. It's not as easy as just switching profiles and getting access. So that was our approach to getting that. On the shows, I can recall a few, like there is Love Island Australia, there is shows like Undressed, there is shows like Naked and Afraid, and all of them are actually behind this all access platform. So we sort of built on the consumer trust, layered it with like a fast follow on product, and now and I think the regulation now additionally states that you also need to call out 16 plus. So we will continue to actually have content which is not behind the all access, but we will just call it out with like a 16 plus kind of a badge. So that's been our approach in sort of working with this.
Very interesting. Okay. Let's bring in a very sharp marketing mind through Binda. Binda, you've recently worked on a show called Class of '83, which just got released. It'd be great to understand from you what really happened there, and what did you do in order to ensure that self-regulation sort of was implemented.
Thanks, Manish. So firstly, at Red Chillies, we strongly believe any content we make is something that can be viewed by the whole family together. But sometimes, of course, as storytellers, we want the freedom to tell different kind of stories, show different point of views. So for Class of '83 particularly, what had happened, because the timing was such, the film was shot a while back, but the film released about a month back, end of August. There was this whole thing about police brutality going around. And unfortunately, the story, of course, was set in 1980s, and it showed a certain era where, what was happening in the country. And it was a fictional take on what was happening at that time. So kind of it got connected in social media more because the conversation picked up around it. But what our stance and Netflix team did it very nicely actually was to show the trailer in a certain way where it was not about, or subsequent communication also around it, that it's not about glorifying police brutality. It's actually showing what happened and the upside and the downside of it. It's showing a point of view. And after some initial reactions, I think it died down. Once people watched the content, they were pretty, they took it on their stride. Um, so even in Red Series, during the time coming up, we are looking at different kind of stories to tell. Many times they are around very sensitive issues. So we have a moral obligation as a content producer, as a studio, to make content, not I mean and our content goes globally. So even we look at global standards in different markets, they have different kind of standards for content, especially going out to theater. So we look at how much is required to tell a story authentically. If you're telling a certain story, you have to show certain things in a certain way. But every time, at the level of a producer, at the level of a writer, at the level of a director, and even actor, we have to take a conscious call of how much is required for making it authentic, and where is it where we are trying to just sensationalize a type of content.
Binda, that's an amazing point, because I think that's the onus on us as content producers or creators, that, is the natural fabric of the story requiring, a certain scene to be included. And then, as all the panelists have said so far, and in fact, I want to quote Tarun, maybe it's a good time to quote him, but he says creative freedom, Tarun Katyal that is, creative freedom should be utilized to build a better society and a progressive mindset, while being mindful of the applicable laws and the sensitivities. I don't think you could say it any better, because if the natural fabric of the story, as Abhimanyu was saying, certain things need to be told, or in Pooja's case, the kind of stuff that she's done, which is critical to be told. If it's requiring it, it should happen. Just moving on to Shaurya, yourself, who's at Epicon, and again, you've got very diversified content. You're doing a whole host of things. Why don't you tell us a bit about what you feel about this issue, and if you have any examples of what you did if and when you faced any backlash or any intervention.
Thanks, Manish, for the intro. I think Epicon as an OTT platform has emanated from the broadcasting, the product which is the Epic TV, and as a network, our genesis is from the broadcasting. So definitely the censorship and MIB SOPs are applicable anyway on the linear TV. So therefore, on the OTT itself, we have taken a lot of caution in terms of what kind of content should go, and keeping the natural fabric of the content and the basic, how the user is going to sort of accept the content. We take both the things into account. And for the original also, we spent a lot of time in the writer's room in developing and doing a research. So we created 2 seasons of Regiment Diaries, which is based on army on various regiments. So around 8 regiments have been there, and these are like 30-minute webisodes, and they have been taken very nicely by our audience, saying that okay, there are a lot of intricacies in army and we are not aware of that. So that was taken with a lot of it was accepted with a lot of gusto and pride. So we spent a lot of time in terms of developing a story, and when we develop a story with the filmmakers and writers, we also take into account the sensitivities of the culture. Currently, OTT, not only in India, it goes global, but we also have to decide what is the Lakshman Rekha that we need to sort of respect, and that keeps us within the S&P SOPs, and as well as the lot amount of self-regulation that we do at our end. So right from the production to the uploading on the.
Yeah, that's an amazing point. So just on the defense shows that you did you have to go back and seek permission, or did you actually sort of again just get on experts like Abhimanyu did?
Yes. So we basically follow a very sequential process, a very, very thorough process of going by the permissions to onboarding a subject matter expert, and then getting into the writer's room and then developing the story. So it took some time, but yes, we went the right way, and then we got into the veracity of each of the regiments that we are showcasing, and we took utmost amount of care in terms of keeping everybody in the fold. So be it the sensitivities of the defense system, be it the sensitivities of our civilians, and as well as the people who are sort of viewing the content. So we took as a 360-degree approach, and then obviously the show did really well, and it's still streaming in different corners of the globe. I think this is a very good learning, and some of the great people were involved in terms of developing that. So that's one part. The second part is that while we have been factual and non-fiction in most of our content, we are also sort of expanding to fiction content. But yes, again, in fiction content, we take utmost care in terms of what kind of storytelling we should adopt, and whether it is biographies or whether it is a war movie or it's a drama or a rom-com. We sort of define our SOPs, what is do's and what is don'ts. And right from the word go of streaming, we imbibe all of this naturally.
Sure,
So whether
sure,
there's
that's
a
great. I mean,
censorship or not.
I think that's really good to hear. Just because of the lack of time, I'm sorry to intervene, but basically we have about 10 minutes left. I want to just get into into Gunjan's mind, because she's the CEO of OML, and she's been doing some amazing stuff. She's worked with a bunch of creators. It'd be great to understand from you, Gunjan, what do you really feel? And sure, we're going to come back to you for you to finish your point if you had any, but I just want to give all the panelists a chance, because we're a larger panel than the normal panel. So excuse me for intervening. My apologies. Go ahead, Gunjan.
Thanks, Manish. Sorry about that, Shaurya. So we're obviously going to speak from the side of the creator. There's never been a better time. We're able to tell the stories, and very narrowly focused niche stories that we wouldn't have opportunities to tell if the OTT boom hadn't happened. And this is purely on the back of the fact that there aren't the same kind of box office pressures or your primetime television viewing. And that's actually precisely for the same reason I believe that the rules that apply to broadcast media can't necessarily apply to OTT, which is almost narrowcast media, because you're literally allowing audiences to pick what they want to watch. And to Isaac's point, users are being able to define what they're okay with and what they're not okay with, which is what sort of widens the scope for us as storytellers. All censorship at the end of the day it's a form of negotiation, and that's what every creative decision is as well. When you're deciding to tell the stories that you are and the scenes that you're picking. So what Binda mentioned, the purpose and the value that creative brings is that we get a chance to explore values and mores. And we want the opportunity to do that, but obviously within the guardrails of what we believe needs to be upheld as a society. There's always going to be two aspects to censorship, or I guess consequences. One is your, very derivative sort of consequence, which is when like a Rang De Basanti comes out, sorry, not my personal experience, but when Rang De Basanti came out and there was all the protests and the conversation around, hey, are our armed forces getting the support that they need? Because the film highlighted those issues. That is obviously a derivative consequence. And that's the kind of consequences we want, because that's what creative can do. It can expand the narrative and expand conversations that aren't happening right now.
So you feel essentially this is a great time for content creators. And just, Gunjan, I want to quote Shekhar Kapoor, of Bandit Queen and prolific filmmaker, with what he said, and it's along the lines of what you're saying, but he believes today creators have avenues to go even beyond streaming platforms. And he also believes that, creators should actually have the mind space to be able to, showcase their work with minimal interference from a streaming platform. So, just to summarize what you're saying, I think the point is that there hasn't been a better time than this for creators. Just if we can open it for Q&A, that'd be great. Before we do a wrap up, Bijoya.
Absolutely, you can take 5 minutes. Yes.
So is there any Q&A for us, or should we just continue the panel discussion and sort of call it out?
No, there are two questions. One question by an anonymous attendee is, there is a new set of audience that has emerged in the last year. How will one plan to encourage audience engagement with these new breeds with bold creatives? But I am not aware of what new breed of audience is there. So it's a little vague in that sense.
Okay, and what's the second question?
The next question is, while bold narratives look exciting, but how do we ensure that we have some self-regulation practices so no one crosses the lines?
Right. Okay. Does anyone want to take that? Abhimanyu, you want to come in for the second one? Because I think the first one's vague, I agree. So we can address the second question. So how do you regulate? I mean, so I guess it's got to do with the audiences out there. I mean, how do you believe to create content there?
So I think it's all Munish. Firstly, different stories need different strokes for different folks. You can't have like a particular kind of guideline for all content, but you need a broad framework. And I agree with the fact that there needs to be some kind of a broad framework. Otherwise, there will be some players that will be irresponsible to tell certain stories the way they shouldn't be told. However, I think that this is a time where there are, on television, we couldn't tell many of the stories. And now the digital space gives us that opportunity to do that. And the way, if a certain story requires a certain narrative or a certain editorial take, then that must be the case. And that must be something that should be seen through. And no regulation should put a stop to that. However, we should be mindful, like there are, I read the white paper that has been proposed to the government, and there are certain points which ensure that you have to be sensitive towards showing children in a certain way, or sensitive towards the national agendas and and nationality and the Indian the Indian ethos, which is fine. I've done so much mythology, single problem in so many years, and that's what it is. I mean,
produced incredible content, Abhimanyu. You have. So I mean, clearly, I think with what you're saying is actually true. I think Tarun Katyal and team have done an amazing job in putting together a white paper that is quite well positioned. I think the government, will also give it a hearing for sure. There have been initial reactions, but I think there will eventually. We at Rainshine believe there will be a level playing field even for OTT. No one's given preference completely over another platform. But with that said, the creative freedom will, hopefully exist. So, I think if we can conclude, unless someone had a point that they wanted to make, which I've not been able to cover, unfortunately due to a lack of time, I'm happy to have them speak about it, any of the panelists. Otherwise, I'm just going to wrap it up, for now.
I just wanted to add one thing. As content creators, we have to take the responsibility on the content we are putting out. And today, a little bit of taking a step back, smart writing, editing, sound designing, the way you picturize a shot, you can say so much without showing too much. And that's a conscious call, and working a little bit more harder, is so important for us. And we are all running from one project to another, but sometimes we just need to step back and do that bit.
Binda, I'm going to just talk about Patal Lok, which was spoken about by Tarun, and it's great that you bring that up because it's one of my favorite shows. But one of the things I did see in there, and we did have a discussion when we were planning this session, and you were part of it, that there was one particular scene which one could have done in a slightly different way, and still the impact would have been the same. I think it's a great way to maybe end this session. But I think, again, every creator will have their own way of storytelling, but it's been an amazing and insightful session. I'm sorry because of the lack of time, but great having all of you. And on to our next, and let's create incredible content going forward to entertain the world at large. Yeah, our time has come. Thank you, Ad Gully.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The variety of narratives on OTT is truly unmatched, and in my opinion, self-regulation is the way forward for freer and authentic narratives, which you all are part of creating. And thank you. I'd like to announce that you are watching InMobi presents SCREENXX 2020 Summit and Awards, partner CommerceX and digital partner Pivot Roots, an initiative by AdGully. We are going to announce the next set of awards and winners for SCREENXX 2020 awards. Starting with the category Sector Specific Awards, genre, Scientific Fiction, Digital Sci-Fi Thriller. The gold winner is Aisha, My Virtual Girlfriend, Season 3, nominated by RA. For the category Scientific Fiction, genre, drama, the gold winner is Mission Over Mars, nominated by Alt Balaji. For the category Scientific Fiction in Telugu, the gold winner is Locked, nominated by AHA. For the category Best Integration of Branded Content in a Web Original, the gold winner is Densu X Cubic for the campaign Mutual Fund Sahi Hai. Sorry, nominated by Mutual Fund Sahi Hai. For the category Best Marketing Campaign by a Streaming Platform, the bronze winner is Woot Select, nominated by for the campaign Asur Welcome to Your Dark Side campaign. For the category Best Marketing Campaign by a Streaming Platform, the silver winner is Digi Osmosis for the campaign Z5 #Star in Bombers contest. For the category Best Marketing Campaign by a Streaming Platform, the gold winner is Woot for the campaign Big Boss #Asli Fans campaign. For the category Best Use of Social Media by a Brand, the bronze winner is Folk Media Group for the campaign Durgotsav. For the category Best Use of Social Media by a Brand, the joint silver winners are Alt Balaji for the campaign Capture the Hindi Heartland on Digital to Drive Platform Show Sampling, and Eros Now for Metro Park. For the category Best Use of Social Media by a Brand, the gold winner is Z Cinema for the campaign #Main Bhi Kesari. Attendees, I request you please show your appreciation and love to the winners of SCREENXX 2020 awards by tweeting to @Gully using the hashtag SCREENXX 2020 and also mentioning and tagging the winners. Our next discussion is a fireside chat on the topic Global Outlook, Local Strategy. Looking at global learnings and approach will always help us, but adapting to the local market and audience is a difficult challenge that creators face. A lot of research is done to ensure that you are meeting the consumer with the content that they wish to consume. And in our next conversation, we'd like to understand how you, with well-directed and focused strategy, you can enter local markets and deliver results. We would like to welcome on screen Mr. Raman Kalra, Entertainment, Media and Sports Advisory Leader, PwC India, in conversation with Mr. Rohit Jain, Managing Director, South Asia, Lionsgate. I give you the stage. Please carry on.
Thank you, Varun. Thank you so much for for having us on the panel, and a very good afternoon to all the audience and a very dear friend Rohit. Welcome, Rohit, to hopefully some exciting 30 minutes of discussion between us. Yeah.
Long time to chat, but I hope everybody who's listening to us, all our friends, they're all doing well. Their friends, family are all safe and healthy.
I think that's a terrific note to start, Rohit. I'm glad you brought it up. So for everybody's, as Varun already introduced, I lead the media, entertainment, and sports advisory practice for PwC Consulting in India. I have with me today Rohit. Rohit is the managing director for Lionsgate in South Asia. A veteran in media industry, had been leading Videocon D2H for a long time, and actually that was the time, Rohit, when I first got to know you more closer and we started talking. So I think very apt topic. Rohit, if I put it in this fashion, that Lionsgate made a quieter entry into the Indian market, very quietly, expanded its wings, in the nation. And people, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people on the call today might still not know that how much reach you have already generated, and how successful you are. So I think while Lionsgate is a young studio, as you guys like to call yourself. I think 97, founded in 97, a young Hollywood studio, a leading global content player. So there is a larger play which is coming out of it. You guys decided to enter into the Indian market almost about a year back. It's been a year now.
It's been
Yeah.
just
So you just finished a year, I think, in August. How would you sum up a good 1 year in the Indian market for Lionsgate? If we, on a starting note here.
No, at a starting note, I think just from a year gone by, couldn't be more happier. Like I said, we've gone on a slightly different trajectory compared to everybody else. I think while the world has always gone out B2C and then looked at collaborations and B2B, we've done the reverse. Uh, as a new entrant also in the Indian market from a brand point of view, not just OTT. It's allowed us to sort of settle into the market, understand the consumption patterns, sort of study various things, um, and while doing things in the parallel. So I think it's allowed us to sort of be a little more seamless into our entry into the market. And, so it's been a great year. We started uh, in August last year, exactly 14th of August, collaborating with Vodafone. And from there, we've gone strength to strength. We collaborated then with Airtel for their telco. We collaborated with Jio for fiber to home. We just went live with Airtel on their hybrid boxes. And more importantly, this 1 year has allowed us to understand the consumption patterns, the consumers, how they're taking it up. And we're going all out early November, early to mid November. We should go all out with a B2C.
Yeah, so I'll come to that. That's going to be a good discussion, and I'm sure a lot of people must be very keenly waiting to hear from you, and also look forward to it what you do in B2C. But before we jump on the B2C, Rohit, I think one, you are actually delivering experiences of a good solid Hollywood content to the Indian audience and dubbed in a lot of Indian languages. Like, for somebody to imagine watching Rambo in Bhojpuri, I could stop, I couldn't stop laughing in my own mind that, what would Rambo be saying in Bhojpuri? So I think it could be a different experience altogether. And it is so important, a good, very successful global content being delivered to the taste of the local audiences in regional, really expanding the reach out of that. How has been this experience for you guys of multilingual Indian languages, expansion on the Hollywood content? Has that been taken very well by people?
Well, that's been phenomenal. I think we probably see a good 40-50% jump purely on account of our regional reach.
Very good.
In a market like India, and I ran pay TV before Lionsgate for 8-10 years. I think there are two things we've always sort of valued a lot. And one is just the importance of distribution in a market like India and the complexities of distribution and need to reach out to customer through multiple ways and means. And the second is relevance from a language point of view. And I think a lot of Indian audiences love the Hollywood, the large screen, your Rambos and, John Wicks of Hollywood.
La La Land, for example, yeah.
But I think what we sometimes confuse us to be from an English speaking country to English consuming country, right? We're an English speaking country, not necessarily an English consuming at a mass level, right?
That's a good statement, yeah.
And I think the moment you sort of dub it, and we've seen that across multiple languages, right? I think almost 30% of what today Hindi movie channels run are South Indian dub movies. There's probably another 20-25% that's dubbed from Hollywood. So we enjoy different cultures, different language, sort of different content. Just making it in your own language dub makes it a little more relevant and interesting for consumers to follow and watch.
I am honest about it. I'm actually keen to, for the sake of seeing how the experience is, I'm keen to watch Rambo in Bhojpuri once, and I will certainly
No,
watch
same
it
here.
once.
And we'll never know till we experiment, right? I think what's a no-brainer when we started, Raman, we started with the obvious Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Marathi, all of those. But we obviously want to continue to experiment and see what we may not know.
I know. So sticking on to content part of discussion, Rohit, right now, a good solid English Hollywood content delivered and consumed in English. The same content dubbed and delivered and consumed in multiple Indian languages, which we just spoke about. In the whole strategy for India, how do you see the need of locally produced local content, local storylines? Where does that feature in Lionsgate India plans? Does that come right on top, or not as much right now?
No, I think it's an important part. It's certainly an important part. We have an exciting slate of our original content that should come in the year one, but I think the way we look at it is slightly different. We're looking at it as great content at the end of the day, irrespective of language. And I think each platform probably looks at it a little differently, right? You look at today, probably somebody like a Netflix. The reality is more, people watch probably more English, or I'd say international languages, non-Indian languages there, right? We're suddenly finding people are watching Spanish, Turkish, French, all kind of languages over there, right? Because there's always affinity for great content. Uh, Versus somebody like an Amazon is probably a little more tightly built on Indian content, right?
True.
I think the way we're building it is, we're trying to, our intention is to curate great quality content. Of course, Indian stories are an important part of that because there are great Indian stories to be told. But when for us, it really comes down to just having a curation of great content, right? Uh, Also, which goes back to genesis of Lions. So maybe taking a step back, the way our OTT, globally is sort of branded as Stars, or Stars Play in international markets. In India, we decided to launch it as Lionsgate Play. I think outside of, I'd say, Netflix, Apple, Amazon, we're probably one of the most widely distributed service today, operating out of about 55, 60 countries. But we are a very, very curated, I'd say, sort of super premium, edgy, provocative content platform, right? We are very sort of handcrafted in that sense. And I'd say we are almost like the HBO of linear world, right? In the linear world, when you had the GECs and the fat bundles, HBO came saying, hey, by the way, while you'll all have the fat bundles, this is an interesting premium content add-on a la carte, right?
True.
And we're kind of like that, right? While you'll all, people will have their own, Disneys and Netflix and all of that, which, by the way, interestingly for us, I think a lot of these GEC sort of, as a surrogate word, I think sort of mass platforms, I think, are largely sort of going after the family audiences, right? We are sort of the provocative, super premium, edgy content for really the adult universe. So
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, so I mean, like I said, we kind of, as a surrogate, like I said, we're almost like the HBO of OTT in most markets. We are like an interesting add-on for adult universe looking for interesting content.
Superb. I think that's a good positioning. In fact, as PwC, we release a media outlook every year for next 5 years, a rolling 5-year outlook. Last year report that we had released, actually, last year, in that we had spoken a lot about what media companies should do to find a niche and yet be relevant at scale. So what we see a lot of times is that a lot of media companies are able to find the relevancy and the niche, but to take that relevancy at scale, is where the real muscle power and the real testing the water really comes in. So you guys have a terrific first year in Indian market with the partnerships, syndicated content with the telcos. That is a great strategy in my opinion. From a consumer point of view, they have got accustomed to watch the kind of content that you deliver. So content, the old saying in media, the content is king, can never go away. So once I've tasted the blood, maybe not a first blood of Rambo, but once I've tasted the blood, I would go for it. If it takes me from just a telco syndicated platform to maybe a direct to consumer property, maybe you're a better place. So now coming to the most awaited part of the discussion, you said November is, or maybe sometime in the future, soon you're going to launch our direct to consumer Lionsgate Play app in India. I, by the way, love the name Lionsgate Play a lot. Stars Play is also equally good, but I love Lionsgate Play. But how do you see, the market in and out? I wouldn't say it's a cluttered OTT market at the top. And if we divide the OTT market into maybe premier tier and tier 2 and tier 3 players, it's a 35 to 40 plus. The number keep changing so fast these days. OTT players, everybody, right from the local strength of Hoichoi in Bangla, or the newly launched AHA in let's say in Telugu, to the global players of Netflix and the Indian giant of Hotstar on the back of cricket, and now doing everything else along with that. How do you see, is that going to be how do you see that race forward? Are you already rolled up your sleeves and it's an uphill task, or how do you see it?
So I mean, you always have to roll up your sleeve. It's always an uphill task. Look, no matter what stage you are in, there are no free lunches, right? But I think our take on the market is slightly different. I think when people talk about OTTs in India, I personally find it a little strange. People get a little overwhelmed with very short amount of data, very short amount of period, right? To us, this is practically a 2.5 year old industry. I think
yes.
While it was ingested about 5-6 years back, really the growth has come in the last 2 years, right?
Yeah.
And if you break down and that's the beauty of knowing your context and where you want to fit in, right? If you start breaking down the numbers, you'd argue there are probably 40-50 OTT platforms, but you'd also have to argue there are probably nothing more than 10 that you actually know the names of, maybe 12. You're a specialist in media industry, you study in and out. My bet is you probably won't be able to name more than 15 as well.
I agree, totally.
So one is in terms of just how many relevant OTT companies are there. The second is how many of them are AVOD versus SVOD, right? Because a lot of them are also AVOD. I think from our point of view, the way we look at it is, Raman, there are probably about 6 or 7 SVOD companies. And look, like I said, we essentially world over stand for really premium, very urban, very edgy, provocative content, right? To our mind, there are probably only 3 players in Indian market that have formed the perception and the audience base for premium content, right? It's probably at this point limited to Netflix, Prime, and Disney Hotstar.
True.
I think a lot of other players do what I'd say a little sort of TV plus quality content, and they're probably also catering to different audiences, right? And maybe maybe they have different objectives. So from our point of view, this is an interesting point of entry into the market, where it's sort of been invested into a scale where I think it is a real industry today than it was ever before. But the number of players are not actually that many. You look at US, for example, a complete sort of antithesis of India, 10 plus years old industry, probably about 10 large players, or I'd say 10 very large players. And in spite of 10 very large players, there are probably 3 or 4 very large players launching as we speak this year, right? So, from that point of view, I think we're still at early stages of growth from a market point of view. And so we are quite, I personally am quite excited about the timing of this launch. And we've lived through this journey, again, going back to my last sort of career. I think at the time we launched Videocon, we had the same set, and it's funny how sort of life goes in full circle. we had the same question that came up every time. Is this already overcrowded? Are you late, early? And we said, look, it all comes down to catching the growth at the right time of the curve.
Yeah, I think that I would totally agree with the two large points that you made. I think fundamentally the industry is still maturing. It's still just about it's even not even maturing. The industry is still kind of growing at a nascent stage right now. 2.5 years, as you rightly said, is spot on. And you have a niche of content that you kind of bring on that. So I think we really, I certainly wish you the best of the luck to launch it. We are very keenly waiting to see how it launches, the kind of the marketing campaigns and all, the subscription acquisition strategies. I would have loved to get into more deeper discussion on how do you really see yourself going into 100 million subs base, or you might say that we don't even need 100 million. We know our niche, we know the kind of money that we want to make, the paying subscribers and all. So I think it's a good timing. It's a good space to be in. You got a great content. I'll just maybe move to some of the other related discussions around that. Between the two, by the way, the syndicated content on telcos and once you launch the direct to consumer, are your strategies going to shift a little bit, or you are going to be equally focused on both? I know it's a difficult question. Would you like your subscribers to move from a telco-based subscriber to really direct?
Not necessarily. I mean, we believe as much as content is the king, we do also believe distribution is kingmaker. So
you have been a distribution guy for so long.
That's my legacy. So we value both the things really. We love our partnerships with telcos. We love our partnership with the broadband guys now, extended from telcos to broadband. And we'll continue to partner with people in interesting ways that allows us to reach customers in more effective ways, that allows us to catch customers at a point of their comfort and convenience.
I'll pick one of the example on that point. I'm glad you brought it up. You guys did a live stream on Facebook for a COVID thing. And it's a great experiment, a great initiative. I wouldn't call it an experiment, a great initiative, a great cause, and a great partnership, between Lionsgate Content and Facebook. How was the reaction? How was the response on that from the consumers?
Tremendous. Of course, that was purely a sort of social cause, social relevance. We wanted to, in whatever small little way we could, chip in and see, do whatever little we could do in our bit. But, we love these partnerships. Of course, the movies were very, very well received. We had probably 10x the number of people who saw it in theaters watch it live.
Wow, brilliant.
And, those are great, sort of, like I said, and that also is sort of goes back to the ethos of Lionsgate. We are, as a studio, we're very, very happy to collaborate, work with partners in sort of win-win ways. Anything that sort of trade 1 + 1 3, we're very, very happy to sort of experiment and look at various models.
Yeah. So,
to answer your question, I think different modes will, Lionsgate Play, of course, our app will become sort of the home to Lionsgate Play in totality. The entire experience it aims to deliver. But yeah, in different ways and forms, we'll continue to experiment with collaborations in different ways. And I don't think any of our models will ever be towards the classical sense of syndication. I think all our models are always going to be in the sense of saying, how do we create it easier and convenient for the consumer? And in a model that allows us to sort of also share the economics of that whole model, because at the end of the day, we are in an OTT business, we're not in content syndication business.
True. I think I would agree. I'll pick a quick question, anonymous. I wish they would have named over there. They asked that, the dubbing of the content in multiple languages, does it dilute the brand equity and charm of premium original content? So brand equity.
Not at all. And we have so many examples of that, right? I think in the last, I'd probably credit theaters for being ahead of the curve on this, right? I think in the last 4-5 years, pretty much every big movie that's come out has come out in multiple languages, right? And Disney, in fact, has taken it to a next level when, I think Lion King and, all the Infinity movies, Marvel movies that have come out they've even had big Indian stars actually do the dubbing for them. So I think making it, and this is a very, and India's, I think one of the problem we have is with a sort of vast landscape and language and cultures, we tend to forget that the way I think and experience and my sort of group of circle is not necessarily representation of India, right?
I know, very true. Yeah. How we perceive ourselves to be by others doesn't always have to be the way they perceive.
And the reality is these movies are going to be available in all languages, of course, including the original English language. It's to make it convenient for consumers to watch it in the language they feel comfortable with. And we pride in giving that comfort and convenience to consumers. So I see no dilution around that, and I think that's something we've seen been done for years. As OTT, we are just taking a lead on now something that we've seen and experienced in theaters for a long time.
Yeah. Do we also get to see some short format content in your plans?
Short format content in the sense of the YouTube
snacking 7-minute content, short stories, very short.
Not necessarily. Nothing in the horizon right now. We are, like I said, a premium content SWOT company. Typically, I shouldn't say never. You should never say never, but generally our belief is that for premium content, for people to feel inclined to pay subscription, hard-earned money, you need some sort of minimum duration, budget scale, especially as a company. If you're providing to give cinema scale content, generally we haven't looked at sort of formats lesser than sort of half an hour, 25 minutes, half an hour. And there aren't really too many companies who've experimented with that 7-8 minute. I think the only company that's tried doing it at some scale was Quibi in US. And that's been a struggle. But so far we have sort of tried keeping a distinction in what I'd say is user generated time limit and sort of time limit, but never say never. You never.
Right, Rohit, I'm actually getting so keen to get into a longer discussion, but unfortunately, the clock always hits us. I do want to pick one more question on the list that I have in front of me. Again, anonymous attendee. Essentially, the question is, how do we bring in global outlook to a market? So what the person is asking is, unless we collaborate with the international player, this is a challenge. So what steps should one take to bring the learnings from the global market? Now, it's a very general question, but because I'm picking up the question because it relates to the theme, global outlook, global strategies, would you want to leave some tips on that note?
Yeah, I think, while I'm not sure what was the specific intent of the question, but I'd say two things on that. I think one is just the relevance of global players. I think building a content pipeline and scale takes a lot of time. Right.
Yeah.
And to that extent, I think the global content pipeline is of immense importance. Right. I think putting in almost 5 years, some of the largest OTT platforms in India are now able to churn out probably 10, 12, 13 series in a year. Right? So this is a very time-consuming process, right? And it'll take even more longer to build a library, not just new shows.
No, there are a lot of OTT players today. You put a subscription money in about 2 weeks, you will say I've consumed everything that they have to offer. What do I do now?
So I think that's one in terms of just sort of the relevance of global content and players from the pipeline point of view. But the second is, I think OTT changes the whole dynamics, isn't it? I think to me, Indian market, there are 3-4 transformational changes it brings. The linear world is very language cohort driven sort of ecosystem. Right?
Yeah.
Whereas I think the OTT is a very genre cohort driven system, right? You don't really care about the language as much, saying, hey, I like action, or I like thrillers, I like horror. You become a little more agnostic to languages. So it changes the dynamics from language cohort ecosystem to genre cohort, right? And to that extent, I think the distinction between sort of the global and the local becomes that much more thinner and irrelevant.
Yeah, and also the mood part of it. If you look at, we did ethnographic study on a lot of personas. We keep doing that. You can't fix a consumer even with a genre also, because I might be in a mood for some fun right now. I might be
Well, genre, what I'm saying is genre, you're saying is mood. It basically depends on what kind of stuff I want to watch, rather than what language do I want to watch it in, right?
Exactly.
The second is it transforms the economics of the consumer definition, right? For the longest time, my consumer definition was a household.
Yeah.
My consumer definition is now an end consumer, and that suddenly means instead of 170 or realistically maybe 110, from 110 household, I'm looking at suddenly 600 million smartphones and individual users, right? So
True. Yeah.
I think all of these transformational changes, to my mind, are slightly more important the way economics of business works. The global and the local content is really about two things. It's about having enough pipeline of great quality content,
Yes.
and it's about bringing the best of all, all over the world here. And to that extent, I hope that the reverse is true as well. Hopefully, all the Indian exciting content that we have planned for next year is something that we can take back to our own 55, 60 countries, international markets as well. There's no reason.
That would be a good strategy, which is inside out in the future. So on that note, Rohit, thank you so much for being on this quick fireside chat. And I think the timing couldn't be better for you guys to launch direct to consumer. Everybody, whether it is Geo or Google, everybody's talking about launching making that low cost, good, solid smartphone a reality now. So it's a matter of time. The expansion in the market will happen exponentially as we go forward to the next 12 months. So all the best.
I think the next wave of growth that we're going to see is now the expansion of smartphone to smart TVs.
Correct.
Whether through devices or original smart TV, either ways. I think in my bet is in the next 3 years, the next big thing is going to be really content going to the TV, which is really the end destination, the true home.
Yeah, so both, I would say, content on the large screen as well as content on the go, and both kind of always connected, coming together. So thank you so much, Rohit. Wonderful talking to you, and thank you, Ed Galil. Thank you, Varun, Dijaya, for having us on the panel. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Rohit sir. Thank you, Raman sir, for joining us for this session. It was a scintillating discussion, and it's always good to hear about India's the opportunity in India as a global entertainment market, and also the discussion to have is what is the export opportunity and to build our soft power. Moving on to the next discussion. Our next topic is emerging edtech powering OTT platforms. Technology has been an enabler in every business, including content. India has moved very fast on the technology front, and more innovations are only waiting to happen. We are waiting to build a strong ad tech solution, an industry recognized ad tech solution, and that will help and grow the OTT ecosystem and monetization. We would like to welcome our speakers on screen. Our moderator is Sunny Nagpal, co-founder and regional managing director, HTT Pool, APAC. Vikram Tanna, chief operating officer, Mazalo. Siddhartha Roy, chief operating officer, Hungama Digital Media. Kunik Patel, industry head, tech, telco, OEM, and QSR in Mobi. Vineet Mehta, head of sales, Indian subcontinent, Brightcove. And Rajneel Kumar, business head, expansion projects, and head of products, Z5 India. I'll leave you the stage.
Thanks, On, for the introductions. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining in. Hope you all are keeping safe and fine during these challenging times. In this panel, we are going to discuss the relevance and significance of emerging ad tech within the OTT space, reviewing some of the current attributes, challenges, as well as try and get a sneak peek on what's in store for all the brands looking out to reach out to their target audience now that we have a very, very expert panel. I must compliment and congratulate AdGully for putting this together, an extremely elite panel here comprising of some of the top industry experts to share and enlighten us with their views. Let's immediately dive in and sort of throw some facts around it, and we can start delving into the conversations. According to a recent PwC's Global Entertainment and Media Outlook, 2019 to 2023, the OTT marketplace is expected to grow 21.8% CAGR from 4,400 crores in 2019 to about 12,000 crores in 2023, almost a threefold jump in 4 years. While we understand subscription is still the gold standard, uh, cash-strapped consumers are speaking with their wallets, and hence ad-backed video on demand will see a boom time again. And considering especially the exceptionally challenging times in the past few months, at the same time, what they've done is they've also thrown challenges and also redeveloped some of the content consumption patterns amongst other changes that we have observed in past 6 or 5, 7 months. So I want to start by asking all the panelists to sort of share their point of view and what have they observed as the most recent trends, especially amidst these COVID times, and especially considering how the content consumption patterns have changed and there has been a drastic up movement on OTT platforms. And at the same time, how do these trends change advertising on OTTs? What kind of opportunities have they been delivering for the various brands? I mean, we can start with Vikram, if you want to go first, and then we can move on, a couple of minutes of everyone just to get a perspective.
Thanks, Sunny. Good afternoon, everyone. The digital ecosystem in India has actually been witnessing significant growth, which all of us have been part of. However, post-COVID, what we've really seen is what I may call fueling of a digital explosion. So the digital first approach, which has been echoing in boardrooms in traditional companies, is no more valid. The new mantra is now digital only. It is driving significant structural shifts across all industries, as we are seeing. So right from education and health, which are the basic necessities for any individual, going up to gaming, e-commerce, and entertainment consumption, everything has grown significantly. Well, we all understand that the consumer is hungry, but is also very, very discerning when it comes to content. I strongly believe three things are really setting the trends in the last few months: relevance, contextual, and data privacy. And as we all understand, the OTT explosion is happening in sync with the digital explosion. And this is largely because the OTT consumer is primarily the most engaged digital native. OTT spends, of course, will grow as OTT continues to grow. And the opportunities are immense. The opportunities are there for brands to build platforms and interact in a way that the prism of engagement is right at the center. For example, on our platform, which is enabled by blockchain, we enable brands to build digital goods, which is first of its kind to start interacting with users and deliver a high engagement quotient. So I strongly believe this new trend of digital explosion is going to break all records. And I'm referring to the recent forecasts, which we are seeing in the industry right now.
Thanks, Vikram. Extremely insightful. I think all three aspects of relevance, contextual, and data privacy hold a very important role, in defining the advertising opportunities on OTT. I'd like to move forward and sort of ask Kunik as well to share some views, and then in the recent trends that they have observed. Kunik, could you get me? Maybe if somebody else would want to come in. Ravi, would you want to go for it till Kunik figures out?
Yeah, I mean, thanks, Sunny. Hi, everyone. Yes, I mean, echoing to what Vikram has said, I think the first big change that we noticed, especially in the advertising side, was this, definite prudence on budgets. Brands and advertisers are being extra careful and measuring each and every ad dollar that is being spent. And obviously, I think the last 6 months are lives have changed. User behavior has changed. Consumption patterns have changed. Now mobile has become the center stage in our lives. Home delivery, gaming, online shopping, social media. There's so many other interesting avenues that have opened up. I think the other big change I've seen is a lot of brands, especially in the smaller retail sectors, have started experimenting with digital, advertising. There's a lot of first-time advertisers, fence sitters that never got exposed, have started experimenting. So that's a healthy sign. And I believe that advertising-backed video on-demand services, are seeing a huge uptake, during this current crisis, and I believe that that's going to continue. And frankly speaking, TV and OTT players have definitely benefited. I think I can say from an audio platform perspective, we have seen a lot of trends of the way people changed their music, patterns, what they used to consume during office commute hours. That's changed. Late night streaming has almost tripled, right, from 10 o'clock till 2 o'clock in the morning. We've also seen a lot more demand for devotional, meditational type content pieces as well. So, a lot of our offerings, the way we promote is also changing. And I think an interesting fact, I think podcast has certainly gained a lot of popularity of late. So, we launched tons of almost about 100 odd podcasts, both syndicated and original format. And that's really, I think the demand is really high. And what's heartening to see is, a lot of these podcasts are getting consumed in Hindi and vernacular languages. So I think that kind of gives us a lot of confidence of that, these new users who are coming in to our platforms are also very demanding in the kind of content they're seeking. And the tastes, you get a flavor of the taste. So I think those are some interesting, trends and changes that we have seen. And I do believe that, this is going to be a more continuous, I think, possibly in the next few months, we'll get to see some more trends that are coming in as well.
Nice. And have you also observed the brands getting aligned to these trends as well? Especially the late night viewings. And do you think brands have started adapting to sort of targeting only when late night consumption goes up with specific content or specific messaging? Or
no, absolutely. I think from a brand's perspective, Sunny, I think what's really changed is their communication. I think a lot more brands are wanting to do communication around safety, around trust, and so on and so forth. I think that's kind of changed a lot. Sorry, that's my phone. I'm just going to put on mute.
That's all right. Okay. All clear. Those have been some of the challenges, working from home ring. So.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So, that's something that we've also been observing, talking to a few players and also a lot of advertisers, that the messaging has changed. It's become, coherent with the contextual and relevant part that Vikram also highlighted. And, especially the content consumptions that you have been pointing out, and then brands becoming more and more aware and utilizing ad tech to become extremely relevant and effective on messaging, especially. Perfect. Maybe then I quickly will move on to ask Siddhartha, would you want to throw some light about the trends that you've been observing?
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think a great forum that Adgali's put together. So in a nutshell, what Vikram and Ravi enthused and put out, very clearly what's ended up happening is that with the entire play out on COVID, what was to happen in India over an 18-month period with regards to the overall growth and consumption curve, those were shortened to as little as 60, 90 days. For us, we run a audio service. We also run a video service. The video was, completely went ballistic in terms of consumption, largely driven on the back of sizable amount of regional consumption, the fact that there's massive amount of personalization that is being driven through both AI and ML layers, because content discovery in platforms which are OTT driven becomes a challenge. And once the customer starts consuming some content and there is a structured content consumption habit that starts formulating, then you have an ability to funnel the customer in an interesting manner. this has led to some very, very interesting ad tech that can be brought in and is being brought in as we speak, where there is localization that is happening. We'd always heard about that getting played out in radio and in print. To some of our audio platforms, we had started to see localization come in, because brands would come in and specifically ask us for a city-based focused campaign and advertising. And now with video, what is ending up happening is there is a sizable amount of vernacular consumption and communication by brands which are local, wanting to target those audiences. In the beginning of COVID, what we saw was that the number of brands that were doing were fairly limited. But in the last 60 odd days, there's been a flood of brands which are both local and national, who are spending, advertising, and looking at creating new communities out there. So in terms of personalization, very clearly that's up there. That's leading to immersive consumption. It leads to ad tech and advertising that can be brought in to brands, which is a lot more immersive. How they tell their stories, as what Sunny was sharing, they're changing those scripts as well. And they're getting a lot more closer in the way they want to be communicating with their consumers in play. The other is the ad formats and its themselves. And I believe there's a lot of work that publishers are doing to get a lot more native with the ad formats. And that, I believe, over the next 6 to 12 to 18 months, you'll see constant evolution of that space, because as the consumption becomes mainstream and as advertisers start getting more and more money to that ecosystem, there is going to be that innovation that will continue based on publishers' content and publisher opportunities that publishers put out there in play. So in a nutshell, it is resounding in the same direction what the other panelists have spoken, but AI, ML, personalization, hyper-local consumption, if you've got the communities and traffic out there, all of that is going to benefit the larger growth in advertising.
Thanks, Siddhartha. Extremely beneficial to hear of that. I mean, we've been working around that space in the past, and now that the scale is there, it becomes extremely important to sort of utilize AI and ML, especially to create more relevance and again effectiveness, bringing technology play into here as much as possible, because eventually technology is the backbone of the entire industry. So perfect. Thanks, Siddhartha, for the opening notes. Anybody, would want to go next? Rajneel, would you want to share some notes about, your views, how Z5 has been working closely with and supporting a lot of local as well as global brands in India in past months specifically. And I'm also aware that you're working quite closely on developing some of the ad tech.
Sure, Sunny. First, good to see you, and good to see so many people that I work with and interact with pretty much on a very regular basis on the same panel. So I know I'm in great company. I will not go global with what everybody has, very well articulated about what's happening in the ecosystem and what we've seen with users. I will just focus on what other, 3 or 4 trends that we've seen from the consumers on our platform. 4 key things that I could talk about. First is, as a part of the acceleration, the consumption on televisions has increased dramatically, and we see a large volume of consumption happening there. With that, what has also happened is the duration that users have been watching, the watch time per user, which is a very important metric of both measuring how good the platform is, and it matters to the advertisers, because then there can be more ads. That has gone up. The third is when before COVID, we used to see clear peaks and troughs on when consumption was happening. So you'd have, for various types of content, morning peak when the content would pick up, and then you would see again content being consumed exponentially higher post, say, 7 o'clock in the evening. This has, for us, somehow flattened out. There are no troughs and peaks that are as sharp as before. It is almost near a straight line in terms of consumption, barring the dead spots late in the night, which are of course there. And the fourth thing that we see are the consumers becoming extremely vociferous about just getting ease of use. As more and more users have come onto the platform, they just want it simple to use. They don't want anything which you think is really fancy and nice to be done to be on the platform. They want something simple. They want a near TV-like experience with all the intelligence which an OTT platform brings in to be at the touch of their finger, whether on a television or a mobile phone. So 4 key things. On the advertiser side, there are 2 things that particularly stick out, which have been, they have been there, but have kind of amplified during this period. The first one is around advertisers looking at measurability. Irrespective of the campaign size, they want more measurability. And this is fueled primarily from them wanting the dollars to go more and deliver more for them. And the second trend I could talk about is where they look at platforms like us for helping them optimize. It's not like it is their problem that they give you a certain demand and how it is to be met is only yours. They want a solution which can optimize the creative, that can optimize audiences, and really bring in a delight, just like you would for a consumer, even for the advertiser, of saying, okay, if this is what your objective was, I've been able to achieve it in far better metrics than we could have. So some, just quick things that stick out for me during this period.
Thanks, Arjun. Very insightful, and especially the measurement fact that you brought out. It is extremely important for the brands to be able to measure the value of investment that they're doing in each of these platforms. And having said that, most of the budgets that are moving towards the OTT platforms on video are coming from TV, or are predicted to come from advertisers who've been spending significantly on TV. And where the metrics and the in general the way they measure everything is completely different as against is on digital, where more qualitative aspects come in as against quantitative. And I believe it is for us within the industry to sort of streamline everything for the brands and put it out on the platter to be able to measure the effectiveness of every dollar that they would like to spend. So great points there, Rajin. I'll come back to you with a few more in the next session. Vineet, would you want to talk a little bit about the ad tech piece, because Brightcove has been sort of consistently working on building some good ad tech to the industry.
Sure, yeah. So Brightcove, thanks Bijoya, and great to be here, Sunny, as part of the panel. Good to see some familiar faces. So essentially, the streaming industry is hot, right? Over the last 8 or 9 months, there's been a tremendous growth for Brightcove as a whole, whether it's global or India. We do a global video index where we do a lot of research on what's happening in the industry in terms of streaming numbers, and the numbers are off the charts. In India alone, numbers are up 40-50% same time, compared to the same time last year. There's a fantastic opportunity in the video space overall. We see the merging of content, technology, and commerce like never before. A personal favorite story is, the way what's happening in China in terms of content and commerce and how that's intensified is something to look at from a India OTT perspective. It's a trend that we see people talking about from a customer point of view. And basically they've built a parallel live commerce engine, which basically, gives incentives to the live streaming stars to sell everything from flowers to mobile phones using interactive video. So I think the next evolution that we see coming up very soon as a trend in the market is the convergence of the content and commerce industries. And we already see that with the short form platforms that are exploding. Z has launched one, a bunch of others are there in the market, and commerce is the next evolution. So I think from a trend perspective, if I'm a trend watcher, I think commerce and content merging is a theme. A few challenges that I'm seeing in the market, talking to customers, is that, newer platforms especially are falling prey to looking at only programmatic advertising. It might be a little controversial to say, but I am seeing that. And I think the idea is to marry the best of both worlds of getting programmatic and direct selling, where you can, hedge your bets, so to say. Because, the programmatic engines will promise the advertiser more impressions for a smaller value and the publisher higher dollar value for a lower impression. So, basically it's an oxymoron in many ways. So, I think, and that's one. Second is from a content owner perspective, they need to look at, marketing content and building teams. One thing that we see in the market is that, building the right team for your business, to leverage this opportunity is very, very important. And, let the experts like Brightcove and the other ad tech players in the market do their job. And, technology is easier to focus on. And focus on monetization, content, marketing, which are bigger challenges. So those are my 2 cents.
Absolutely, Vineet. I'll come back to you on especially on building technology versus using third party partners and go deeper with you on that. In the
Sure.
meantime, I believe Kunik is back, and if he could sort of just share some opening notes, and we can sort of start delving into the other parts.
Yeah, thanks, Sunny. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, talking purely from an outsider point of view with regards to advertising, since we observe a lot of advertising being placed on the different OTT platforms, we've seen a lot of new categories and advertisers emerge on the OTT platform with regards to advertising. The traditional players who you was used to earlier advertise on OTT platforms obviously reduced their spends during COVID. However, we saw emergence of a lot of new categories and advertisers like CPG, online gaming, education, e-commerce take up all these spaces. And actually, as per a TAM report, we've seen the number of ad insertions on OTT platforms actually double in April as compared to March. So the space which was vacated by the traditional spenders on the OTT platform has been filled by new category of advertisers, is what we've seen and we've observed via InMobi. And also, as Rajnil also mentioned, there's a lot of emphasis now on the bottom funnel in terms of the campaign expectations. So now earlier it was all about reach, frequency, awareness. We are seeing a lot of emphasis now on outcomes based on engagements, visits, or for that matter, any actions which can lead to an ROI, which can tie an ROI back to the specific campaign. So yes, those are the strengths that we've observed from an InMobi point of view with regards to advertising on the different OTT platforms out there.
Thanks, Kunik, for sharing insights. I think sort of picking on some points about the client KPIs and advertiser KPIs in general on digital platforms. We've seen in the past that majorly the KPIs have been getting delivered on two of the largest global platforms in Facebook and Google. And it seems that most of the budget allocation and priority has also been residing with these two platforms. However, now that we've seen emergence of content consumption patterns on OTTs and at the same time the advertising as such evolving within the OTT platforms with all the innovations that you've been speaking about and trends you've been highlighting. I wanted a quick POV, Vikram, maybe if you can come in and sort of share on how are OTTs perceiving Google and Facebook more as a co-operational platform, or do you think clearly, there is an opportunity to coexist because both are different. With Facebook and Google are more UGC, whereas OTTs are predominantly on-demand, owned, or partnership content. Where do you see the alignment here falling in, and how should brands look at both the large platforms as well as OTTs in conjunction to their priorities on getting KPIs?
Yeah. So Sunny, firstly, I would want to kind of add the point that a user is a user. There's no classification of a user saying, hey, he's a OTT user, he's a Facebook user, he's a Google user. So users are everywhere, number one. Secondly, let's admit the fact here that the user is always ahead of the content creator or the content curator, whether it is UGC on social networks or whether it's PGC, which is professionally generated content on OTT platforms. So you just cannot beat the user. User is far ahead in the journey. So having said that, it's almost like a matrix. So there is nothing like Google, Facebook, and OTT players in isolation. I would say everybody lives in the same ecosystem. And what is good news right now is that the ecosystem is exploding, right? It's growing by leaps and bounds, and everybody is going to benefit in that space, whether you have professionally generated content or user generated content or whichever platform you belong to, OTT or social. But what is really most important and something which is pretty evident specifically in the last 6 months or so is that the pace at which revenue is moving while overall advertising pie is growing, but the pace at which digital is growing or will grow versus the traditional medium, specifically print, outdoor. We've seen theatrical revenues, although which is small. We're talking about TV, and TV now will or already has started having a new definition. The full form of TV is nothing but total video. So where is the video in your plan? And that's where OTT is going to come in and take a big pie. So I strongly believe there is substantial growth as we move forward. But just kind of on a lighter note, in our industry we keep using the word binge watching. So I don't think OTTs are competing with the Facebooks or the Googles of the world. It's actually perhaps the only medium or the platform where you are competing with sleep time.
Okay, very well put out, Vikram. Completely clear on that. I think I hope the media planners start perceiving the same notion and start allocating the budgets accordingly as well. Siddharth, do you have any additional views to share or any point of view on that?
I mean, to look at another segment of the same mix, the fact that Google and Facebook are large ad tech partners. Okay, I mean, we're having an ad tech discussion, but we need to understand that the largest volume of traffic is moved by these two ad tech partners, and in turn, they technically co-opt with you, or you are frenemies with them, where in the core funnel there is sizable amount of demand generation which is there, and direct advertising for whatever it's worth is still only taking a what talk about a percentage of this mix. In turn, if you've got a funnel and you've got sizable amount of supply, there are other entities who have the ability to take of that. Google and Facebook become the largest of the two funneled programmatic partners to be able to lift off inventory. So in that sense, you will continue to be extremely close with them. It also depends on how you deploy your content and how do you bring your destination out vis-a-vis the larger social networking play. How are you using top and tail content to drive consumers from sampling of the content on social directly into your destination where actual consumption happens, and in turn traffic and values the customer gets aligned for your advertiser to get value from that customer interaction in play. So all of this in that sense is symbiotic. And as the entire growth of the ecosystem is out there, and what Vikram was saying, it's exploding in that sense, it becomes for a completely connected uh, traffic mix that the advertiser or the media planner needs to get into. So him turning around and saying, I want to be only spending on Google and Facebook, I believe for a certain category or for a certain objective that the brand puts out, you may be wanting to do that, but I don't see brands doing that anymore. Today, a media agency is touching base with you, is asking for what you can do for the brand on a one-to-one basis, and in turn, what you would call as the direct programmatic layer. It is actually programmatic because each of these guys are connecting to ad tech today. It's not that they're sending you, except for sending you a email with a release order. Nothing else comes to you, not even the creative. The creative comes to you for you to just give a basic, basic, the S&P that you have. Other than that, everything is programmatically being run. So when we talk about programmatic and direct, I mean, I believe that give it another 12 months, probably 95% of all advertising will be direct programmatic advertising.
Yeah, no, very valid point raised, Siddharth. I think that's been a bit of a debate as well, considering how programmatic will evolve against direct selling, especially when it comes to OTT. Also considering that the ad formats are getting quite common across all the platforms, and for advertisers, brands, and media planners to develop the communication creative assets around it is becoming more and more standard on typical measurements, and that's where I think the more seamless it becomes, the more relevant it will be. And yeah.
And Sunny, there's one more thing. Publishers also, I mean, Ravi asked, we've got great flexibility on our programmatics. Make no mistake. Yeah. It's not a one-sided affair. Ravi will come in here. We have complete control over what comes into our funnels here. Complete control. Right. From pricing, yield, categories, we can control it all.
Yeah. No, absolutely. We've been observing that, and I think that's more like a mental block now than the capability issue. And I think with more education and more awareness, and now that the industry is taking a very strong stand about collaborating and providing such education material to all the agencies, is going to be extremely beneficial. And it's a matter of time. And 12 months, Yeah, let's hope it happens in 12 months. It's going to be good for the ecosystem. I assume Ravi would want to come in and sort of second what you said.
No, I mean, I agree. And coming back to the Facebook, Google, market scenario, it's like the necessary evil, like Siddharth said. We need them as well, and they need us. But it's a classic tech companies versus content companies. I think when we talk about OTT, both Google, Facebook were formulated as tech companies, and a lot of the OTT players that are in the market, owe their allegiance to big, large broadcasters and content creators. The HBOs and the Warner Brothers, and so on and so forth of the world. So, I think that's where there's a bit of a demarcation. I personally believe very strongly that OTT platforms offer a far more premium quality of audiences, as well as a better native experience in a completely brand safe environment. And I think it's a great balance between reach and impact from a media planning perspective. Also, the possibilities of innovation, creativity around content, and don't forget that a lot of these big content companies that have launched or branched into OTT players have content that Indian audiences are already familiar with, the formats and all. And I think that makes a big difference. And it makes a compelling reason, to be on such platforms. So, and put it jokingly, classic Hertz versus Avis, case study where Avis was always number 2 and they said, we try harder. So I think when it comes to Facebook and Google, everybody else tries harder, to get that a piece of ad dollars. But I see that trend happening. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but we get invited to a lot of content days where the brief says, don't give us Facebook, Google type ideas. Give us something innovative. Give us something different that is more native and contextual to your platform. So I see that trend happening, and that's a healthy sign, coming from advertisers. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think it's a very healthy sign. I think it's a matter of time that it picks up scale also. And I assume all on this panel are hoping that it picks up the steam and then start delivering the scale that, these innovations are demanding now. And the interest that has been triggered with some of the media planners, typically, influenced by a lot of efforts that you all have put together. Talking about the infrastructure or the backbone or the precondition in a way that is enabling advertising on OTTs, it's the tech part, it's the technology. And, there are clear sort of benefits in terms of having our own proprietary ad tech, which eliminates, reporting discrepancies. At the same time can be quite cost prohibitive also. On the other hand, when you work with sort of third-party partners, there could be certain data privacy issues that could be unacceptable by brands, or their leakages. The more the players, the more sort of challenging it becomes to keep it seamless. Rajni, if you want to come in, because you have some tremendous product development background, and at the same time, I'm aware that you guys are significantly investing in building some ad tech at Z5. What is your POV? I mean, do you think it is more about building your own ad tech, or do you think working with third-party players is more scalable or productive, keeping in mind that technology eventually becomes a commodity?
Sure, Sunny. One area I feel very passionate about, and I think I would put the question slightly differently, and that would be, what is the objective? And if you start with defining the objective, the route becomes very clear. If I was starting a particular OTT service today and I wanted to be in market in 3 months' time, of course, you could not, for the love of money, be able to create an ad tech experience 3 months' time and go to market. So you would have a go-to-market strategy. As you mature over a period of time, your objectives would change. And for us, at this point of time, to make it more relevant, the objective is 2. Number 1, how do I democratize a platform for advertisers outside of the top even 500? How are we able to take our platform to not only 5,000, but even more advertisers across the whole country, who should never be even needing to get in touch with us to start a campaign on a particular category or objective that they want to reach out. That's where we started building out our self-serve platform, which will see rollout in the next couple of weeks across the industry. We are in testing right now, and On that, the smallest of advertisers with a credit card would be able to come and for their goals be able to set up advertising to reach the audiences they want. That's on one side. On the other side, what we have been also looking at doing is how do you drive more efficiency for the advertisers? So advertisers want to say, how do I drive efficiency? Now, to answer that question, you need some core technology in play to be able to do that. And a very simple part of it is from an ad server that you might have on your platform, you need to be able to get the signals back. Who were the audiences to whom it was served, at what point of time? Did they react to the advertising in the way that you wanted to or not? So you need to be able to read all of that signal or those signals coming in. And that then it becomes important to have your own ad server. On top of that, if you were to optimize the advertising, which is for what the advertiser wants to do, whether for creatives or for the audiences, you would then need to have a AI ML layer, which is essentially focused on building this out. So again, putting this in perspective, I think it's about the maturity of the platform at where you are and the objective with which you need to judge this question. I don't think there's a right versus wrong, that always you need to build your own versus saying, you can always work with third-party partners. If you have the objective at the key, it becomes fairly simple to make these decisions. And these decisions are also not permanent. These decisions go through evolution. Even if you build your own stack, there might be pieces of the stack that you are either not interested in building right now, or somebody has a superior product in the market which you could use on a SaaS, which you take into your platform and move forward. So it's essentially about a combination of these which decides what the action should be.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Rajnil, for the insights. I think Vineet would want to come in and sort of defend the position of a third-party ad tech player and sort of provide insights on why it is beneficial to work with a third-party partner, irrespective of the objectives that you have, because it is an early go-to-market with an immediate scale. And at the same time, there are more benefits that probably third party bring in amidst all the challenges and limitations that they have in terms of integrations. Vineet, you want to sort of come in and sort of talk a bit about it?
Yeah, sure. So I think, respecting everyone's opinion, including Rajnil, I think what's happening is that, over the last 7 or 8 months, COVID has hit people like a thunderbolt, right? So people are figuring out, okay, I need to get my video strategy in place and I need to launch fast. So I think there's a trade-off, as Rajnil says, between, time to market and the kind of features you want to offer. In our experience, again, I think Rajnil mentioned this earlier, most of the consumers want simplicity, and the content owners want data and want to monetize their content. It's as simple as that. So I think, basically from a technology perspective, there is a trade-off. Time to market means you need to work with certain fixed solutions. They're templatized. Focus of the platform is the content. And that's what really differentiates you from the competition, is the platform, is the content and the experience that you're offering, obviously, but clearly is the content. And then customization on these solutions and based platforms is possible, but in like any tech, any customization will take time. And it's a question of whether you want to not miss the boat and launch fast, and then start iterating as you launch. So it's a debatable point there, but in our experience, a lot of people are in a huge hurry to launch their OTT platforms right now, especially on regional and especially on direct to OTT, which is the theater experience, which a lot of folks are now trying to offer.
Yeah. Thanks, Vineet, for coming in here. I mean, with OTT space, especially, we've observed that there are a lot of stakeholders who are utilizing technology, and it's more like an ecosystem, not just with advertisers and sort of advertising and placements, but it is also a lot of creative art directors, content producers, all engaging with the same platform but in silos. So, I want to reach out to Kunik and ask, what is your point of view about, third parties coming in and providing a more integrated approach? Is it viable, feasible, or is it recommended, or is going to stay like a challenge?
Sure. So Sunny, you're right in the sense that there is a lot of precise consumer data that is now being generated and tracked across the different platforms that we have. However, the question is how much of that data is now being made available or is made available to advertisers, or for that matter, agency planners outside of these platforms, right? So there has been hesitations from the OTT players as well in terms of sharing their first-party data with a lot of external third-party platforms. For example, OTT players would not want to share data on the customer, for example, who might have seen ad on their platform with a third party platform. So in a sense, it might create problems when a particular advertiser has multiple OTT players in the media mix. And what will happen is that an advertiser will end up reaching the same user with the same ad across different ad platforms, right? So the need of the hour is to have a unified frequency setup as well across the different OTT players. But in the sense, unlike a TV or a print, there is a lack of industry measurement matrix also, which is creating an issue for both the OTT players and advertisers alike. So this is something that in the absence of a unified measurement currency, advertisers are therefore dependent on whatever data is provided to them by individual platforms, or for that matter, third-party platforms like Nielsen, DA, Moat, IS, whatever that might be. And I feel that is something which will continue for some time unless we have consensus amongst the players to share more of their first-party data with advertisers and agencies to use and target their campaigns. And until then, an integrated approach using third-party support, though very much desired in the current scheme of things, looks difficult to achieve at in the current setup.
Thanks, Kunit, for the insights. I think we are quite running out of time here, and I want to bring this session. I mean, it's been quite involving, and we seem to have lost track of time. And I believe I want to bring it to closure by asking each of you, and we can start with you, Kunit, to sort of share what are the current innovations that you have seen in OTT space advertising, and what do you believe are going to be something as a trend that we could look at in times to come? It could be through infrastructure, it could be through the entire leverage of ecosystem. Well, what do you observe could be a remarking change here, and at the same time highlight any innovation that you want to talk about?
Sure, Sunny. So I think the introduction of 5G in the coming quarters, or for that matter in a year's time, would change the entire landscape for OTT for sure. In a sense that 5G will not only improve the users' consumption of content on the OTT platforms, but also give them a much faster and more reliable internet speed at the same time, right? So in the context, a 5G speed is more than 100 times more powerful than a 4G LTE speed if you compare apples to apples. For some context, it will give the users an ability to download a full HD movie in less than 10 seconds right now, if it takes almost 10 minutes in the current 4G setup, right? So I think a 5G is something that we should look out for, especially from an OTT space. And also this, what will allow the different platforms, especially OTT players, would be to also experiment with a lot of innovations. So AR, VR, whatever that might be, would also enable the platforms to test it out, which currently in the current scheme of things, they think would take a lot of bandwidth. So that is something that probably is something to look out for in the coming quarters, or for that matter in a year's time.
Perfect, thanks. Yeah, I think infrastructure plays an important role, and sort of helps you trend sets as well as sets trend as well as define certain perspectives. Now, thanks, Kunik, for these views. Vikram, I want to come to you and ask you a very, very basic question on why innovation is so important in advertising. Besides asking you for some of the insights on innovations that you observed in OTTs, why is innovation as such important, especially when it comes to OTTs? Is it going to be just a novelty factor, or do you think it sort of helps in building or changing the advertiser perspectives on looking at the platform for engaging with their audiences? And what trends do you see becoming important in next months?
Yes, absolutely. Sunny, for me, innovation is now a necessity. It's almost like a breath of fresh air that we need in these current times, right? So, but what is necessary is, innovations can't be a one-off. It has to be delivered at scale necessarily and consistently over a long period of time. Only then that they build successful business models. So, for example, what we are building on our blockchain platform right now is something with consumer at the center, completely consumer centric. We are building a fans first approach, which ensures a good brand user experience in terms of interaction. So brands will be enabled to build digital goods. Their physical goods are converted to digital goods. And what we are building on top of this for the user is a gamified ecosystem where you can win rewards. So every interaction of the consumer, consumption of content, liking, sharing, watching, inviting friends, will actually get them to earn rewards. Now, innovations like these then need to become part of the ecosystem, unlike the previous cases or the game shows, etc. You say that on my platform, I will do a watch and win. And the future is actually very, very promising when it comes to, tech infrastructure development. And the last 6 months have taught us that, the power of consumer ability to adopt and quickly bring together and adopt technology which they would have taken years to adopt. So there are a lot of people here, I'm sure, who are very, very deprived. It's IPL season going on. You're love to watching it in stadiums. You're not able to go there. You're not able to go to theaters. And there's a sense of getting out there and doing it. Now, you obviously look at alternatives. So for sure, in the near future, you are going to see bringing larger than life entertainment into your hands, which is into your mobile itself. And your handset is then not just going to define personal content consumption, which has been happening for a while. It's not just going to be video on demand. It's going to be innovations and experiences. So you will be able to soon, if you are not able to get into the IPL stadium, you will be able to experience through technology, stimulating stadium type experience. You will be able to watch with your loved ones a theatrical experience at home with much more interaction. So I don't think it's very far away. The need is there. Like I've said earlier, the consumer is ahead of content creators and curators. The need is there. We all have to fulfill it.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Vikram. I think this has been one of the facts that got highlighted in past months, especially the limitation of the user and the power of the platform. And, we've seen a lot of AR come into play, with shoppable content coming across on screens. And we heard it from one of the panelists in the past also. Siddharth, would you want to talk a little bit about all these innovations, especially that have been coming in and creating a new wave of the user experience on OTTs and therefore the brand engagement with these users as well?
Sure. So one of the, if you look at China, and China's been probably one of the largest innovators in this space because their ecosystem is so closed, and the fact that they've got maturity across the board on the digital space quite early on. Today, if you were to look at the entire OTT space, move into what you call as larger screens, or what you would call as a lean forward vis-a-vis lean back approach structures. The TV over there is truly smart today. There is an example of a service which is owned by Hisense called Juhao Khan, which is currently the largest TV-based commerce and content consumption ecosystem. From the Alibabas, the Tencents, all of them bring in their content within that ecosystem, and from there they drive commerce in play as well. To just share with you, I mean, last year the numbers were roughly about 350 million US in total turnover. Roughly 42 million used cards on file from on a monthly basis, and that's the kind of ecosystems that are being driven out there and growing and flourishing in that sense. So the way we look at it is that OTT or video is not only going to be a mobile experience as better connectivity comes in. What Kunik was also sharing, there is going to be an explosion of this consumption in every type of device in play. And to me, that is very clearly the opportunity that stares in front of us. Sky is the limit. All values are growing a double digit. The fact that there will be consumers, there will be traffic. The fact is advertisers will come here. The fact is that you need to have top of the line ad tech for them to be able to get the optimization of the dollar that they are moving with you. And all of that is part of an ecosystem that each of us need to put out there. So you've got sustainable businesses that are being built for the future.
Thanks for that. Thanks so much for these insights. I think we're looking forward to some of these innovations that have been happening in other markets to come to Indian market as well. Rajni, anything that you want to highlight that you guys have done in the past few months as an innovation, or something that you're already planning on, or as a trend?
A lot of these areas I think we have spoken about, and in the interest of time, we're not going to repeat them. However, I do think that over the 6 to 12 months, as we look forward, two key areas that we are very sharply focused on, and I think if I look from the advertiser side, that resonates. One is the efficiency. Efficiency in done, whether it's a process, whether it's the type of ads, etc. Innovation, micro innovations rather than one big innovation which solves that efficiency challenge will always keep us on our toes. And the second is transparency. Well, where we have come from and where we are right now, it is getting to be more demanding, both from the consumer side, where they say, hey, where is my data and how do I know it's secure? And from the advertiser side, saying that, okay, as they move from just relying on your data into industry bodies or their own trackers to be able to achieve it, how do you keep innovating to keep delivering that to them? And then eventually, and it is already happening, where first-party data they want to leverage to be able to go onto other platforms and then be able to, in a very secure environment, we look that up for retargeting or anything else. But at the core of it, again, will be the transparency that you provide to them, that whether it's blockchain technologies or hashing mechanisms, that the data exchange which is happening between both the parties is absolutely secure, and nobody is, and they are secure that it's held by a third party and it is not really going back to be wrongly used at either side. So I think two key things which have always been important and will continue to be important.
Thanks, Anil, for these notes. We'll be watching out. I think transparency has been one of the key asks of everyone.
Hi everyone. Request you to please end the session because our next session has to begin urgently. We have gone.
Sure, we're just waiting for some final notes from Ravi and Vineet, and we should be calling it an end.
No, I would request you, sir, to close it now because we have gone more than beyond 15 minutes, 20 minutes of the time.
Okay.
And the next panel
right.
will be completely in jeopardy. Yes.
Okay, cool. Noted. I'm sorry, guys, that we cannot finish this while it was getting really, really interesting to hear all of you. We over-explained some of the facts, and I believe we covered most of the things. And we will be answering all the questions offline now. So thank you all the panelists for sparing your time and being available. And thanks, AdGully, for organizing this.
Thanks, Sunny.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sunny. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you. And I'm really sorry for the rude interruption. I think this is a topic where we didn't do justice, the timing and the breadth of the conversation. And we will have it again and we'll engage you all for the conversation again. I think you've shown that there's immense promise in the digital video space. And I thank you for sharing your outlook and the potential growth opportunities.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to call upon our editor, Ms. Shanta Saikia, to introduce the next session and the speakers. The next session is a fireside chat of role of women in storytelling. On to you, ma'am.
Hi, Varun. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So starting now. Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to this special fireside chat on the role of women in storytelling. I'm extremely sorry for starting this session much beyond the normal starting time that we had given. Now, coming to storytelling, our first introduction to stories and fables have most likely been our grandmothers and our mothers in our childhood days. They would enthrall us and take us to totally different worlds with their vibrant narratives. A quick search on Google reveals the scores of women who have been enriching the scope of content through their films, plays, web series over the years, from Fatima Begum to Sai Paranjpe, Aruna Raje, Aparna Sen, and the new age filmmakers like Zoya Akhtar, Rima Kagti, Rima Das, Meghna Gulzar, and so many more. To this, I would like to add another name, that of Tijan Bai, an unassuming lady, but with a powerful voice, a winning smile, and an exponent of Pandavani. I'm sure you might have seen her performing live or on one of the Doordarshan programs. Along with our two remarkable guests today, we would be exploring the world of content, storytelling, filmmaking, and also women empowerment. We will be delving into the special narratives that women storytellers have been creating and why they are so relevant in a world that we are still coming to terms with. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears have gone into these stories, and it's high time they got their moment in the sun. So, without wasting any time, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege and honor to introduce and welcome two amazingly accomplished ladies who will be helming the discussions today. Please join me in welcoming film director and screenwriter Alankrita Shrivastava. Hi, Alankrita. And Shrishti Behel Arya, director, international original film, Netflix India. Hi, Shrishti.
Hi.
Hi, very warm welcome. Uh, Alankrita Shrivastava is an award-winning feature film director and screenwriter with a penchant for telling women's stories. She likes to explore the interior world of women through her films. Alankrita has written and directed three feature films, Turning 30, Lipstick Under My Burqa, and most recently, Dolly Kitty or Wo Chamakte Sitare. Featuring Konkana Sen Sharma and Bhumi Pednikar, this film premiered at the Busan International Film Festival and has just released on Netflix. Alankrita has also co-written the series Made in Heaven and directed 2 episodes of the same. Currently, she is working on the post-production of Bombay Begums, a series she has created for Netflix. I would also like to add that Alankrita is a strong proponent of women's rights and gender equality. Shrishti Behel Arya, who joined Netflix in May 2018, is focused on building a diverse original film catalog with titles such as Raat Akeli Hai, Guilty, Choked, Paisa Bolta Hai, and Bulbul. Shrishti started a career with an advertising agency but soon turned into an independent producer in the Indian film industry. Some of her early productions include Angare and Bas Itna Sa Khwab Hai. She founded a creative production house called Rose Audiovisuals Private Limited, producing Hindi films including Drona and London, Paris, New York. Alongside, Shrishti also ventured into television series production and shepherded creative programming for various scripted shows such as Lipstick, Remix, Dekha Ye Khwab, and unscripted shows like Sabse Favorite Kaun and Har Dil Jo Love Karega. Shrishti has served 2 terms, first as treasurer and then vice president of the Producers Guild of India, and has been a co-member of the Indian Film and Television Producers Council. So let us delve straight into the topic of today, that is role of women in storytelling. Alankrita, I would like to start with you.
Yeah.
So how are streaming services paving the way for storytellers today? And how do you see streaming as a great leveler in terms of representation?
I definitely feel like streaming services are a much more democratic space because I think like the people who are deciding as to what kind of shows and what kind of films are greenlit I think are people who are more educated in a lot of international kind of content, are also more open. A lot of the executives are women, and I think like they just have a sense of a more diverse kind of worldview and are way more inclusive. And I think that does get represented in the choices that they make. And I think also knowing that the audience, is you can have a niche audience as well on a streaming service, as opposed to like the mainstream theatrical space, which is definitely much more prohibitive and much more patriarchal and old school, where like these exhibitors and programmers and distributors etc hold on to much more archaic ideas of what constitutes a film that should be screened in theaters. And typically it's very very prohibitive to actually release your film in theaters. So I think, and it's a much more traditional structure. So I think streaming services really are like a challenger to the status quo, and definitely it's a much more level playing field. And having said that, I do feel that just because streaming services are more inclusive should not be a reason for mainstream, for the theatrical space to shut their doors on more diverse stories and voices and say, no, those films should not have a theatrical release, or women should not be telling stories for the bigger screen. I just feel like we should have equality and diversity no matter what the medium, whether it is a commercial cinema or it's these streaming services. In fact, I feel like the traditional distribution structures of cinemas should learn something from streaming services about diverse forms of storytelling, and maybe that will lead to like more sort of growth and change.
Right, thank you. So diverse forms of storytelling here. Shrishti, would you like to add to that? You heading, at the helm of one of the foremost OTT service providers in India. So how do you see Netflix being paving the way for women storytellers?
Look, it's just great business, right, to have diverse voices available, because people like to see themselves identified on screen. They like to have stories either so fantastical, something that they could never live with, or having a vision into somebody's world which they could not have imagined, or then seeing themselves represented. So if you're talking about 50% of the population of the world, why should their stories not be told up front and center alongside everybody's? So I think that's the way to look at it. And also, like, we have fantastically talented female creators coming forward to tell their stories, not just about women, but also from the point of view of women and their lens and the female gaze, if you may, which helps to enrich all of us with a different point of view of storytelling always. So it just makes sense.
That's great. Now, moving on to the next question. Alankrita, we've seen such strong representation of, the inner thoughts of women, which are not, which don't exactly find a voice in a lot of stories about women, told, even in mainstream media or other media. So could you tell us a bit about your way, your brand of storytelling, for women, of women, and by women? What kind of stories that you look to tell? What really move you, and you say that no, this story needs to be told.
So I think for me, I feel like making a film is like, you really have to pour your or even making a series, you have to pour your heart and life and sort of passion into it. So for me, I think it's very important that I really identify with the story that I'm telling. I really feel for the characters, and it really needs to come from a very deep and honest place. And therefore I feel that it's not like I've planned that, okay, now I'm going to just think about the interior worlds of women and what are their thoughts, and those are stories I'm going to tell. It's very instinctive and natural to me, because those are the stories I'm interested in. I love I love reading a lot of literature which is like literary fiction written by and about women. I've had a very strong influence of women around me all the time, the kind of education I've had. So I think all of that has led me to be more interested in a certain kind of story, and also where I feel I have something to bring to the table, because I'm very clear I'm not very interested in propagating the status quo. I'm not very interested in the story of like a cisgender heterosexual man who's just like has everything. For me, that's not so interesting. So I think it's about what interests you, and I do feel that having said that, that's what interests me. So those are the kind of films I make and the kind of stories I tell. But having said that, I don't think that there should be a burden upon women that they should only be telling stories about women. I think just like we never ask a male filmmaker, oh, you're making stories only about men, or are you making, like, why are you making a story about a woman? I think the same kind of freedom should be there for all female filmmakers as well, that please, we let us tell the stories that move us, and all women storytellers are not the same, and different things move them, different genres are interesting to them, different characters are exciting to them. And I think that that's it's not one like whole and everyone should do the same thing. I think it's about everyone's unique voice finding space. And what Srishti shared, it's not just about female protagonists, it's about the gaze, it's about the point of view, it's even how women look at maybe a very male space, so it's really about having the space to do that, and not confining women storytellers into any and pigeonholing them into any particular sort of genre. And also not then questioning people who because I also get that question very often. Oh, so you only want to tell stories about women? So you can never win one way or the other. But I think that as filmmakers, one should do ideally, like stuff that one finds interesting and fascinating, and when you feel like there's something, something that you can really add value in your own unique way.
Uh, okay, am I audible? I think. Okay. Sorry about that. There is some electricity issues at my place, so you're seeing these blue dots on the screen. Really sorry about that. Shrishti, now you are in charge of building the diverse original film catalog at Netflix. So how do you select the stories? How do you, build up this catalog and bring it stories that really move people and that go beyond just, maybe having famous names in it or famous names behind it. How do you go about building your film catalog at Netflix?
I'd say with a lot of help from the creators like Alankita. We are always just looking for storytellers, for creators who want to come to us and, who are so compelled to tell a story that people will kind of join up with it. I think that streaming has enabled a great kind of democratization of content and allows everybody to come out there and speak to who they want to speak to and say what they have to. So having said that, I think the way that we look at things in Netflix is that we want to have your next favorite piece of content on the service, and everybody has different favorites at different times of their life and at different moments in their life, so to speak. So we are looking for like really diverse pieces of content that suit every mood, but at the same time, they have to be the best at what they're trying to say and what they're trying to do. But then that brings us back again to having to lean on our creators to come out there with stories that they feel are authentic and stories that they, that must be told and be true to the world that they belong. But when we talk about authenticity or we're talking about belonging to a world, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything is in the current contemporary world or the real is only the real as you and I know. Given that we're global and we're talking to people around the world at all times across, when we launch an original show, it launches across 190 countries at the same moment that it launches, and which is really interesting because we put stuff out at around 12:30 in the afternoon here, which is the one time when the whole world has the same date, given all the time differences. So we are looking to to match the right piece of content with the right audience. And that's all that we keep in mind, is to make sure that if it is up to what you like, it's the best possible piece of content that you can get for that frame of mind, for that mood that you're in, and for that story that you're looking for. Sorry, you're on mute, Shanta.
Okay. So democratizing storytelling, we've learned about now. When you also bring in a lot of global stories onto the Netflix's portfolio. So what kind of universal stories that you're seeing emerging, from around across the world? That transcend all boundaries, all geographical boundaries, even probably language barriers. What kind of universal stories that you are seeing emerging, especially in the new normal in this stage?
What's been really encouraging is that India has been open to seeing a lot of content that is not local language, and at the same time is not just English, But the kind of excitement that we've seen around La Casa de Papel, which is Money Heist, or the kind of interest that we've seen even in Dark, or Kingdom, all those kind of shows kind of show us that the people are willing to find out about different things at different times and not be intimidated by the language of origin. And that's something that we're very encouraged to see, that when our filmmakers in India are putting out content in Hindi language, or any of our licensed content that comes in Tamil or Telugu or any of the other 11 languages that we're talking to right now, that people are actually trying it out for what it's worth, globally as well. And that just kind of exposes you to the power of storytelling. And when something comes from a filmmaker in its truest authentic form, it finds an audience irrespective of the country of origin, irrespective of the language that it's built in. So that's been very, very encouraging, because that is one of the things that as Netflix we do believe in, that making sure that the content is available for whoever wants to watch it in whatever form that they want to watch it, with subtitles, with dubs, in any way that they would want to be exposed to that story, and hopefully build this empathy across the world for diversity, and not just being stuck to one kind of person or one kind of story.
Right. Alankrita, in your view, how do you see streaming services such as Netflix, help representation on screen and behind the screen as well?
I definitely, like I said even earlier, I feel, the streaming services are definitely a challenger to the status quo. And, just going back a little bit into the systems that have been functioning in India, we have had a culture of cinema which has been very male. It's really been shaped by the male point of view, people behind the camera as well as in front of the camera. Stories are largely around male protagonists, and therefore the whole economics and the whole system has been centered around the male hero. So those are the films that get more budgets, there's more marketing done for them, those are the films that have it easy at the distribution level, and that becomes, and because that's a system that is often used against films which are smaller, more experimental, with alternative points of view, with protagonists who are not necessarily male heterosexuals, as an argument that those other films are not going to get that money back for whoever's investing and for the distributors. Whereas the problem is actually much deeper and more systemic, because if all the resources have been put into a certain kind of point of view and a certain kind of cinema, then obviously the audience is only used to watching that. So I also and so then to blame alternative points of view and say they're not marketable, I feel is not looking at the problem correctly. And that's where I feel like streaming services have been amazing, because I also feel even the fact that in the last few years we've seen cinema change a little bit, mainstream cinema change. I think it's because audiences have had access to streaming platforms, and that has opened them up in a way that even the films they're watching in theaters, I think they've become more open to the kind of stuff that can be watched. And definitely there's the other issue of censorship, because it's very difficult if you want to make a film from a very clearly female point of view, as I experienced during Lipstick when my film was banned, or if you want to make a film which is really delves deeply into an LGBTQI space, because that censorship is going to kind of stop you. So I think there is that much more freedom to express yourself as an artist in a space where you're not thinking about whether this is going to be passed or not, and also where you're not going to be judged for, like this is not commercially viable. But so I think from those points of view, I think we haven't even yet, I feel, understood how much the space has opened up through streaming services for really different kinds of storytelling. So definitely I think it's, and also I feel even in terms of economics, like smaller films, more independent films were never so you had to just depend on your theatrical release, whatever money you got from the theatrical release. Even television channels would not buy those smaller films. So basically any producer to invest in a smaller, slightly more experimental, alternative point of view kind of a film was already at a huge risk. With streaming platforms, even if they're not releasing directly on the streaming platform, the fact that a film can, even if it has a small release in the theater and then it goes to the streaming platform, still eventually the streaming platform is what is making that film viable. Because at least, so like a Netflix will buy a film like that, like they bought, so I think the economics have changed, and I think economics is very key to storytelling, simply because in this field it's not like making a painting that's just you and your canvas. It's expensive, so you need systemic change to actually see that kind of opening up. And I think this is just the beginning. I think we're going to see a lot of change, but I feel it's so exciting that we had a film like Sony come out on Netflix last year. It's such a beautiful film, and I really wonder, like, and then there's Bin Bulbul and Cargo. So I just feel there is a lot of like interesting stuff coming out, and all thanks to people like Shishti.
Right. So, do you see the OTT platforms emerging as an alternate marketplace for the experimental filmmakers, the smaller filmmakers? Do you think OTT platforms can give that kind of challenge to mainstream cinema, where it will be, really economically viable?
I must say, in terms of thought process, it's already a challenger. Like, I did a show called Made in Heaven, and I just feel it challenged the status quo in so many ways. Like, the stories we're used to seeing, and I don't think that that could have ever been a film that would have, at that point in time, maybe years later, that could have released in cinema. So in many ways, I feel that we're already seeing the platforms, streaming platforms being challenges. And I don't think at all that is just for like small experimental films. I think streaming platforms are as vast and as large and mainstream. I mean, I really like, there was Extraction, which is such a big film. There was Bird Box, which is such a big film. There have been, like shows that have done so well, whether it's Sacred Games or there was Patalo. So I just feel that I don't think that it's we even have to think about it like, oh, like it's just the space for alternative. I think it's I don't know, Shishti will of course know better, but just from an audience perspective, I feel it's a space where you find what you need. If I want to watch Roma, I'll watch Roma. If I want to watch Marriage Story, I'll watch Marriage Story. Somebody else might watch, like Extraction. So I just think it just depends on what you're looking for. And I really think, interestingly, that concept now I think is not there, that big budget stuff doesn't happen on streaming spaces. I must say that the bigger budget stuff I've done is all for streaming, not actually for like the bigger budgets I've got are in on the streaming platform. So I just feel that I don't think it's even that simple, that it's only for alternative and smaller films, but definitely for alternative and smaller films, it's really a boon.
Great. Shrishti, how is Netflix looking to keep India entertained? We've seen great traction happening in the entire OTT ecosystem, specifically Netflix. So, going forward, how is Netflix looking to keep India entertained? Quickly.
We're going to be looking for all kinds of stories and find the best way of telling them, whether it is something that needs to be told in a feature film format, whether it's a feature film that needs a song or it doesn't need some sort of songs, whether it's it's a docudrama, whether it is something that is for children, or I think one of the beautiful things about Netflix is that we try to empower our creators to tell the story in the way that it really needs to be told. So even if it's like a mini series that's restricted to 4 episodes or to 6 episodes and that's it, or it's something like, say, like Sacred Games, or like Crown, or like Stranger Things, it's something that's going to go across many seasons and be there for the audience to tell the story and juice out like every single character and go into their point of views. So I think keeping an eye on what people are enjoying and getting feedback, and relying a lot on our creators and our consumers to keep us honest, that's the only way to kind of look at it. India is a land of storytellers, and we all grow up listening to nani and dadi's kahanis, and then we tell poems, and cinema is so big in our country that we are avid consumers. So I think the only thing that we need to be mindful of is that we need to be really honest in what we're making, and hopefully everything will find the right audience for it.
That's great. Lankrita and Shrishti, thank you very much for your time. I am extremely apologetic that we have to cut this session shorter than what we had scheduled it for. But there is so much that we can take from this session, and we would definitely want to continue this conversation in separate stories in the future. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedules and participating in ScreenX. We'll definitely looking forward to interacting with you more. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That brings us to the end of a very scintillating discussion. Um, Now, ladies and gentlemen, please do not log off yet, as we have the next tranche of ScreenX 2020 award winners coming up right after this fireside chat. So do stay tuned. And over to you, Varun and Asif. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Asif Khirani, and I'll be your host for the rest of the evening. You are watching InMovie Presents ScreenX 2020 Summit and Awards with partners CommerceX and digital partners Pivot Roots. We will now be moving to announce the next set of awards. So the best story for a web series in the dark comedy genre, the gold winner is Hasmukh, nominated by Applause Entertainment Private Limited. The best story for a web series in Tamil language, gold winner is Auto Shankar, nominated by Z5. The best story for a web series in Telugu language, gold winner is Locked, nominated by AHA. The content comedy web series in drama, gold winner is Virgin Bhaskar, nominated by Alt Balaji. Content drama web series in Tamil language, the gold winner is Queen, nominated by MX Player. The content drama web series gold winner is Kafir, nominated by Z5. Content thriller show in psychological thriller, the gold winner is Damage 2, nominated by Hangama Digital. Most popular web series in crime drama, the gold winner is Your Honor, nominated by Applause Entertainment Private Limited. The most popular web series in Telugu language, gold winner is Locked, nominated by AHA. The most popular web series in political drama, the gold winner is Modi, Journey of a Common Man, nominated by Eros Now. The most popular web series in psychological thriller, gold winner is Damage 2, nominated by Hangama Digital. And now, everyone, we'll be moving to our next panel, which is regional content driver for next phase of OTT growth. With growing demand for content in one's mother tongue, there's a huge growth potential for regional content. Besides dubbing, international as well as Hindi content in regional languages has expanded the scope of this market. While the regional markets are still at the nascent stage, the pace of growth is fast and it can be a game changer in the next phase of growth for the OTT business. Joining us for this discussion as a moderator, we have Ashish Fairwani, Media and Entertainment Leader at Ernst & Young India. We have Jayakrishnan S., co-founder Mainstream TV. Mr. Vishnu Mohta, co-founder Hoichoi. Kranti Gada, COO Shimaro Entertainment. Divya Dikshit, Senior Vice President and Head of Marketing Alt Balaji. And Preetham Venki, President Digital, DDV Mudra Group. Mr. Fairwani, I would request you to take the conversation forward.
Okay, hi everybody and welcome to this session. I think it's great to be here today, and I think we have a great panel as well. And first, before we start anything, Divya, congratulations! I saw you won an award just before the show, so well done for that. I think we're going to start. Since the intros are done, I'm going to jump straight in because we have about 25 minutes or so. So I think regional OTT, very interesting space. We're right now looking at perhaps a $500 million market, growing fast. By 2025, probably $1.5 billion AVOD plus SVOD plus TVOD together. It's about 32% of total content consumption on the OTT side. So it's a very important market. And to get into the nuances of that and the potential that we see, I'm going to start with you, Vishnu. Very interesting stuff you've done on the pricing side. How do you see your ability to price subscription in the OTT market when you compare it with some of the other stuff we see on the more national products and platforms?
Hi, Ashish. Thanks for having me on the platform. So I think the way we think about pricing is largely a bifactor of the value the target customer derives from your service and from your content offering. The way we price ourselves at the moment is we only have an annual plan. We used to have various other plans also for shorter durations, but we sort of felt that there was a compelling enough need, especially with India having issues with recurring payments. It's changing now because of debit card and UPI also having recurring, so we'll probably see that again. But at this point in time, we've only got an annual subscription, and honestly, we have it. Our experience has been great in doing that. We've in fact at a time had a 3-year subscription also for about 2.5 years of worth of virtual. So I mean, frankly, I mean, when we sort of removed some of the lower tier plans, we were always super worried, and I was glued to what will happen in customer support, etc. People will, come out with, okay, why is it everything is at least 500, 700 rupees, etc. Luckily, we haven't seen that happen, and it's been there for the last year. So that's been our experience. It's a bifactor of the value add you give for the target language that you, or target content that you have for your consumers.
So am I hearing you say that you're able to actually charge a premium when you say 500 and 700 bucks compared to some of the Hindi products?
I think that's been the experience in some of the global markets also. While Netflix globally would be priced at, let's say, $9 and $15, a classic example is, let's say, a WWE, which is able to, as a niche, charge a $25, $30 premium. Hulu is also priced at up to $60, $70 in some cases, but that's with a live TV bundle and things like that. Same applies for even small cohorts, like even hunting related OTTs and online video platforms, etc., that are able to actually, in a lot of cases, charge a premium to mainstream, I guess.
Got it.
So I don't think we are the most expensive, but I think there is a bigger propensity to pay in some cases, I guess.
Okay, cool. Jaya, how do you see this from your side in the South? What's the payment capacity? What will drive revenues between now and the next few years? You're on mute.
Yeah. Hi everyone. So I represent mainstream TV. So we launched into the market, and we are a startup. We had like a massive mountain to climb to acquire users and get into the heads of people. And the first and foremost thing that we did was we decided to make it free on an AVOD model, because expecting people to pay for a company, especially at such a nascent stage, would be like overthinking. Like they would definitely have their reservations about paying for such a for any new relative new player. But I think content makes the biggest difference in everything, because people are aware and people want to pay for premium content. But earlier it was there in the tier 1 cities, but thanks to Jio and the payments being more easier with UPI and all of that, the tier 2, tier 3 city people have also started spending on digital platforms. And thanks to all the peers here, you guys have bundled with different telecom operators. You guys have made it easier for people to access this. Of course, a lot of people are giving first year subscription free, whatever the subscription fee may be. But there is a retention that happens. The second year, a lot of people are actually willing to pay it rather than go get it for free. So the price point, mostly 500 per year is what everybody expects, because even now, if you price a product more than 1,000, if you're not giving free shopping or anything, the people are not going to really go for it. They'll be just like I'll be happy downloading your content off Telegram. So of course, price points have to be affordable if we have to penetrate deeper into the market. It's all about getting more and more users to onboard the OTT bandwagon, explore the newer content. Yeah, so ideally the price point for me, from what I've seen, it's 500, and I think most of you agree, because most of you are priced at 500, and I think we have cracked the code, and we hope that the audience will fall in line and subscribe more onto us. Yeah.
There are $40 a month is what you're talking about. That's it. $40 a month is all that believe will be a successful amount.
There has to be a starting point. First let's at least make them pay the $40, and then let's talk to them about the hundreds and the premium content that we offer. That the first stage of initiation, I think everybody is struggling to convert more and more of these people to paying customers, even with free subscriptions, even with bundling it with telecom operators. Penetrating or getting people to pay is a difficult task, especially for media. I mean, they think the public has a feeling that video has to come for free. Entertainment is always free unless I go to a theater, watch it on a big screen. I don't need to pay for it. So I mean, it is a collective responsibility of every one of us to bring the awareness, and if the entry point is less, let it be. But it is about making the awareness, educating them to pay for your video, pay for the content. That's how it is. Yeah, that's how I feel it.
Very, very valid. I was saying that we're still an industry, we've got to get awareness going. And equally important is that we've got to give them the content that they really like. And on this note, Kranti, I'll put you in, on this one. You guys have been working in 4 different languages, from what I understand, the regional space, Gujarati, Punjabi, etc. How do you, sitting out of Bombay, go get so relevant to them that they'll pick up your product in different states completely? What's the secret of getting entrenched into a regional market?
Yeah. Thanks, Ashish, and thanks to the AdGully team for having me here. I think the way to play the regional game is by being deeply entrenched in the entire ecosystem, other than just the OTT part. Hoichoi is a great example of that. They are extremely deeply entrenched in the industry for years together, and now leveraging that entire relationship, knowledge, association, all of that. And for Shamaru also, OTT is I would say is just one more way for us to connect with those audiences. We've been entrenched in these 4 languages for many years, and in particular, I would say Gujarati, Marathi, and Punjabi were languages where we are investing or being present right from maybe around 2005 to 2008-9. Around that time, we've been producers of films in those markets. We've acquired music. We have multiple touch points and connections with the consumer, so much so that in a lot of the geographies, consumer does not think of Shamaru as just a Bollywood brand. There is a relevance to the brand in the local context also. And for example, in Gujarati, I can say we've been investing since 2005, and we've nurtured the entire industry and ecosystem. The content bank that we're sitting on, we've started collecting since then. Where the industry was very underdeveloped, we've helped. So, when we actually launched our app, people from the industry, like significant names and influencers, came up to say that thank you, because you all have nurtured us for so many years, we want to give back. And we continue to do so. So while Shamaru Me OTT sits under the Bollywood umbrella, 80% probably is Bollywood, but we've actually offered regional packs to the consumers over there also. We also recognize the whole award piece requirement, and therefore we have kind of divided our content into content which appeals to award audiences and to audiences which are willing to pay, and we see clear segregation of content between these 2 audiences. We also have multiple touch points. So while whatever we do on OTT, but on social media, we do a lot of things other than just long form content. For example, we run a weekly live cookery show. And through the entire 6 months of lockdown, we've had a weekly live cookery show on our Shamaru Gujarati Facebook page, which now gets roughly 1.3 lakh concurrent users to come and watch it. So it's about, nurturing the entire ecosystem, deepening, customizing your offerings for that audience, and, being relevant, I would say. So, yeah.
And in fact, I would also... both Shamaru and also. Yeah, you're a great example. And sorry, I'm going to cut you short, Kranti, but we have restrictions on time. I'm going to move to Divya. You're not a regional player in that sense. You're a Hindi player. And I've heard on many fora talk about the fact that you're targeted towards tier 2, tier 3 markets, or you get a lot of response in tier 3 markets. So how does it work for you being a Hindi player in the metro versus non-metro play? What's the difference as far as you're concerned?
Okay. So first of all, thank you so much for having me here. And Kranti, I've just been dying to tell you this. I love your wallpaper. It's very cute. Okay.
Thanks to my children.
And so I'll talk about the fact that at Alt, let me just give you a very, very quick brief into the fact that BTL has been producing television shows for the longest time ever known. So I think there we have quite a bit of set formula, understanding of the audience pulse, and we know exactly what they like, what they don't like, what works, what doesn't work. Now, how do we translate that into the digital era was probably the starting point for Alt, right? So with lots of, and in digital, nobody's cracked the code, honestly, nobody. Everybody is always experimenting, whether it's pricing, consumer segmenting, targeting, content, we are all experimenting at all the time. Right? Though we try with the data analysis prediction for the particular shows, but it need not be always correct. If it's 50% time correct also, we're thankful that, at least 50%'s got the bullseye. So let me put it like that there first. Now, looking at the fact that we have two clear markets in India, and our market is actually global, which gives us almost 18 to 20% traffic on the app itself. Having said that, we largely target two different types of consumers. The metro consumer, which we call India, and the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 consumer, which we call the Bharat, right? So our content, Ashish, is created keeping in mind those certain segments. So a metro youth would probably like to see a broken but beautiful, whereas a tier 2, tier 3 youth would probably be happier watching a Virgin Bhaskar, right? So it's not just a divide of India and Bharat that we look into. We also look into the, like Kranti was saying, the sensibilities of the people, what kind of action, what kind of drama, what kind of phrases, what kind of language will they enjoy. And then there are certain shows, like an Apharan, that not only cut across India and Bharat, but they cut globally also. We were, we were flooded by requests from US, UK, Canada, Middle East, Southeast Asia, where people were saying, are you dubbing Apharan in our language, right? So I think content is a very, very personal choice. I come from a platform where we launched the proposition of Apni Bhasha Mein Feel, and Kranti was bang on saying, you need to know people to be able to create content for them. I think regional content is the way to go. I think we as Hindi language first want to establish and cement our prominence here. Even in terms of targeting, if I look at marketing and if I look at segmented targeting, the way that we work is a metro Indian, for example, today costs far higher for me, and I can't, while talk about exact stats, costs far higher for me to acquire than a tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 Indian, right? Probably a cost of one metro Indian, I can acquire 5 tier 2 audience. Now they are going to ultimately pay me the same amount of money, and we've purposely kept our pricing very, very penetrative and very simple. I would, concur to what the gentleman opening the conversation was saying. We've kept only two pricing from the very beginning. One, 100 rupees for 3 months, and the other for 300 rupees for 1 year. Now that has been hammered so much that it's easier to communicate and for people to come and see there are only two choices. Pick what you want, right? Now, to drive people to sample the annual pack, what becomes critical for me as a targeted marketer across whether metro or Bharat is to ensure that there is a huge, deep engagement, a wide and a deeper engagement of the audience on my platform for him to keep coming back again and again. If it's a quarterly one, ensure that he retains, because the cost of retention of a consumer is far lesser than a cost of acquisition. And if it is an annual one, then keep talking to him, because you want him to see more and more shows and hopefully have some kind of affinity towards the platform. Because I'll just end this conversation by saying there's nothing called a brand loyalty in entertainment. It's all about content loyalty. And that's why season franchises are created.
On that one note, Preetham, I'm going to move to you. All right.
Yeah, Ashish.
Preetham, I think one thing I'd love to know from your part really is the monetization on the ad side. Okay. How do you see the ad rates for all these platforms? How do they compare with a national platform charge versus a regional platform? See these ad rates different, same? How does it work? What's the math over?
So I think there will always be a little bit of a distinction between the national players and the regional players when it comes to what you would charge on a CPM basis to begin with, right? As far as the ad rates are concerned. Now, there are two factors that you have to keep in mind. One is the overall reach, and the second is the efficacy of the people that you're reaching. So that means what is the spend pattern associated with those people?
Right.
Now, obviously, that's why there is a distinction between, as Divya correctly pointed out, a distinction between the India audience set and then the Bharat audience sets per se, right? Now, typically in the case of an India reach, you would see, on an AWOD platform for non-premium content. That means, let's say it's not sports related, and if it is not premium content, you'd see anywhere between $5 to $7 as far as the CPM is concerned. And that number would typically, go up 2x or 3x based on what is the kind of content associated with that. But when it comes to the purchase power, and because it resides predominantly with metro audiences or the India audiences, you would end up paying a little bit of a premium. But there is a little bit of a caveat here, and I've seen that in markets like whether it's in China and parts of US, where what would essentially happen is that if you have the kind of targeting and you're able to correlate and not just sell purely on reach and impressions specifically, and if you're able to then translate that into business kind of outcomes for the particular brand, if you have your surveys around BTS and all of that put in place, and you're able to optimize your audience's reach specific to that, you can essentially end up charging a little bit of a premium around that. But having said that, considering that a lot of the conversation for all the other panelists is around content, I have to say that content will play an extremely important role in that as well. So quite a few layers associated with that. You would essentially allow a bidding platform at the back end to take care of that, for you to a certain extent. But those are some of the broad trends that you would see going forward.
Got it. And on that note, I think I'm going to move to really again on the international opportunity. How important is that for Shemaru on a regional platform side? And Vishnu, I'd like you to add on that later once countries.
So international, I feel, is a market which you can look at it in two ways: diaspora and non-diaspora. The diaspora market is just an extension of the India market, but they are higher ARPU markets. Of course, more difficult to crack, but once you have their loyalty, they are higher ARPU markets. The non-diaspora markets are opportunities to completely break out and grow out of the ordinary. So if a non-Indian is watching my content, and I really like the fact that Aparan got requests to be dubbed in multiple different languages, that shows the reach or relevance of that content. And on the back of that, one can really monetize and suddenly expand your audience base. For diaspora particularly, and in the regional, let me just combine the regional and diaspora thing. So since Gujarati I spoke about, so what we do, again, we do a lot of stuff for the Gujarati diaspora, say in the US or UK. So we engage with a lot of the local samajas. We actually do screenings for them. We even do offline screenings of some of the content. So they actually get to go to the theater to watch some of the movies that we're releasing online. We do interactions with stars, so kind of leverage on the star association bit. And again, these are audiences who are then willing to pay, and you like in India, for example, where the regional pack is at $4.99 annually, but over there it's $4.99 a month. So it's a higher ARPU market once you're well entrenched and engaged with the audience.
And Vishnu, how does it work for you? You have a large diaspora audience. Unfortunately, a lot of it sits in Bangladesh. Does that work for you or not?
No, absolutely. I mean, I consider Bangladesh to be home, not diaspora, to be honest, because we got an office there. We think of that as a as a corollary market, to be honest. And we produce shows in Bangladesh, by the way. So for me, diaspora is any Indian or Bangladeshi Bengali who is global, right? Who's residing outside either of those two territories. For us, frankly, 40% of our revenue comes from international territories outside of India. And again, like Kranti was saying that, the RR codes are also, I mean, we charge about, I think, $9 or $8 a month. So again, it's not very dissimilar to let's say Netflix or Prime for that matter in some of those countries. And some of the ways we lead with that is essentially, in a lot of cases, movies, because I think 50% of Hoichos plays, in addition to having 60 shows, we've got, biggest catalog probably of movies in this language on both sides of the border in India, Bengali and Bangladeshi Bengalis. And we've done 40 digital premieres. So, the way we piggyback on that is that, a lot of these countries do not have theatrical releases also, right? For even STF films for that matter. Or maybe by the time they get to the theater or they don't have the time or et cetera, the movie is out in theaters or something or the other, right? So in a lot of ways, this is one of the key reasons for us to be in this business is to go direct to consumer as a film producer to start with, right? And this is sort of where I think it becomes easier to sell, because instead of just marketing the service, you're marketing essentially a window to watch a movie or a catalog of movies sitting wherever you are, right? Or in whichever country you might be in for that matter. So that's our sort of, if you like, play on targeting the diaspora, I guess.
I think for regional success, it's a big plus if you're part of a larger ecosystem of content, different touchpoints, as you have Kranti have said. But Vishnu and also Divya, I have to ask you this question. Both you guys are you're like Indian companies, imprint-led companies in terms of Bala, and of course you as well, Madhu, from point of view. But you don't have a broadcasting network to piggyback on. You don't have the unlimited funds that some of the larger international players have. How do you cope with competition? How do you take them on? Vishnu, let's start with you. You guys are the essential Indian content film company.
Right.
How will you manage?
I mean, honestly, we don't think about competition too much, and I'm sounding a little bit arrogant when I say this. But I think, two things. One is, I think, in the market that we operate in, we want to have the lion's share of the mind space of the audience, right? So that is where we start out at. And that's about 250 million people globally who speak Bengali as a language. So that's a large enough base to go after, firstly. Secondly, more importantly, I think, in businesses, you worry about competition when you've sort of stagnated as a growth, as an industry overall. And if the size of the pie keeps expanding, whatever, 20, 30, 40% every year, what you should think about more so is how can you expand the size of the pie versus what is the market share within that pie itself. That's at least how we think about this play. And I don't think competition or, what others are doing, as we obviously have a lot of admiration for what everybody else is doing. But I don't think, unlike if you were working in, let's say, I don't know, Procter & Gamble or somewhere else, we think maybe a little bit more about competition because the market is sort of at a finite or growing at a finite pace, maybe, let's say.
You take your segment, focus on that segment and give it all you got is what I'm saying.
Yeah, the deepest catalog.
Okay. So I'll just build upon what Vishnu has already spoken. So we, I think we have uniquely positioned ourselves. I'll be very quick. We uniquely positioned ourselves as Hindi originals, and for some time we really want to work hard into it. Look at cementing our proficiency in the same and having a vast library catalog. So that's part one. Today we are 65 plus Hindi originals. I doubt that many other people have this kind of capability in Hindi. Hindi is 70% of the language spoken in India, and there is a vast diaspora abroad. Plus we also dub for other languages the shows. So that's one. Part two is what you consider as competition. I consider anything that takes the video consumption time of the audience as competition. It could be a Hi-Fi, it could be a Roposo, it could be a Chingari, it could be XYZ, UGC, gaming, etc. Whatever that you say, that could be competition for you because it's all about the consumer internet time spent, right? And I want a share of the same. Money will follow. Right now, do I get his time and attention and presence on his mobile or his laptop? So we work by keeping our competition close. We do a lot of tie-ups and alliances with gamings, with short video formats, and we also work on a lot of programmatic buys on other OTT platforms. Therefore, we're very, very happy when the OTT consumption per se is going up and people are willing to pay for the content, because this overall increases your scope of work and area and what you can aim for. And typically that is how we deal with competition. Thinking about the fact that, listen, I don't have a television network and I don't have, those 200 crores to spend in a year is not going to take me anywhere, because that's not what my growth path is. My growth path might be very different, but is the field or the area in which I'm going to play increasing month on month, year on year, and then I have a bigger scope by doing various other activities, and that's how we deal with it.
Great. I think it's important to understand what I'm hearing you say, that about ruling my segment and make sure I'm a relevant player in the segment I choose, not so much looking at the guys and getting done by the big numbers that you see in various publications.
Correct.
But a big problem to all that for all of you is piracy. I think Jay brought up that point when we were discussing this. And what's your take? Is it rampant in the regional space? Let me start off with a very open question. Or is this just a thing that the guys and the large platforms need to worry about?
Sorry, is that question to me or is that question to somebody?
Jaya, that's for you. I think you're on mute.
Jaya is on mute.
Yeah. So when it comes to piracy, yes, it is a very big problem. So we had the chance to release a movie, like premiere a movie on our platform on pay-per-view in by end of June, like late June. We got to release a movie and we priced it at $40 per ticket. Per view you need to pay $40 for a movie. So we initially started from 20. We thought, like, let alone the streaming costs, if we can get the audience to pay for it at $20 or $30, and we can get them converted and give them the content, and it might be a differentiator. So at 40 that we placed, we did a decent number. But the next day of us releasing the movie, it was out on Telegram, it was out all over the internet, and we started getting the calls from the producer very frantically. He was like, it's just been a day and the movie's out on Telegram already. Do you think that the people are going to pay now, since it is available for free? It's there on torrents. So our logic was that, see, those who want to pay is going to pay. I mean, that's as simple as it. Somebody who's passionate about the art or about movies or about whatever is happening, because it was in June, it was bang in middle of the pandemic, and it was evident that the movie industry had taken a very serious hit. So the numbers were promising. Like the initially itself in the first 2 days, I think we crossed around 6,000, 7,000 people buying the tickets. But once this Telegram thing came up, we approached obviously we had a joint petition signed with the Kerala Police Cyber Cell, and from there also they had given us the same. The reply was the same, that if it's going to happen to the Amazons and the Netflixes, then it is definitely going to happen to you. And then we took a retrospective. We looked at what has happened. So every time Amazon or Netflix would premiere a movie, let it be in Tamil, Malayalam, Telugu, I'm talking about the South Indian languages because that's where I come from. The next day morning, you can see that there's a news flash saying that the movie is leaked out on the internet. So yes, it is very wide.
Kranti, I think you were getting very excited when I said the piracy. Do you have something to add to?
No, I just want to say that piracy is something that's plagued the industry for decades together. It's nothing new. And we've all fought it in the physical format in a very big way. It's much tougher to fight it in the digital world. And I think most of us have kind of come to, while we do efforts, we do as an industry, we make efforts, we have said life has to go on and we have to find ways to make money beyond that and live with it in a way, because the fact is that it's there. That's the first fact. Second is that our industry has actually failed to come together on this issue. For I would say at least for the last 10-12 years, I have personally been involved in many forums trying to get everybody to commit to anti-piracy, but everybody is probably the producer is bothered about it when his film is coming up for release and not after that. So but now that digital platforms have stable and ongoing interests to protect it, maybe we could do something better. Third is, when many a times we've even seen that the government has their hands tied and limitations in the way they can tackle this because of access or lack of access rather to many of the platforms. So I would say it's something that's plaguing the industry. but it's not a simple solution. That while the problem where everybody is aware of, and it's, and to answer your question, yes, it's across anything that's popular, regional, even Mahabharat, Ramayana, everything is available on piracy. So it's not limited to just films or anything like that. So.
I think we're almost out of time. One last point of view, Preetam. What do you see as some of the big issues now that's facing regional that we should be working on, or big opportunities? How should you just have closed this session?
So I think first, I'm not sure if there are too many issues. So let's look at opportunities to begin with, because it's always better to look at the glass half full. So I think the core focus would be trying to segment your audiences in such a way that your reach is effective. That means creating content in a way that is extremely meaningful to that specific audience. Now, I know that a large part of a conversation has been centered around language, but I think a lot of the languages, and a lot of them are on the panel as well, have a huge cultural background. They have a cultural history. So tapping onto that as a way to extend that, and along with the fact that they do have a cast within which makes it really bigger than life as personalities in each one of those languages or regional centers, is also a very, very interesting play. The second thing is, I think we've consistently seen that a lot of regions come up with a very specific kind of style of storytelling, which becomes very unique to them. Like, for instance, if you take in South Korea and what you would essentially call as, Korean series, which have become extremely popular, they've essentially developed a kind of style which cuts through and then, just goes beyond that regional limitation, as it were. So can you not just take language, and language shouldn't be the only play, can you take the regional artifacts, can you take that cultural advantage and then extend the level of soft power? I think that would then become a very, very key turning moment for most regional OTTs to begin with. So how do you use culture and extend that as a soft power in your storytelling? Then would be the glass completely full as opposed to just half full.
Okay, and that leads me to the first question from the audience: with how far does culture influence the content, and is content becoming less culturally sensitive? Who'd like to take one? And the second part is, content becoming less culturally sensitive? Because I've heard exactly the opposite on this panel till now.
I mean, I've given my view, so I'd love for anybody else to get their viewpoint.
Sorry, so I'm very confused. Did you just say that culture is becoming, content is becoming less culturally sensitive? Was the question that?
That's the question on the chat box from the audience.
Okay, I don't think so, honestly, because we've seen ourselves that more shows that we have done set in Hindi heartland, with their kind of dressing up, the backdrop, the nuances, the daily lives, the accents, the phrases, the language, the colloquial, even expletives that they use. It has worked beautifully well for us. And I personally feel that India's gone ahead in that time, where they're no longer bothered about the fact that are they watching English content. That's not a matter of pride any longer. It's not cool to, only spout English and not know your own language. So I don't agree with that. I think India's finally reached at a age and at a destination where they're very comfortable in their own skin, in their own culture, in their own language, and they're looking for content in that. That's my personal point of view.
No, I'd agree with Divya completely, right? I think that's become the new calling card.
Bangladeshi content in Bangladesh.
Correct. No, I'd again echo that same thought. I don't think we have the content and the stories we tell are all a reflection of society, right? So while we are all worldly exposed and aware of what is happening globally, we at the same time are respectful and innately driven by our surroundings, our food, our culture, our needs, our nuances, and I don't think that's going away anywhere for another 50 years. I don't think everybody's going. If that was the case, then Hollywood would make all the films in the world, right? So that doesn't happen because they have the most amount of budgets, and so that doesn't happen. It's something you see as part of your palette, but at the same time, you also want to see innately your own stories around you that you can relate to also.
Okay, and I did that. I'm getting a lot of messages saying time to wrap up. Seru, you talk too much, shut up. So I'm going to summarize by saying I think I learned a lot on this panel. I think it's important to be part of the ecosystem. It's important to be culturally relevant in the content that you make. targeting, segmentation, get your segment right and go for that segment, provide the best library for segment. A lot of good points on advertising and how to get the CPM going. You focus more data before you can get the CPM up. And of course, piracy is here. It's going to be addictive. But overall, net, there are more opportunities to quote Preetham than issues with the sector. And we are looking forward to a lot of growth in the sector as it goes from 500 million to 1.5 billion in a few years. That should provide much more opportunity. I wish all you the best. You guys are going to be creating systems. You guys will be creating this whole segment and making it grow. And with that, thank you for being on the panel. It's been a pleasure to have you guys. And I hand over to Ed Gully on. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you to the rest
Ashish,
of the panel
thank you
as well.
so much.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Ashish.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This was really an interesting conversation and I think an important one to discuss. So now we will be moving on to our next panel, which is unlocking short format video synergies for entertainment and social platforms. Now, short videos have emerged as a new format, but how does one differentiate what are the key mantras that one should follow to create winning short video films? This is still in its early stage, so one needs to wait and watch how this format will become popular. Also, what goes into making great short video films? So discussing this topic, as a moderator, we have Mr. Uday Sodhi, Senior Partner, Kurate Digital Consultancy, Mr. Abhishek Joshi, Head of Marketing and Business Partnerships, MX Player, Sumit Ghosh, Co-founder and CEO, Chingari App, Shivank Agarwal, CEO, Metro TV, Manish Srivastav, Head of Marketing, Ghana, Devika Sharma, Director Sales, Glance and Roposo InMobi, and Samir Vora, CMO, Daily Hunt. I would request Mr. Sodhi to take this conversation forward.
Okay, there we go. Thank you so much. And it's great to have this panel here. I hope everybody has joined. There you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. So we're all here. Looking forward to an exciting conversation on short video synergies for entertainment social platform. And we have a great panel here. As we start this conversation, I wanted to, basically look at this panel and say there are obviously 3 different types of players in the market today, and we have a good representation from all of them here. The first group is the OTT platforms, and Abhishek and Manish are here. Manish is from Ghana and Abhishek from MX Player, and they come with great experience in terms of building businesses in the OTT space, and they'll tell us more about what happens in the short video space. There's a second category where we're seeing people coming into the short video space, which is the social platforms. And we've got Samir from Daily Hunt and Devika here from Glance here. And there's the whole innovative new category or new players who are coming into the short video space. And we have Sumit from Chingari here and Shivank here from Metro. So I'm going to start off quickly and say, Abhishek, why don't you start off? I want each one to take 2 minutes to say, what do you see? What's so exciting about the short video category? Why are consumers lapping it up? And as an entry strategy into this category, what is your differentiation? What do you bring to the table which will make it an exciting, large enough business?
Thanks, Uday. I envy your background. Hi, hi everyone. MX Tagatak is what, 8 weeks old now, and the first thing that struck us was the amount of engagement that the short video format can get. And at Tagatak, we want to give content creators and digital enthusiasts a fun space. I mean, it's a fun space to experiment and build their own success stories. Uday, we believe that the key to succeeding in this space is empowering the creators. with the best tools to unleash their, inherent creativity that all of us have. I mean, we and I firmly believe that all of us are creators individually. I mean, we make stories almost every hour of the day. Uh, every content creator on the platform gets access to a wide variety of the content creation tools, like a well organized and exhaustive background music library, advanced beautification tools, new and innovative effect filters, all of that, uh, and it is truly a mobile first content creation platform, or an opportunity that enables the talented content creators to unleash what they have to offer, and we give them a fair shot of being successful.
Manish, would you like to add? How do you see yourself getting into this market? A very strong audio platform. Why would you want to get into this, and where do you see your differentiation?
Sure. So, first of all, let me start by saying that when, as Abhishek has already said, that this is clearly a very exciting space, because there is a heavy sense of engagement that was there on the short video platform that really made us interested as well. But what really has been slightly different in our case than compared to probably a lot of other players, the way they have gone vertical in that sense. We were very, very sure about one thing, which is that this is not a feature we are launching. This is not a product that we are launching. What we intend to do is to develop an ecosystem, the ecosystem that will have creators on one end, that will have the viewers at the other end, and most importantly, the moment the angle of monetization hits in, the wheels start turning much better, right? So from that perspective, our thought was very clear that how are we bringing value to the short video platform or short video structure as it will evolve, in the ecosystem that will evolve. And we really felt that with the long-standing relationship that we have with artists, given the fact that we have a lot of singers who have been associated with us in multiple different forms, and while we're doing all of the work around music, there are also choreographers, there are also podcasters now available with us who are excited about the whole proposition on Ghana. For them, it will be a great value, because they will now suddenly have a platform at scale to really showcase and pose themselves in a bigger manner. That was one. Secondly, and most importantly, the fact that when you're trying to build in an ecosystem, it becomes important that you have a certain tier of creators who are creating for you, because clearly the second run creator takes cue from them and then it runs around, right? That's the whole philosophy of virality and everything. And that's why we said we would not want to reinvent the wheel. We would want to see how value can be created for the current user, who can also now see short video, who can also create short video. And in the sense, you are trying to make a product which is a all-encompassing product with music and podcast and short videos, all of them coming in together. And the whole point of the working is that as we go along, people will start finding value, their number of sessions go up, their engagement goes up, and that's why things kick in. And when monetization comes in, and given that we've been monetizing the platform for a long time now, and we have our own set relationships, that should also really help moving in the wheels much faster. So in that sense, our entry strategy was slightly different. Yeah.
Very nice. And I think that makes sense, because both MX Player and Ghana come with very strong understanding of content and are really aggressive on the content side. Now let's move on to the platform, guys. Devika and Samir, maybe Devika can start off and say, you're obviously coming with huge amount of consumer base, and you're bringing in a huge amount of consumer base. How do you see yourself being different from the other people who are coming in with large consumer bases? And I'm talking of the larger social platforms out there. How do you yourself standing in that crowd and making a mark for yourself? Obviously, Glance is very large, but I'm saying there still needs to be an engagement or an entry strategy which brought you into this.
So Glance is actually a separate platform, Uday. While there are synergies between Glance and Reposo, we are looking at Reposo as a standalone platform, and we have our own individual strategy for that. So the way we look at it is that short video is frankly the new normal. That's how people communicate. That's how people express themselves. People have created it as a profession. and the number of young people, older people as well, who are joining that bandwagon is skyrocketing by the day. So keeping that in mind, I think the first thing that we've been focusing on in a very big way is the fact that we want to be a vernacular platform. We already publish content in 12 different languages, and we hope to keep adding to that. We're focusing on a very, very diverse set of users that exist in the country. And we're trying to cater to them by recruiting as many local creators as possible as far as content is concerned, right? So the fact that we're vernacular is the first focus area for us. The second is that we believe in promoting a diverse plethora of content. So singing and dancing, very typically entertainment led content, is obviously very popular, but we're looking at adding different we already have, and we're looking to add to that a diverse range of content. So for example, we have content related to mythology or local journalism. And what we do on Reposo is we create communities on these content buckets. And therefore, different types of content have, a fair share, a fair speak on the platform to get discovered and obviously drive engagement for our users. And the third thing is, and this is a really big one for us, we want to be a platform that publishes clean and safe content. We don't want any of our users to ever feel embarrassed about using Reposo in front of a friend or family, etc. So we have a fairly strong, technological backing, an AI/ML, a two-step check process. The first one, is an AI/ML check that weeds out content which is undesirable, so to speak. And then this is followed by a manual check that happens on all content that goes onto the app. So these three things, are our key sort of pillars for growth, and they've been delivering pretty well for us so far.
Superb, superb. Samir, you want to take over? You obviously have a very large customer base to feed.
Actually, I think Devika kind of queued that up for me, but I'll just, I think what Abhishek and Manish also said is not incorrect, and they're good starting points. But for us, I'm just splitting it and, going out and saying that, for us, it's creator first, content forward, and consumer focused, for lack of a better word. What do I mean by all three? Let me quickly go through. Creator first means, I think we've gone ahead and, done the needful and getting the top 200 creators that Bharat currently has. Just look at the numbers, and I think all of them have broadly moved to us. In terms of being, helping that creator network, I think we've gone ahead and done the needful with regards to the music labels. We've got the big four signed up. When it comes to content, being content forward, I think we understand AI/ML like nobody else. And for us, luckily, the point that Devika was mentioning, for us, we are known to be vernacular. So that allows us a deep understanding of what we want to push to whom and at that kind of scale. So that automatically makes us, deeply consumer focused as well. So for us, I think this was in a lot of ways a gadbandhan of sorts. Think of it like this, that we got the creators, we had the music, and you know what?
Language is native to you.
Yeah, it's native to us. And, for us, if anything, we understand the best is maybe vernacular and the way we play that game. And I think AI/ML, per se is bread and butter for us. So it would be a travesty for us to not do this. And hence, I think we've just gone ahead and do this at scale. And I think that's where we are as an entry strategy.
Excellent. And we have two challengers here to all these big guys. We have two challengers here. We have Shivank here, who runs Mitro. Shivank, you want to start off and explain your entry strategy? You're on mute, so you want to please.
Hey, Uday. First of all, thanks for having me here. And the good thing about Mitro has been it has been launched before TikTok ban, and we've never been relying on any gap in the market. We wanted to create our own niche, and that's what we launched Mitro. And the idea about to launch Mitro was to create micro entrepreneurs. And what we see is there's no dearth of skills in India, right? From acting to singing to dance. Uh, the idea is to give a big platform to all these, skills. And what we say in India is, is everything is zero and one. Either you're so skillful, or so lucky you'll end up in Bollywood, or you have no scope to show your talent. So that's the reason Mitro becomes very important, a platform wherein people who want to showcase their skill and want to earn their living out of their skills, that we can become a big platform for them. Apart from that, we have recently launched, categories and communities. So the idea is people of different communities, they can form a group together, they can collaborate in a much better way. For example, dance and music has become two major categories for us, and we are seeing a lot of engagement around those categories. And when you try to show your skills to the people of like-minded, and like interest, the satisfaction or gratification that you get is, massive. So that's what you have seen. And of course, the idea is to, the launch of the metro has seen, a great participation from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So we are driving on that wave as well. And, for these people, you know, uh, the different videos, for example, fishing or, carpentry becomes very important for this, audience. So communities becomes very important, and we should be known for the communities, and more power to the users so as to decide which community they want to be part of and which videos they want to see. So that's been an idea for us.
Thank you, Shivam. Sumit, you want to add to this?
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, first of all, thanks Uday for having me in this panel. Chingari, as Shivang mentioned, Chingari has a very similar story. We, launched way before this anti-China or TikTok ban. In fact, we, technically launched the platform in 2018, and we were building it. So we initially wanted to do a video meme platform because we saw that users in those days they had 4G data because Reliance came in, but they had nothing to share online. So from there to today, as a short video app, a lot of evolution has happened in the product. uh, I mean, in, all the other as the other platforms who have launched recently, they're probably using some SDK, camera SDK from other companies. Whereas the Chingari at Chingari, we have built the entire technology ground up. In fact, we have recently launched the AR filters, which are natively developed. I think in the short video space, Chingari is the only platform with AR filters. Where we allow creators to use AR filters. So we are very focused on building a world-class creator-first app and give them the best quality, creation experience. So we recently also did a deal with T Series, where we have T Series music on the library of Chingari, so they can use T Series content to create engaging content. And along with that, as the other panelists mentioned, so this is not just a creation play. A lot of engineering has to go. A deep tech engineering has to be done, especially in the AI and ML side, where you need to understand, the viewer, what the viewer wants in terms of his taste in short video, and that is where we are really bullish about, building deep tech AI ML algorithms to really be able to predict their taste and deliver them the best possible videos in various categories. In Chingari, as a product, we haven't really differentiated the videos in various categories because we want that the algorithm to do that. We don't want users to tell us that okay, we are interested in cooking or dance or music. We want to understand based on their viewing experiences that what they are really watching, and then and let the ML do the job of recommending them videos. And we are a very fresh platform. Technically, we have grown in the last 3 months. We started growing before the TikTok ban, and the TikTok ban obviously gave all of us a lot of headroom to grow. And yeah, we come up with a lot of fresh ideas now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You were also mentioned by Prime Minister Modi's app selection thing. So good. So I think we have a great panel here. Now, when I listened to all of you, I picked up 3-4 keywords which obviously resonate across, and I'd like to deep dive into each one of them. There are 3-4 keywords and exciting things that are happening. Obviously, one word which keeps coming out is AI ML, and that's one thing that seems to be common across. There's obviously some engineering that needs to go into it, and that is the consumer side of it. What is the consumer experience? And on the other side, I'm hearing a lot of content creator programs. So whether it is programs, whether it is communities, whether it is engaging with the content creators, I think that's the other side of the coin, so to say. Now, what I'd like to hear from all of you is how are you doing it differently? How is each one addressing, the AI ML consumer side or the engineering consumer side and giving a great experience to the consumers on one side, and on the other side, motivating enough creators to come onto the platform, because obviously it's not just the six of you, there are probably 20 others who are trying to get into this space. So how are you going to win that battle with bringing in consumers and giving them a good experience and bringing in creators and giving them good money at the end of the day? So let's start reverse now. Let's start with Sumit now.
Sure. In Chingari, the business model is about sharing, creating a community where we want to share revenues with our creators. So what we do is whenever a brand comes to Chingari and wants to do, content promotion, we take a cut of, X percentage, and Y percentage we give to the creators. So this way, it's a long term, it's a long term play for us. This can be continued in future as well, and the creators are happy because they get paid for the content that they are creating. So over time, as as the platform grows and as more brands find value in UGC related promotion. So historically, if you see so far, brands have the only way brands have advertised is one-way communication, where they create an ad, push it on television, on social media. But with platforms, with the UGC platforms like us, now brands have an opportunity to do two-way ads or two-way communications, where UGC content creators, they can talk about brands. So without naming the brands on this panel, I would like to just say that we are experimenting this type of format where brands come on board and our UGC creators are creating UGC hashtag with the brand's hashtag, and then money is getting split between them and us. And at Chingari, we feel this can go a long way, enabling both the platform and the creators to make money.
Good. Shamak?
Yeah, I think for us, creator community development becomes very important, and it's our responsibility. And when we say, creating a sustainable model, we want to take a step back, and assure that people have enough skills, and we are providing a right platform and guidance to the creators to create the content. Of course, everybody has a talent. The channelize that talent becomes our responsibility, and that's what we have been doing. We have been handholding and working with them, giving the feedback on what went wrong with the previous video and how can they improve upon and give the response from the user. And that's what we have been doing currently. And the idea is, when we talk about monetization, I said the first word is micro entrepreneurs, what we want to create. And the idea is to have the sustainable model wherein at one end we are the brands, and at the other end we are the creators, and we form a bridge between them. That's way we can create a sustainable model for us, as well as can create a plethora of a big community of creators across multiple communities.
Thanks. Samir, you want to add to that?
So guys, for us, it's a bit different, because we're already sitting on a very established, sales process. So it's a very simple thing. I'm breaking it up into two parts. Part one, the immediate ones that we are seeing in truckloads is the fact that we can start doing monetization with brand associations. I think that's the easy one. And I think courtesy the top creators that we've already, empaneled and the kind of traction we are seeing, it's very organic for brands to seek those creators out and hence come to, Josh. The good part is that you also, kind of do the Gadbandhan there also, which is not only do they get support on Josh, but you also have Daily Hunt. So that's the first shortcut. The longer arc, I would say, is influencer commerce. I think that's something that, again, I think we have started dipping our hands in. Without again taking names, I think there are a clutch of brands who've already reached out to us saying, with your top end creators, can we start pushing the boundaries? Can we start looking at them to create their own products? And I think it's an organic fit. Just think of it like this, that any top end celebrity has his or her own clothing line, fashion, perfume line. I think the same is applicable for any of the creators that are currently there on Josh. And I think that's a very, very natural extension of what we're wanting to do. So for us, I think short-term brand associations, I think that's a no-brainer. and long term, I think influencer commerce, I think, and there is more than enough early traction on both of those. But I think just one final comment on this. I think the trick here will not be that, what we can start off with, okay, because a lot of brands, because the space is new, will want to experiment, but the real thing would be to drive traction continuously and be able to deliver monetization over the long term. I think that will separate the men from the boys, according to us.
Interesting. Devika?
So I'm hearing two common themes, and that's true for us as well. One is the importance of monetization, and the second is, the tech to empower creators to be able to put out the best content possible, and obviously create a world-class platform, right? That holds true for us as well. I think what we're also focusing on, in addition to that, one is the fact that, we are running a lot of engagement programs for our influencers, which, reward them, not just in terms of getting followers, etc., but also have monetary aspects attached to that. And I think that's been one of the key contributing success factors for us. The second is that we're creating and promoting a lot of original content on Reposo. For example, we ran a campaign called Pride of India, which runs till the end of the year. We're running an original cricket-based show with Danish Seth. And that adds not just to user engagement, but also encourages more and more creators to come forward and participate. And finally, I think, what also works for us is the fact that our content discovery engine focuses not just on popular content, and this is the tech part for us, but we are fairly democratic and merit based in terms of the kind of content we promote. So any content recommendation is based not just on its popularity, but also on its user preference. And the marriage of these two aspects helps a lot of diverse creators get visibility and followers. So I think these three things that we've been working on over the last 8 to 10 months have worked very well for us and are yielding results.
Thanks, Devika. Manish?
So that given the fact that we've been around for some time now as the music streaming platform, and the fact that the size of the platform and the multiples of millions of users which is there playing billions of songs, I think the clear input in terms of having a very wide mesh of recommendation to go back to the users, I think the platform already has, and what we're doing now is really building upon it. I would really not harp much on this one. On the content creator side, which really, as I understand, the more important crux of the thing as we go along. When we launched, we did not launch only with a user-focused strategy. There were around 500, 600 artists who straight away kind of came on board with us right in the starting. And so the top bar was really kind of stacked up for us. What we're doing now is that we are creating a content engagement platform, which becomes active and which I would not say rewards them, but kind of keeps them gainfully engaged, because that's the simple point from it. And I think as the game keeps on going ahead, we would definitely believe that the benefits should really start accruing to people. What I would agree with what Samir was saying earlier, that this clearly is not something that will play out in the course of a few weeks or a few months. This is something that will have to play out for long. And I think the good thing in our case is that we are really not bound by creating and definitely showcasing to someone a business case related to only one specific part of the business. Yeah. The whole strength of the fact that there are so many users and so many artists and so many people on the platform, that whole thing gives us a bit of a avenue to say that, okay, this is not a point where we want to really monetize and we want to move ahead. We could monetize pretty much anytime we want, but we really want to get the whole product and the whole experience right. Once that kind of moves in, then I think is the best time when we start monetizing it.
Thanks, Manish. Abhishek?
Uday, if you ask me, the fundamental difference between the short video app and the rest of the entertainment apps or platforms, while the other OTT platforms or the other entertainment OTT platforms, the invite is one to many. Okay, but in the short video app ecosystem, the invite is many to many. So what I mean from this is, on one hand,
please explain this for simple people like me. It went over the head.
Okay, so what I mean is, on one hand, you have the responsibility to attract the creators and the creative guys to come on your platform, and on the other hand, you also have to attract the users, the consumers, and the viewers to come on the platform, which does not happen in any other entertainment play. Now, if that happens, advertising needs to be native, and it needs to be it needs to add to the experience rather than taking away from the experience. So when I'm saying it needs to be in line with what a certain creator or a community of creators are speaking about, and what a certain community of users or viewers are engaging with that content. If the advertising is not in sync with these two conversations, then it sticks out like a sore thumb. And as soon as that happens, your engagement and your viewership and your user base falls. And I mean, let me be very honest, the days of exclusivity are gone. I mean, everyone who has a tech platform and anyone who aspires to be in the B2C consumer space can get, I mean, the rules of the game have changed. It is not like an OTT platform where the content is expensive, hence there is a very strong entry barrier. Here it's a UGC platform, and MX has leveraged it on two counts. One is the brand MX. Unlike everyone else on this panel, we have stuck to MX Takatak. I mean, we could have named it only Takatak, but we wanted to leverage on the strong brand MX. That's number one. Number two, even though we have opened up advertising, we are very careful of not to spoil the user experience. It should not come in between someone enjoying what he's wanting to do there. So these are the two basic things that we are cognizant about. And yeah, I mean, like all of us, we will work towards it.
So I'm opening up now one conversation that anybody can step in now. My point is, we are hearing various monetization conversations here. Obviously, the second half we've heard monetization, advertising. Now, I want to open this up to say, what kind of ad formats or monetization formats will we see? Obviously, there's no subscription in this. But if this is going to be driven by advertising or commerce or whatever is going to be driven, what kind of formats are we going to see in the near future and maybe in the long term? So, let's also take a moonshot and say, this is what we think advertising or monetization could be, because that monetization is obviously going to feed the micro entrepreneurs, as Shivang calls them, to make some money at the end of the day. So can we, open up this to say what kind of monetization formats, ad formats, commercial formats, commerce formats will come through? Any ideas?
Yeah, I would like to answer that. So first of all, I mean, the communication of or advertisement that has been in the legacy world has been more one way. And publisher or advertiser, they showcase what they want to see, and the consumer, they just see it. What we see is the advertisement of the future world will be two-way communication, and the future advertisement will be creator driven, and the advertisers would just be enabler of it. So of course that's the vision we are working with, and it should be ultimately the beneficiary should be a consumer and should be driven. Beneficiary is the creator and should be driven by the creator. So that's our idea on it.
So I would like to add to that. So along with the UGC ads, which is the two-way ads, that Shivank is obviously talking about. I think short video platforms have a very interesting way of running performance-based ads, especially because we can just swipe up and after let's say 5 or 10 swipes, there is an ad. There can be a ad placement which can help brands to run performance-based ads where they can measure it could be a CPA or a CPS or a CPI, in any kind of performance ads. And this platform type performs the best ability for that. So very native integration of videos or text-based ads along with the video stream, along with the video feed. Would be I think a big way to monetize in future, especially at Chingari.
Uday, see, when does a platform start to monetize? And how does it monetize? A platform starts to monetize based on how big the assets are, right? And how much you are willing to monetize on those assets. The short video platforms, the biggest asset that we have is the content creator and the millions of content creators that we have, and hence the obscene amount of reach that we can generate for an advertiser or for the content creator, or in terms of entertainment to the viewer. And these are the three things that we need to keep in mind when we start to have monetization conversations. Like, for example, uh, you know tech platforms or distribution platforms anyone can have, but the sole strength of a platform will always be what are the creators doing on your platform and how are they being consumed. As soon as the advertiser or the brand or the agency understands that fact, then maybe not in the short term, but in the long term, a year and a half from now, I definitely see brands making brand or launching brands in the short video format, which has still not happened in the OTT ecosystem. I mean,
right now, are we assuming that most of the ads that are coming or whatever monetization is happening today on short video is performance advertising? Is that right?
Most of it.
No.
Most of it.
Agree. Not for us. Not for us.
Not for us either. Not for us either.
Is it a lot to do with brand advertising? It's not CPA of any sort, or
it's good old fashioned brand advertising. That's fine.
Okay.
And
I think what is going to happen, and I'm speaking as an advertiser. See, for a long time, the big advertisers have been looking for reach. This platform has the ability to give them reach. At the end of the day, they're trying to buy in bulk. They're trying to optimize on what is the cost per impression or cost per reach that they're getting. This will definitely interest them, which is one. But the biggest grouse they've always had is, do I know whether this works for me or not? The beauty of this platform, this allows you to measure that. So I think there is a huge opportunity for all the big advertisers to really look at that. How much would they be able to allow the creator to take control of a creative related to their brands is something that is debatable from a brand to brand. The more interesting thing is that there is massive segmentation that is possible in this one, which basically means that someone who's coming with a smaller ticket size is also interested. So I would honestly say this landscape can be a boon for advertising, and it can really shake up a lot of other traditional modes of advertising in a very, very big manner. And to not name the incumbent, but when the big player who's now not there, we were seeing that there was really value in that, right? In the comparative pricing, they were also very aggressive. So I think the ability to generate monetization for the platform at scale, at a small ticket size, at cuts, at monetization remains immensely possible. And I think each and everyone would be interested. The only question remains is how much freedom do you give back to your content creator, and how much confidence do you have in moderating that to be shown to the world?
So some of the questions that are coming, sorry, I just have some questions which have come on the chat and on Q&A. Obviously, some of the questions, and I'll take some of the questions together, they're all around asking us questions around what happens if TikTok comes back, what happens in case, has this opportunity got created only because TikTok is out, or this opportunity won't have been created? And one question that has come in specifically for Abhishek, that is Takatak very close to TikTok? So yeah, I'm just trying to put it out there. Can everybody please take a shot at them?
So, I mean, if I go first, I'll say, I mean, I think the market's big enough for get one, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 serious guys. I think that's the first part. And I think there is more than enough juice here. I think incumbent or no incumbent, I think the opportunity is there. And I think the real thing will be the long-term performance of this. And, it's still 60 days, give or take 30 for half of the guys here, barring Mitro and Chingari. I think the real trick will be to see how we perform 6 months, 12 months, 18 months from here. And I think eventually it will be the culmination of all three. You cannot run this business without creators. You cannot run this business without music. You cannot run this business without consumers, the way Abhishek clearly mentioned. And even if you have all of this, you still need somebody to, pay you for all of that, which is without the advertising. So
and do you see a threat, Samir, do you see a threat, for example, of somebody like a Facebook or a YouTube taking this market completely away, or TikTok coming back? And
no, I mean, as I said, let's be honest, Facebook is there in some form and manner right now, correct? YouTube is there. Okay, so I don't think so I'm worried about the incumbent in any form and manner. It's about what we want to do as an ecosystem. That's the first part. And I think eventually, we run a scale platform. We know how to deliver AI, ML at that scale. We know languages, we know content. I think eventually the mix is there. It's all about getting the execution spot on, which I think a lot of us are now getting really deeply involved.
I think I just like to add one point to that, which is that, while there are overlaps in what each of these apps brings to, a user, I think over time there will also be, more niches that get carved out for each of the app with respect to the content or creators or the, the campaigns that they run, the kind of programs they host. And there, like Samir said, there is the space for multiple players to exist. So if TikTok comes back, yes, there will be a short-term impact, but in the long term, there will be multiple players that exist. And I think users are already finding value in multiple such apps that they're already using, and we're getting that feedback very clearly.
Yeah, but if you really look at the multiple app scenario, and this is a tough question, but if you look at the multiple app scenario, then it breaks the whole story of saying we can give you reach, because you'll really not be able to give reach, because it will have the same problem of fragmentation, and there are 20 apps there and each one has their own little niche. So it breaks the story of, with one large app and an aggregated app, that was possible. But with a fragmented situation, will we be able to create enough value for an advertiser or for a brand?
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Yeah, sure. Anybody.
So, essentially, think of this period as dating, okay, before you get married. So a user will date, he will speed date 5 or 6 apps before he decides which one he wants to get married to. So that's the long and short of it. That's where that conversation will be separating the men from the boys. So right now you will go through 4 or 5 because you're still building out brand, you're still building out feed, your EIML algorithms are still kicking in, learning. And as this settles and as the scale starts hitting, I think you'll clearly see a polarization. There'll be a pack of top 3 and there'll be a pack of bottom 3. I think that's the broad sense of it.
Abhishek, what do you think? Is there a challenge on breakup? Because you've seen this in the OTT space where, there was a significant breakup of audiences among the 4 or 5 advertising-driven OTTs.
See, Uday, my experience in the entertainment ecosystem over the last 11, 12 years has been, people don't follow platforms, they follow brands and they follow influencers and they follow content, right? For example, the reason why everyone is gunning for the top influencers or the second tier influencers, exclusivity on the platform, is because they come with their own set of followers. They have their own fan following. As soon as you have them on board, for example, we just onboarded Badsha, one such influencer. He comes with his own set. Now, and that is exactly why Instagram and Reels, that is the entire business model of that platform. Now, if you are able to leverage the supply side, then the demand side will always be there. And like we used to say in the past, that the phone space is not there. Why so many apps? That's not the case anymore. It is not longer a fight. It is no longer a fight for the space on the phone. It is a fight on the space in the mind.
Yeah.
Now, if you are able to build a sustainable brand over the next 6 months or a year, and to give value to that brand, then I don't see. There's a challenge of someone coming back, or it being a 20-player market or whatever, because everyone will find its own set of users, its own reach, and its own engagement. And coming back to the other question that was targeted to me, no, it is not inspired by TikTok. The play button was always there on MX Player mother app, and we have just adopted the play button. The blur is a creative inspiration from someone else. That is it.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I would like
One last question. And I think it's relevant for this category. And I want to, that's a question that has come from one of the audience. That is cringeworthy content or cringe content a problem? Is that a thing of the past? Will people still go after it to bring in consumers? And cringe content is probably the politest way I can say it.
Uday, no one does it on purpose. See, let us understand that it is UGC. Even YouTube, when it started, it gained popularity, on cringe-worthy content. No one does it on purpose. But how strong the processes and systems are, that what will define what your platform stands for.
Yeah, I think the point is, are we serious to get cringe content out of the system?
Of course.
Absolutely.
I think then I think we are very clear that this is not the way to success, or this is not the way to get your first 10, 15 million users.
That's right.
I think what is also happening is that the presence of cringeworthy content also indicates towards the thing that there is this urge to really get a lot of users in very short time. And I think it's again slightly myopic in thinking that a cringe content can really have and keep users for you for a sustainable longer time. I think that's what it is reflecting of, but in the long run, I don't think this is gonna satiate, because I think there are different levels of cringe and a lot of people could translate and move to different levels of cringe, and there is definitely bodies who will come back to attack on this one. So I think it's a short-term response sometimes to make people come to your platform, but they won't really be there for long, inherently or systemically as well.
We have a very, very strong policy against it. Like I said, we have a 2-step content check process before it gets published on the app. And we follow that for every piece of content that we publish. So we are definitely not in favor of this. And we want content to be family friendly, to be clean. And frankly, that's a huge asset from a monetization perspective as well. We've created an app which is absolutely brand safe. And that's not a concern we follow. We face at all from an advertiser perspective. So I definitely, we're very clear that this is an area we want to steer clear of.
Yeah,
thank you very much. I think there are lots of reminders now on the chat for me to pack up. Thank you very much, all of you. It's been a great learning for me personally, and I'm feeling so much more learned today, and I probably have a halo around my head. But thank you so much, all of you. Hopefully we'll connect some other time.
Uday, you must download our apps and see what is happening in the ecosystem right now.
Done.
He has time to do that at the beach.
Done. Thank you, Abhishek.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Thanks.
Bye, guys. Thanks. Bye.
So I won't take much time, and we will move to the next panel of InMobi presents SCREENXX 2020 Partners Commerce X and Digital Partners Pivot Routes. Our next panel, the topic is TV is fictional, cinema is larger than life, and OTT is in the realism space. TV and cinema was always there, and it was the tried and trusted entertainment channel for many. OTT in the last few years has made its entry and is becoming increasingly popular. Will OTT be the future of content consumption and bring in a new way of viewing content? Moreover, will it redefine cinema entertainment? Leading this chat, we have Mr. Gunjan Utreja, actor, talk show host, and comedian. Gunjan Utreja is India's most versatile actor, anchor, and one of the most sought-after content creators whose chat show Bubble Bath on Z5 is the most watched chat show on an OTT platform. He is also known for his quirky chat show, Not Just Superstars, with the biggest of names in Bollywood, featuring Karan Johar, Hrithik Roshan, Shahid Kapoor, to name a few. Joining him will be Abhigyan Jha, who is a renowned Indian film screenwriter, producer, director, writer, and entrepreneur who has worked in the Hindi film and television industry for over 2 decades. He was also the creative director and executive producer of Sony's popular late-night talk show Movers and Shakers, and has been the story writer for films like Krishna Cottage, Fir Zindagi, and TV shows like Tum Bin Jaun Kahan. Anuja Sate was a film and television actress working extensively in Marathi cinema before making her Bollywood debut on Bajirao Mastani, followed by Abhinay Dio's Blackmail. Most recently, she appeared in the film Parmanu, the story of Pokhran, next to John Abraham. She made her digital debut on MX Player on the show Ek Thi Begum, which has been renewed for a second season next year. Asha Negi most recently portrayed the role of an investigative journalist in Abhay 2. Her advent in the OTT space to the romantic series Barish earned her a lot of appreciation. Furthermore, she's all set to entertain her fans with her upcoming project Anurag Basu's Ludo, starring opposite Abhishek Bachchan. Sahil Ved is an Indian actor and a voice artist. He made his acting debut in a romantic flick Humpty Sharma Ki Dulhania, portraying a pivotal role of a loyal friend. He has earned appreciation and recognition with the affable roles in movies like Badrinath Ki Dulhania and Bangcho. As a voice artist, he has worked on numerous Hollywood projects and lended his voice to legendary actors like Bradley Cooper, Paul Rudd, Keanu Reeves, and Tom Cruise. Shriyansh Pandey, head TVF Originals The Viral Fever. He's a veteran in the space between web shows like Tripling, Kota Factory, Ye Meri Family, and Bollywood movies like Romeo and Akbar Walter. He heads the original content portfolio and network content strategy at TVF. Last but not the least, we have Tanuj Virvani, who has appeared in both seasons of Amazon Prime Video's original series Inside Edge and will return in the third season. He has also played integral roles in the Alt Balaji's Codem opposite Jennifer Winget and Z5's successful show Poison. Gunjan, over to you.
Thank you, Osaf. I hope everybody can hear me and I'm audible. And Osaf, जितना time आपने हम सबकी introduction के लिए ले लिया, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है that is the only time we had for the panel. Thank you, everybody. You all can go. Bye bye. Okay, everybody. Hi, my name is Gunjan. You know, when Adgali told me that I'm going to be moderating this session, I was excited कि चलो lockdown में कुछ काम आया मेरे पास. And now I know why they asked me to be the moderator, because I'm the least known person on this panel. What an incredible body of work, you know, incredible people, very talented, very passionate, very, very creative, and have done phenomenal work in their space. I'm genuinely a huge fan of everybody. Abhigyan Jha is here with us. For a lot of people who are watching this now, I'm actually doing a show with Abhigyan sir right now. So if I'm going to be biased and I'm going to allow him to talk more, you know the reason why. I'm putting it right out there. Yeah, he's the producer and director of my current web series. Hi, everybody. And let's quickly move on because we got only 45 minutes. I'm going to keep it short and crisp here. Abhigyan sir, we'll start with you. Obviously, you've been in the industry for long. It's just that when we talk, it looks like that I'm talking to my younger brother because you've got some crazy ideas. You have some, but I know your body of work is phenomenal. What's your take on this entire thing? You know, how the OTT space now today, everybody's, you know, talking about OTT. 2 साल पहले किसी को OTT करना नहीं था, अब सबको सिर्फ web series करनी है. So what's your take on this? I'm going to request everybody to unmute themselves. I can see if I could request everybody to please unmute themselves.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, perfect. Asha,
Okay.
I think you're still
Yeah.
Perfect. Go ahead, please. Abhigyan sir, over to you.
Yeah. So, I mean, one of the things that we missed out in the introduction is Jai Hind, right? So that was the first OTT show to speak, right? Back 11 years ago. And it lasted 6 years. So, I mean, if I hadn't made Jai Hind, I would not be relevant to this conversation at all. I mean, you may have made a film or you may have done TV, but you should have done something on internet to be able to comment at all. So, I mean, yeah, I'm a huge fan of the internet, and OTT is basically just over the top. Like, if you don't own the platform and you still make content, that's OTT. Anything that's like that, then it's OTT, right? So, like from an Alt Balaji or a Facebook, even Facebook is OTT, right? Facebook doesn't own the pipe, so it's OTT. I'm a big fan. That's all I'll say. I mean, let everybody else have their own take, but I'm a huge fan of this because then you can cut the middleman and you can actually go to the people directly, right? You don't need a cable operator. You don't need anybody else. So that gives you a huge scope. So I'm a huge fan.
I think that's a phenomenal thing that it cuts the middleman. But before I move on to that thought, I actually want to ask, with a show of hands, if you could tell me, Do you think there's a lot happening on the OTT space? Because, or is it me? Because every time I want to watch a show, I spend 2 hours to find one show, and I finally watch it for 10 minutes and I sleep. Is it the case with everybody?
Most of us.
Yeah, it happens. There's so much content out there. Sometimes you're just, you're surfing for like almost like an hour to see what do I watch. And by that time you're sleepy and then you're just like, chalo yaar, kal dekhta hu, so jata hu.
I'm actually surprised, Arjun, you're saying this, that you have time to watch shows, because half of the web series which are being made, sab mein tum ho.
अरे कुछ भी यार मैंने एक किया है. I've done only one. TV, yes, I've done a lot of TV. I've done one web show right now, State of Siege, and yes, I'm looking forward to do many more. And it is a platform where, as an actor, there's so much out there to do, because you have to kind of adapt to a different approach of acting altogether. Because in TV and films, the biggest thing that the factor that plays a role is censorship. So because it has a strong influence over the people, the kind of market that it reaches out to. So censorship plays a very important role. When it comes to OTT, it has a very different approach towards censorship. There are it caters to more metropolitan cities where people are more economically strong, who can buy subscriptions, and we are catering to adults, young adults and adults. And so you have to approach, you have to have a different approach towards acting, and you have to adapt yourself differently on these two different platforms, because on TV you have to be a little bit more I would say a sober method of acting, and on OTT you kind of even the language and the way the a story is told is very different. So I think it's a great thing for actors in terms of creativity. You can go all out on an OTT platform, and whereas if you're doing TV or films, that censorship thing it plays a very, very important role.
That makes sense. Let me just get in Shriyansh here, who's basically the Suraj Barjatya of OTT, TVF. The entire fraternity of OTT, the entire space, Shriyansh, you're on mute. So everybody on the OTT space, सबके यहाँ चोरी हो रही है, डकैती हो रही है, मारधार हो रही है. आपके shows में मतलब अगर किसी बात पे investigation हो सकती है तो वही हो सकता है कि किसी ने मेरा jam चुरा लिया, pencil तोड़ दी. But you are in a different league of your own. I want to understand, because you were the early movers, you were the ones who started creating shows. I mean, if I would say that, Abhigyan sir's Jai Hind was one of the pioneer, non-fiction shows on OTT, YouTube. Yours was the fictional stuff. How have you, the journey, and what has changed in this entire space?
So I think, Gunjan, the journey has always been out of not getting to make what you actually want. So basically when we started back in 2012, the kind of content that we as a bunch, as this creative group wanted to create, nobody was interested in doing it, and very, very rightly how Vigyan sir actually put it, that in YouTube, we actually found the cable operator that we were looking for. So that was actually the time when nobody was tuning into YouTube as such. And more than just being a player, we thought that, let's just try to actually give life to some of the 7-8 pager scripts that we have in mind. And I think Rowdies was the first sketch which actually broke out. And
I remember that sketch very well.
Yeah. So, and Rowdies suddenly got into the entire meme game again in the lockdown, because it has this specific joke of people wearing boxers beneath the table, which is happening on all the work calls right now. So yeah. So from there, I
understand now.
So from there, that was a great cue. That was a cue for you, Arvind. So I feel and from there it just went on from one short format video to another. And the motto, the way TVF was set up, and the entire culture and the idea which Arunab drove was that lights, camera, experiment. So what happened to us is that nobody was actually interested in making or supporting the content that we wanted to. So we thought that, okay, maybe this is our experiment, and that experiment just became mainstream for us. And the idea of doing long format storytelling was always at the core of it. But then we could only start with let's say a year or year and a half later, when we first made Permanent Roommates. And I think Permanent Roommates went on to become the second most watched show globally. And at that time, Video Game High School and these were the shows which people were watching on YouTube. And this is the era when there was no OTT. Okay.
Right.
So just to circle back on the main topic which we have for the conversation, I really don't believe that TV is unreal, cinema is larger than life, and OTT is the real and the relatable space. I rather feel that and this is very much to do with the semblance between the audience and the creators. There is a big gap which starts getting created with time. And there was this big gap for some relatable content, for stories of normal people, which was missing. So our cinema was really not catering to it. Our TV was where a sector of audience was able to relate to it, but then obviously it was not working for, let's say, uh, the Sec A or Sec B audience, which we generally call them, the college goers, the people who are adapting to the internet early. And that is where it got defined that these people tuned into YouTube, tuned into other OTTs to seek some sort of content which they were earlier just watching on torrent, maybe. Because there was no India centric content for a very long time for this particular
This is what
audience.
you're talking about, TVF, right? In particular.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about TVF, right?
yeah. I am talking about TVF in particular, and that is so. While we have been at the helm of digital space, that is how it has slowly evolved. There was no relatable content for the people to watch, and somehow it just started coming on the digital platforms, and that is where I think we ended up creating a very loyal and very graceful user base, which
Yeah.
has families, which has young adults who actually like watching our shows and also like sharing it with their families for them to watch.
You know,
So,
you
yeah.
you said something very phenomenal about the kind of content people were not willing to make that kind of content. I think it's also the case with actors. I'm going to get Asha and Anuja here. And this is my personal experience, because what happened is that a lot of people in the whole TV space, aap jisse marzi baat karo, 99, and I could be wrong here, but this is what I would hear around me, that अरे यार मैं टीवी इसलिए कर रहा हूँ, मेरा मन नहीं है, but मैं पैसे के लिए कर रहा हूँ. यार मूवीज में ना क्रिएटिविटी, मूवीज में यार टीवी में ना क्रिएटिविटी नहीं है. As much as I would agree or disagree, because I would hear the same noise around me, OTT somehow just kind of gave that thing of some bit of freedom to a lot of actors to also express themselves and experiment with those roles. Is it the same case? Because Asha, you had a very successful television career. You've been on, done a lot of fiction and non-fiction shows. Now you're doing, OTT space. How easy the change has been? Was it convenient? Did you feel any change, or was it the same when you would go out and shoot? And also, as an actor, could I request you to unmute yourself? You're mute again. No, you're, yeah.
Yeah. So Gunjan, I feel that television has definitely trained us actors for web or film, is what I feel when I'm doing web or when I'm shooting for films, because we become more patient, we become more
yes, I think patient is the right word when it comes to, working for how many number of hours, or with, working on the creative level of behind the scenes, working on your character or the scene. Because television में क्या होता था, कभी कभी तो सुबह सुबह स्क्रिप्ट आती थी और रात का टेलीकास्ट होता था, तो ऐसे भी शूट किया है. So उस तरीके से काफी ट्रेन हो गए हैं हम टेलीविजन एक्टर्स. But I would say that, in OTT, what I've realized is there is a lot of liberty. As Arjun said, when we are shooting for television, we have to be sober with our language or with the performance. We have to be sober, but that we do not feel on OTT, because there is a liberty to perform, to say, to use whatever word you want to use. Or जब वो किया ना, then we realize that यार ये तो मतलब creatively it's so satisfying. It's so satisfying.
And it's so real. It seems to be more real. Because that's how you talk in real life. ना मुंह से कभी कभी गाली निकल जाती है, या ऐसा होता है. But TV में ऐसे ideal, you want to create an image that people can idolize. वहाँ पर it's more real. तो आपको when you're performing a scene, वो script भी ऐसी लिखी होती है. It's written in a way that it sounds also real. TV में dialogues होते हैं, like थोड़ा कभी हमको भी पढ़ के लगता है बहुत heavy है यार, ये इतना ऐसे बोले क्या हम लोग. But then that's the format, and you just got to say these weird ass lines sometimes.
You can't say weird ass. You've got Abhigyan Jha on air right now. He's written for so many shows. His wife writes for so many shows. He's written for your show as well.
Yeah, but I'm sure he agrees with me. Yeah. On TV there is, and fair enough, because obviously there are kids watching. There's a family watching. You can't use that kind of language.
I sometimes
I hate the fact that that I feel very responsible for this, starting this whole gali thing on internet. I think one of the reasons internet has so much galis is that in 2009, when we started Jai Hind, the first episode online, first ever online show, it had so much galis in the first episode itself, and we set the tone. We did two things in that show. One, we decided that we are going to give galis to prove this point कि TV पे जो नहीं कर सकते हम करके दिखाएंगे. हमको ये पॉइंट प्रूव करना था. अब हम झेल रहे हैं उसका इफेक्ट कि अब सब लोग गाली दे रहे हैं. दूसरा ये हो गया कि we did a segment called Savita Bhavi Ke Sexy Solutions, which was the first breakout internet segment ever that just went viral like crazy. Now Savita Bhavi was playing an infomaniac in the show, but she only talked politics. But sex was always attached to the tag word. Now we created that tag always attached with Savita Bhavi, and then everybody else got this image of let's have women on OTT who talk about sex or who have something to do with sex, and that's what works. We created two very bad trends with it. I feel very responsible. Ek gali or dusra women talking about sex. And this has remained 11 years later. We still have those two as the basic ingredient of OTT. I don't know why. Maybe because everybody goes to the research and says, oh yeah, this works. So I think realism के basis पे OTT पे एक overdone हो गया ये दो चीज. गालियां बहुत ज्यादा है. We saw a show, I won't take a name, but we are doing a musical right now, and Gunjan knows that for once in my show there are no galis. We have done an OTT show.
I was just about to say we've shot almost 90% of the show. I mean, I as a character is someone who's I've not said a single cuss word on the show, and I think that's the beauty of it. That in order to showcase your anger, your rage, not necessarily everybody will give gali. There are other ways also.
Correct. Yeah, I'll just give a funny example. Recently, there was another show which is supposed to do with music that came on air, on OTT. And it was a otherwise very sober show. But there was suddenly in the middle of that, there was a thing where somebody was giving galis, one character kept giving galis and all, because it had to be, right, OTT. So, and then there's a hotel room scene where the lead pair is having sex and he's sitting outside, and the waiter comes in and he says, room service, and he said, no, don't go there now. Andar jana to chadar badal dena. Now, that character in that show did not have said that. But, we have now under pressure in OTT to deliver sex scenes, to create characters who have to have this supposedly real thing of giving galis. This has now become another stereotype in one sense, right? You don't need to do that. To be real, you don't need to give galis.
I would like to share one experience of mine.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Anuja. Anuja, you were saying something.
I was saying that when I was doing television, so the switch, like you asked Asha ki kaisa tha that switch. So one funny thing happened with me ki when I started shooting for a film, I was thinking कि मतलब दिमाग में यही होता है ना कि दिन में 5-6 सीन करने हैं या whatever, you know, the kind of speed that the television works with, you know, and we did only 1.5 scene, कभी कभी एक scene, and I always used to wonder कि why are these people so slow, क्यों, मतलब इतना time लेके why are we shooting so slow? But then I realized कि, you know, the treatment wise and everything is so different from the television that it takes time. The actors take time, the makers take time, the DOP takes time, takes his own time. So I think ये difference जरूर है that I also spotted कि television में there is speed, and when it comes to OTT or features, बहुत मतलब एकदम अच्छे से time लेके, you know, you really can focus on your character as an actor, and you know, you can study, you can do whatever, you can improvise, you can do so many things with your character, and I think OTT and features both give you that liberty to do so.
Sahil, you've done few films, you know, everybody appreciated your work from Humpty Sharma Ki Dulhaniya to now Dil Pe Chara. What is your take? Also, Sahil is working with us on the show. He's technically the guy, he's antagonist, but I love this man.
I'm technically the guy giving the galis in the show.
Correct, and I love him so much. Sahil, how's been your experience working on films? Is it a far more organized setup than the OTT space or the TV space? What's your take on it?
Yeah, Gunjan, I've been lucky. I've been lucky that I've always got like a good setup to work with. So I won't be able to tell you which is better. But comparing, I have done a couple of OTT shows. Plus, I was part of Jai Hind right from day one till almost day last. So when I was first told that this is going to be shown on the internet back in 2009, I was like, okay. I thought, chalo theek hai. I mean, I get to do a little bit of acting. I come from the theater, so theater doesn't have any filter already. मतलब वहाँ पे the script gets censored, but we all know how theater censorship works. But but when I went to the sets of Jai Hind, I saw something completely different. There were these bunch of people. Everybody was crazy, and the scripts were so. There was current affairs weaved into comedy. For me, it was something completely different. I was like, यार ये करने में मजा आएगा. The first time someone said कि internet पे आएगा, I told my mom, I was like कि internet पे आएगा. Mom was like कि internet पे आएगा तो मैं कैसे देखूंगी? So I thought there was a lot of technical know-how required for like common folk too. I thought it wouldn't work. Honestly, I thought it's not something that a lot of people would watch. A couple of months later, people started recognizing me from Jai Hind, and I was like, what? People are watching it on YouTube. People are watching it on the website that it came on, and I was surprised. And that's probably when I actually started taking it very seriously, and I started enjoying it. And I think Abhigyan sir would remember when I actually started taking it seriously. That's when we came out with this amazing segment where I played a character, which kind of became very like, I mean, a little bit of controversy also happened, but it made sense to me.
Right,
and,
right.
And I started realizing that people are watching stuff on the internet as well. This is another medium. Films, to be honest, when the films release in the theater, it's a week or two of what do you call it? Run that they have in the theater. I have received more messages, more appreciation, and more phone calls once the film is released on a platform like Netflix or Amazon, and I have films on all of them. So it's
that's a subtle way to plug in that I'm really famous on all the platforms.
Well, after Dil Bechara, he is very
I think I deserve it, don't you think?
I think but you know, I'll tell you. Sorry, I'm interrupting, but I'll tell you. There's an experience which I wanted to share, and so the first ever show which I did on TV was about 8 years ago, and I just finished my theater back in Chandigarh, and you know, for a few years I've been doing theater where you get liberty to do a lot of stuff, and you take time to get into character. And I remember it was I think almost about a week onto the show, and it was an emotional scene. I performed the scene, and I told the director, I said, sir, उन्होंने कट कर दिया, and he said, angle change करो, and I said, sir, मैं सोचता हूँ एक ना दोबारा कर देते हैं, थोड़ा सा ना मेरे को लग रहा है एक लेते हैं. And he said, सुन मेरी बात, बिना फंबल के तूने डायलॉग बोल दिया है, बाकी म्यूजिक डाल देंगे, सब हो जाएगा. And cut to few days ago when I was shooting with Mr. Abhigyan, we were shooting this whole song, because I play a musician in the series, and we'd done the entire song for a few hours. 2-1 घंटे हो गए, shoot हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया. And I remember I said, sir, एक काम करते हैं, I as a musician want to do it in another way. And I remember it was almost 10:30 at night. We had already extended the shoot by 2 hours, and he's like, "Tere ko yaman, theek hai, okay, chalo." So I think whether to give credit to the maker or the space, I think a lot of people, because there is no rush to deliver it the same day, a lot of people may have the liberty or probably this luxury to go ahead and say कि चलो यार ये भी करके देख लेते हैं. And this is what my personal experience has been. I want to ask from Anuja, you've done films now, is it a better space for actors? When I say better, in terms of money, in terms of recognition, what has worked? Because today, let's accept it, Bollywood and cricket rules the moment you're doing a film. Every actor aspires, etc. There are tags. Oh, he's a film star, he's a TV star, blah blah blah. Do you also look at it from that perspective? Is the money good? So I want to talk from that perspective.
No, I don't look at it with that perspective at all, because all three mediums have different set of audience and different set of reach, So we have got amazing actors who've been doing television for years and years, and they are amazing, because they have been recognized by the audience. They are working for so long. It does not mean कि वो कभी films नहीं कर पाएंगे क्या. So it's not like that. I mean, today थोड़ा I would say कि थोड़ा films के लिए at least थोड़ा it's more difficult to get into films, because थोड़ा वो difficult हो गया है, and we all know it. But after the OTT platforms have come up, and after this such great content has been received by people, I think actors have got a parallel medium where they can showcase their talent and say कि I can do everything. I can do television, I can do features, and I can do OTT as well. It's like a great balance that actors can look for. So I don't look at it as a different ye ki nahi ye acha hai ya ye bura. I wouldn't say that, because I've got everything from people. When I was doing television, I got love, I got appreciation. When matlab Ek Thi Begum was my debut. It's my first web series that I've done. But I got love. I received a lot of appreciation. So I like that platform as well. And features have, I was fortunate enough to work with great people, and both were amazing films. So I think I wouldn't choose, or I wouldn't say कि इसमें पैसा ज़्यादा है, इसमें पैसा. Sometimes actors as performers, don't look at the money. We sometimes look at the performance. We look at the creative content and the liberties we are getting, and the talent that we're getting to showcase. So every time it's not about money. And like I said, I can't choose between any three. According to me,
it's the same, right?
They have different kind of audience. Yeah,
Arjun,
they're not same at all, but you can't compare.
Arjun, what do you say? How easy has it been? Because I remember, and I'm saying this from my personal experience, a lot of people who are doing TV, film industry would not easily accept them for credible roles or bigger meteor roles. To bag a film, moving, I'm sure you must have faced it, etc. Is it the case now as well? What has it been for you? Can you hear me?
I agree. I mean, whenever I have auditioned, I can hear you. Yeah. I said I have auditioned for a couple of very big films, okay, but and then you kind of get a call back also. You're shortlisted, and and then eventually, whenever the result was out, and you're curious, you're an actor, you want to break into films, you want to do, you want to be that, you want to be in that space, and then you realize, no, it's not worked out, and for various reasons now, but I always told myself, this is something which is not easy to break through and get in that space. So you keep trying, you don't doubt yourself, you don't doubt your audition, or you don't keep doubting yourself, you keep working on yourself and you keep doing. And see, times have changed now, stressful, and the so-called outsiders, what people call them, but I generally have a feeling that actors should be called actors. This whole thing by media also na, कि ये TV actor, ये film actor, ये OTT actor, ये ऐसा क्यों है? It's weird. Why can't just actors be actors? They are just performers, I mean, when TV पहले, when initially 7 years back, when I wanted to obviously do films, and I thought breakthrough, that time you're told, अच्छा आपको TV से 2 साल का break लेना पड़ेगा. Then this whole strategy, what people were trying to put into our minds, or I didn't even know if it exists, or they just made it so that we never got in. I don't know what the real thing was.
I agree with you, because there was a time when I was told that if you want to do a Hindi show as a lead, you will never get into films. Forget films.
So
I don't know. I've always thought it's very difficult to get into television.
Yeah, people would just not take him. However much I recommended him, they would just not take him.
I've had a conversation.
No, but that's what that's what I'm saying. Every medium has its own thing, that people. That's what I'm saying. See, you have to keep trying. You don't doubt yourself. You keep working hard on yourself. And because of the OTT platform, a lot of actors who didn't, get their due in so many years are getting there. People are seeing their real performance. See, even actresses earlier in films were like what? They were just dancing, or they had a limited scope there. You look at, for example, look at Shushmita Sen in Arya, okay? You see her performance, and I mean, in years, so many years in films, you've not seen that kind of a performance, but when in an OTT platform, given that chance, she's performed like incredibly. Everybody appreciated it.
Dude, on
So I'm
OTT,
saying, likewise,
on OTT, even Bobby Deol has performed. Come on, that's like gold, right? Getting Bobby Deol to become a good actor, OTT has transformed him. What else do you want? I'm still waiting for Sunny Deol to be transformed. That's it. That's the day.
Yeah,
I think the reason for that is this pressure-free release they get. There is no pressure of a TRP rating. There's no pressure of a box office number. They buy it, it's on. Uske baad, it becomes a property. The comfort level that the audience has is that they can watch it right now. You can watch your show or whatever it is for as long as you want. You want to watch it 4 years later, you can do that. That show is going to keep making money for the platform. Because of that, I think the experiments are happening. That's probably
and the
why they
writers
have
are
the
also
time.
writing it.
Yeah. They have the time. They have the opportunity to make video lab.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you. I had 2 questions. One, first for Asha. Asha, because you had a great career in TV. You also did something like Broken on OTT. Now you're doing films with like Ludo. Now, even though it's going to come on Netflix, I just want to understand how the setup for all 3 is. It the same? 2, as an actor, did you have to unlearn a lot of things, or was it the same?
No, I did have to unlearn a lot of things. In fact, I'll tell you an incident while I was shooting for Anurag Dada's Ludo. He told me, in one of the shots that, बेटा ये ना बड़े स्क्रीन पे जाएगा तो तू एक्सप्रेशन कम कर दे क्योंकि तू ज्यादा करेगी ना तो वो ज्यादा दिखेगा तो तू एक्सप्रेशन थोड़े कम कर टेलीविजन में क्या होता है स्क्रीन छोटा होता है तो उसमें एक्सप्रेशन ज्यादा दिखाने पड़ते हैं बट दिस इज डिफरेंट सो I did have to unlearn a lot and I feel that unlearning is more difficult than learning. But it's nice to do something new. And also when like we were talking about how how there are film actors, television actors. I feel that OTT has welcomed everybody, whether it's television actors or it's film actors,
Yeah.
and it's like a beautiful merge, you know,
I
beautiful
agree.
bridge between television and films. एक बड़े से बड़ा
I
film star
agree.
भी OTT पे है, एक बड़े से बड़ा या छोटे से छोटा television actor भी OTT पे है, and it just welcomes everybody. Is what I feel.
I think that's a beautiful line.
Yeah.
Shriyansh, I want to ask you something. There is, आप पे ये इल्जाम लगाया जा रहा है कि अगर आपको TVF में आपकी कास्टिंग होनी चाहिए, या तो आप इंजीनियर हो या आप सुमित व्यास के रिश्तेदार हो.
I like that question. Nice.
You'll have to unmute yourself. No, I want to understand how does somebody like Arjun, me, Asha, Anuja, Sahil के पास बहुत काम है, if in case he gets free. How do we get casted for TVF ever, yaar?
I think jokes aside, Gunjan, if you actually look at it, we are the ones who have always gone out, found people, and then worked with them. Because from the very beginning, when we actually started making our stories, हमें तो कोई जानता भी नहीं था यार, तो हमारे साथ तो लोग पता भी नहीं था कि क्या बनाएंगे, क्या रिलीज करेंगे, क्या
कुछ लोगों को लगता है गजराज राव जी आपके यहाँ पे अकाउंट्स डिपार्टमेंट में काम करते थे.
अरे नहीं ऐसा yeah, right. I think the very moment he did tech conversations with dad, he actually became the most lovable and the most relatable dad all of us have.
Right.
So yeah, so I think all the accusations aside, which you are putting on us. No, I think
Can I call my manager to call you tomorrow morning so that he can fix a audition, something like that?
Definitely, sir. Let's do that.
Thank you everybody for joining. My work's done. Everybody, bye. No, but I want to ask you. No, as a maker, I want to ask you. And it's a very specific question because to some extent I've started to feel that the OTT. Asha said a very beautiful thing that the OTT space has welcomed everybody, and I love that. I've been fortunate.
Correct.
We all been fortunate. Arjun's fortunate. As an actor, Sahil, Anuja, we've gotten an opportunity in all three spaces.
Yeah.
I still know because these are conversations I hear at least कि यार actor कौन है? जो फिल्मों में सुनाई देता था पहले कि यार आप एक्टर लेके आओ, कहानी तो हम प्रोजेक्ट बना देंगे. अभी ना पहले OTT में स्टोरीज की बात होती थी, अभी OTT में भी कहीं ना कहीं ये बात होनी शुरू हो गई है कि एक्टर कौन है. Is it going to spoil the whole credibility? When I say credibility, because it comes with a lot of pros. OTT comes with a lot of pros, as Asha said. It gives a freedom to a lot of people, to the consumer, to the maker. But if all the stories now are going to be made on the basis कि अच्छा यार इसमें कौन है और उसमें कौन है, are we not going to go back to the same formula which the films have been going through? What is your take?
So I'll be very frank in answering this, Kunjan. So right now, at this moment, we are making shows for all the big OTT platforms, right? We have, and not just one, we have almost 3-4 shows for every OTT which we are making. We are making. Of course, it will be very difficult to believe, but trust me, till date, we do not entertain any questions, especially like, no, you have to tell us who is the cast and, why is this person working? We can have someone more popular, less popular. Let's do new face, all those things. In the very entirety of it, and we feel very strongly that the entire, who actually fits the role is the decision which should actually lie with the creator, with the director, with the producer, with the creator of the content that we are looking to create. This responsibility definitely is there on the the people signing big checks sitting in the OTT platforms, but at the same time it is very much on the creator to drive this culture. There are 3 very important things where they're coming to my mind, so I'll just share with you. The internet has definitely given us some very beautiful things, One is, the first one, which is very important, is the feedback mechanism. You know, before internet came in, before OTT and before YouTube and before all other, you know, streaming platforms came in, for creators it was a very very big problem to get that their content made. यार लोग 10-10 15 साल तक अपनी स्क्रिप्ट्स लेकर के घूम रहे होते थे और कोई बनाता नहीं था. इसमें सबसे बड़ा नुकसान ये होता था कि आपको 15 साल तक पता ही नहीं चलता था कि अच्छा आप सही सोच रहे हो कि नहीं, आपको कोई करेक्शन की जरूरत है कि नहीं. I think when internet came in, the feedback mechanism is so fast, you know, that you can create something, you can release it, and you have an immediate feedback from the audience, which actually helps you improve on your craft as well. So it is not just about ki, acha, this is the idea and I'm going to make it this way, but you, because end of the day, whatever you want to make, you want it to reach the audience, you want to understand how your audience is reacting to it, right? That is what any storyteller wants, कि जो कहानी मैं सुना रहा हूँ वो सुनने के बाद audience का reaction क्या है. The second important thing is that it has given you the space to create characters, you know, and you know, like I'll just pinpoint on that thing which Arjun and Sahil both in a way mentioned, कि यार अब मतलब अब actors की बात नहीं करते हैं लोग. This is actually a time wherein we have shifted and our audience has started talking more about characters. That is the reason why, you know, साहिल shares his experience कि यार जब OTT पे फिल्म आती है तो मुझे ज्यादा मैसेज आते हैं. हमारी वो वाली ऑडियंस है जो अब हमारे विलन को भी विलन, या सॉरी फॉर दैट वर्ड, बट they actually found a humane side of the antagonist as well. And that is such a beautiful thing to, you know, to come to any creator ki matlab yaar, now you are actually getting to spend time on every character of yours. So that is something, that is the second most beautiful thing I feel that, you know, it has come with the internet. And then there is this third thing wherein, you know, obviously there is, you, as platforms, there is a very big pressure on people to get popular faces because they do bring in certain set of audience, you know, this entire influencer marketing and things that
I
we
was just going to
for,
mention
you know,
that. I was just going to mention
for,
that. Ki,
yeah.
Shreyans, that a lot of times when I speak with some creative people, this thing comes up that this platform is discussing कि उसकी following कितनी है, उसको बुला लो, उसको ये कर लो. So that is also playing a, you know, important role in casting now.
Yeah, how many followers you have got on your Instagram is what matters.
Yeah, so I was.
But that should not be the case. You know, I mean, it can be a factor, but it should not be the only factor.
Yeah, so I think the best.
I agree.
See, it is the typical you know, the struggle between the right and the left.
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
मतलब मैं बोल रहा हूँ numbers तो होंगे यार, ठीक है, and there is a certain set of audience which, you know, people bring in, but at the same time, it is also your prerogative as a creator to you know, to actually explain it to the OTT guys कि नहीं यार, I see him playing this character, he fits in well. That is where the you know, the entire confidence of both the entire creator community as well as the people who drive the business will come in.
And I've just during this lockdown, I have actually noticed actors who've been cast in these recent shows, not any specific one, none of them had more than 20,000 followers, and today after the show's released they have more than 400,000 followers. That says that content is something that the audience also loves.
Correct. It does.
Who are not from the industry, they are consuming content more than we actually consume.
No,
I watch every show.
You know, there's something which is which has I don't know if it's a good thing to get bothered, because, you know, there's so much great happening around. I remember having conversation with Abhigyan sir, you know, as to how he wants to make this web series. What he's doing is something which has never been attempted in India. Something, you know, which is so out of the box that there's a very, and I keep talking to him, there's a very thin line between a genius and, you know, your project failing all the way कि आपको पता ही नहीं है, and the amount of passion, love he's poured in. Sir, what is your take on the entire thing? You know, when, you know, people, the OTT people want to ask कि यार किसको cast कर रहे हो, उसकी following कितनी है,
How
just,
true?
no, it's true. I mean, they of course they sue, and
Hello.
We are hello.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah. So, I mean, when I started this project, one of the reasons that I didn't actually go to an OTT and pitch this show, I didn't take Socho project to anybody, and we started making it on our own. It was to avoid this conversation about who do I cast in this, because one, there is no reference. So this problem, even after we have got TV, OTT, and films, all these three happening, we still have this problem of people who fund things. Okay, if it's be it a platform, they're looking for references. And I generally do things which have never any reference. There is no fucking reference. Okay, so I mean, if there is a reference, then why the fuck am I making something? So I mean, that's the whole point. So people asked me. So I was just about to give you a funny example. So when I was trying, the whole point of the Socho project is to find new musicians and to find new music. And when I was trying to find these new musicians, and I was also casting, I was given these phenomenally popular, and for some reason I was completely like living under a rock, because I've never heard of these three girls. They are supposedly very famous singers. I won't take their names, sharing obviously the same surname, and they have some shit ton of followers everywhere. Okay, and then I was the casting people would keep sending me their things. They can sing and they can act. They're this, they're that. They also are influencers. And I saw their music and I could not believe it. And I told Gunjan, I think at that time, never believe in what the followers count is. They can be bought. I have been on the internet since 2009. I know and I smell fake when I see. Okay. So, and then this Badshah shit has happened. And just before this, there was another panel on which somebody was touting that they just got Badshah on their platform. And I'm like, after what you just heard, are you kidding me? Badshah is not real. There's another guy who's not real. Because, after and he has 800 million views on his music videos. Katy Perry has 49 million. And in the same time, this Indian guy has 800 million. And I don't even know who he is. And his hoarding goes up when COVID ends, when the government takes out all the hoarding. His fucking hoarding goes up at June 1st. Now think of it. How paid is this? How paid is this guy? Right? But we are full of this kind of influencers. And my big point that I was going to make is this. One of the reasons why people ask you to cast famous people in OTT is because OTT, and with all due respect to everyone out here, including like me, we have never delivered a real big internet hit on the scale that TV does. And that's the fucking big elephant in the room. That's why you have a problem. We all have a problem. We are doing realistic work, this, that, everything. Cutting edge, experimental. Where are the hits? You talk about you have to finally give a breakaway hit. And the biggest known OTT shows, sorry to say, have hardly, not even a fraction of the popularity of a show like say Nagin on TV.
That's true.
You cannot get anywhere close to that. You do one episode of Nagin, every bloody person on earth has seen it. That doesn't
I don't know whether I should feel good or I should ffeel bad now.
Arjun, you can feel very good about it till the time I'm going to break a number with you. Sir, my show on Z5 is the most watched talk show ever in the history of OTT space. Thank you very much.
Yeah, OTT, right?
No, I understand what Abhigyan sir is saying. Basically, we were talking about it. I don't know if you remember, Abhigyan sir, when we were talking about Jai Hind. You said we ran it for 6 years, and you told me that Sahil, these shows are happening, but they are not happening at a rapid frequency. The consumption and the production is not as fast. I mean, I remember we actually started making 2 episodes a month.
2 episodes a week.
2 episodes a week.
On the internet. Which
So
is
2 episodes a week, that makes 8 episodes a month.
Yeah.
Which is not a joke. I mean, even today, you're right. This frequency needs to really amp up itself, because this medium seems to be fun. This needs to be around for a bit.
And I also feel a lot is to do with the internet speed also. We still don't have 5G here. A lot of times, even in Bombay, a lot of places, it keeps buffering. So patience level also, goes away. TV mein kya laga diya, dekh liya.
I really would like to say something because again,
Yeah.
because we were the first non 10-minute show to be uploaded on YouTube in India.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
First ever. They opened a separate console for us. Now I'll tell you, this is a myth. Okay, that we don't have enough people watching it on the internet because the bandwidth is issue. When we started Jai Hind, the average bandwidth in the country was 56 kbps, and
Yeah,
we
that
went
was
up.
less than 2G.
Yeah, and 56 kbps ये एवरेज बैंडविड्थ था. और हम 15 अगस्त 2009 को हमारा पहला एपिसोड गया एंड हमने बोला कि भाई हम दूसरा एपिसोड तब तक नहीं बनाएंगे जब तक कि 1 million people don't watch it. And we thought, and the platform where we went, buzzingtown.com, there was an event site, it's gone now. Yatra bought it and shut it down. But anyway, so there I have no control, right? It's not even YouTube. And I'm asking, when will this 1 million happen, boss? Because I'm used to on TV, all my shows have done 8 million plus on the moment it releases. So I've never seen failure on TV ever, right? I come from Movers and Shakers, where 20 million people. So like, I'm thinking, what's the number, boss? And he's saying, what do you want? I said, boss, minimum 1 million to hone chahiye. No, 5 million. I said 5 million. He said 5 to aayega hi nahi. Bandwidth nahi hai, ye nahi hai, wo nahi hai. I said, boss, 1 million के कम में बना के क्या फायदा है? He said, sir, आप बोल रहे हो एक्सपेरिमेंट करना है, मैंने आपको थोड़ी बोला बनाने के लिए, आपके रिस्क पे आप बना रहे हो. And I'm like, okay, तो 1 million कब आएगा? I started from one day. Then he said, of course not. Then I said, 7 days, 15 days. He said, at 6 months, he said, yeah, 1 million might happen in 6 months. So we said, okay, let's promise the viewer कि 6 महीने में सेकंड एपिसोड आएगा, क्योंकि 1 million जब तक होता नहीं मैं बनाऊंगा नहीं. They all remember, Sahil and all remember this. And we went up on 15th August and we prepared. I told everyone कि next episode 6 महीने बाद, Sumit Raghavan included. And 24th of August, we had 1 million. Okay. And the Buzzin Town guys are like, dude, the whole servers are crashing. We used to be in Akamai and all this, and they're losing money because at that time you had to pay for it. People don't remember that server era when video server पे पैसे देने पड़ते थे. हमारे लिए तो एक view हमारे लिए महंगा पड़ता था. We actually had a situation when by 3-4 months later we were hitting 4 million a month. We had to block the 4 million and one guy from watching because we had to pay through our nose. There was no monetization.
This was the era where you could legally pay for the views.
No, not that. You couldn't pay for the views. You had to pay for the server.
I know what you're saying. Tell me, I'm going to sum this up with two quick questions. One is, in the beginning, everybody said that, there are a lot of stories being made. A lot of experiments being done in terms of the stories, blah, 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 blah. Anuja, I'm going to start with you. You think that the way the stories are being made, the kind of experiments which are being done, it's going to take away the shine from film industry, which is producing, in India, I think if I'm not wrong, it's a number which I've just heard, 850 films in a year in all the languages we produce in a year, right? Oh. So I don't. So Hindi में कितनी आ रही है मुझे मालूम नहीं है, but I'm just saying, is it going to take away, because in a year almost about 30 to 40 big films release, the kind of content which is coming on, the kind of stories which are coming on OTT, you think people will stop going to cinemas? Is it going to take away? And also, is it also going to take away from the whole TV thing where you have to be there at 8 baje कि यार मेरा show निकल जाएगा, because now there is so much convenience with OTT. What do you think OTT will do to these two players, these two platforms?
I don't think so. I think every medium is going to coexist very nicely. Because जो films का audience है, people really like to buy tickets and go to the cinemas and see their favorite stars, on the screen. And people will keep doing that. Just because अभी वो pandemic का ये पूरा एक scenario change हो गया है, that might affect the cinemas a little bit whenever they decide to open. But otherwise, I don't think कि ये कभी hamper होगा. Secondly, जो मेरी mom की generation है, like all our parents, they are still not used to the OTT platforms. They will watch कि हाँ उनके बच्चे काम कर रहे हैं तो अच्छा ये क्या कौन सी series बना है चलो देखते हैं. Apart from that, they will not sit in front of the computer and switch on the OTT platform and see the series. My mom will always prefer to watch 8 baje ka television show. you know, where she gets to see all the Saas Bahu drama that is happening. You know,
Arjun ke
that's the
shows. Arjun ke shows.
so I don't think I think all these mediums are going to coexist
Super.
perfectly
Arjun,
and
what
live
do you say?
nicely.
What do you say? How about TV, OTT, cinema? What do you think? Will it take
I
over?
think I think we, as a country, we're so diverse in terms of our audience. There's so many viewers. OTT has their own, viewers. TV has its own audience, and there are a lot of people who love that cinematic experience of going,
Yeah.
to a theater and watching a film. So I think everyone's going to. Obviously, there will be only time will tell what's really going to happen. But as of now, I feel there are certain films which people will want to go to a theater and watch because that's the experience they want to enjoy with their family.
Yeah.
Buy the ticket, get the popcorn, sleep, watch, or whatever. And there are certain films which people will be like, ये मुझे ठीक नहीं लगती, ये जब TV पे आएगी तब मैं देख लूंगी. A lot of things of that sort are also going to happen because nowadays in 1 month's time the film is on TV. So it
Yeah,
also
that's true.
a lot of people choose that way
And
कि
as
मैं
well as on
पाँच
the OTT platforms as well.
yeah, why should I spend 3,000-4,000 rupees going
Yeah.
with my family when I can see the movie at home with just free of cost. So that there are going to be a certain people doing that. There are certain people who can afford it will go watch it just for the experience. And yes, OTT is only going to grow with time is what I feel because uh, you know because of the internet, just generally the way our audience is changing. 65% of our country is below the age of 35. So obviously they want content, they want to see different content, and that's why there are makers who are making different types of content. You can go choose there, whatever you want. It's like going to a shopping mall and आप सब कुछ रखा हुआ है रैक पे, आप देख लो आपको क्या चाहिए. It's that kind of a scenario. So that's why makers are just going on making content, and there will be content which will be sex oriented, and there'll be content which is very real. There'll be content which is desh bhakti par. There'll be real stories. There'll be all kinds of content coming on the OTT platform. It's just that as a viewer, what do you want to go watch out there? You have to choose.
Acha, what do you say? What do you say?
I completely agree with the both of them, Yara. I think all the three platforms are going to coexist very beautifully, and I feel people go watch cinema for that larger than life experience, which is, I think, should not change. And web का अपनी अलग audience बनती जा रही है. Television, a lot of times I hear people saying, यार ये television कब बदलेगा, कब आएगा, कब web की तरह काम मिलेगा television में. But I feel that television की एक अपनी audience है, उसको change भी नहीं होना चाहिए. जो लोग इस तरीका का content देखना पसंद करते हैं, उनके लिए ये change नहीं होना चाहिए. And my parents, as Anuja said, मैं पेरेंट्स उन्होंने मेरी अभी तक एक वेब सीरीज नहीं देखी है यार. मैं उनको बताती हूँ अच्छा मेरा ये वेब शो आ रहा है, तो उनको ये पड़ा रहता है कि वो सब ठीक है, टीवी में कब आ रही है तू. एंड द काइंड ऑफ फेम दैट आई हैव सीन व्हाइल आई वाज डूइंग टेलीविजन वाज इनसेन, व्हिच आई थिंक मैं तब से नहीं देखा है मैंने. बट आई फील ऑल द थ्री मीडियम्स आर कोएग्जिस्टिंग वेरी ब्यूटीफुली.
और आदत की भी बात है. लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर यूज्ड टू जस्ट वाचिंग देयर टीवी शोज 7 बजे से लेके 9 बजे तक टीवी के सामने सब्जी काटते वक्त, ये करते वक्त अपना अच्छा मेरे को ये लड़का बहुत अच्छा लगता है, ये हीरोइन, मुझे ये शो बहुत प्यारा है, वो देखो कितने प्यार से उसको 1 मिनट तक कंटिन्यूअसली देख ही रहा है. दे लव ऑल दिस so
Sahil, what do you say?
People have very different habits on different platforms.
I get it.
Yeah. See, I'll tell you personal experience now because obviously we all think on different lines when it comes to different mediums. I've not had a cable connection for 8 to 9 years now because मैं 4 साल में एक बार अपना सेट टॉप बॉक्स रिचार्ज करवाता था so that I could watch FIFA or probably the Olympics or something. वो भी अब it's all available on the internet. If there's something exponentially great on television, it is obviously available on one of the other apps. वो आ जाता है. So is it going to take the sheen of films? I don't think so. I think the films are losing their sheen already even before the OTT came in because they are all now trying to go towards realism. They all want to make films which are believable rather than anything. But at the same time, stuff that I love watching in the theater. I went and watched Gravity in the IMAX theater, and I did
what experience.
I did not think that experience could have been replicated onto my television or even in a normal theater. Now, those are films that Bahubali, those are big films that you would want to go to the theater. That culture of going into the theater, buying popcorn, Arjun's right. That culture we've all grown up with. वो ₹7.5 वाली ticket से लेके now the multiplexes and all. That culture will always remain. This
₹7.5 की ticket है. He's old. I'm telling you. Yeah, he bought ₹7.5 का ticket.
front row भाई, लकड़ी की सीटें. Anyway, so that culture is going to remain. This is new. This is something that still I feel is in its very baby stages, जिसको बोलते हैं. ये grow करेगा, but ये every medium has its own place.
Very quickly.
और जितनी भी फिल्में हैं और OTT shows हैं, प्रमोट टीवी पे ही होती हैं.
That is the final. That's the most important point. That's the thing. I mean, OTT overall internet. I think that day I was when we had a trial run, I was making a point. I think for the larger audience that point, and I keep telling this to everyone. And because I have been on all the 3 platforms at different times, okay, I did make a film in 2004-5, which did release. But I'll tell you, the problem is that internet as a medium is the only medium that has grown without its own content. It never figured out its content. If you take radio is the oldest one among all the mediums, right? All the new mediums that have come in the 100 and 125 years, even before television, before anything. When radio came, radio invented its content. That's how radio became popular. Till the time radio made its content, nobody listened to radio. Okay. It took time. It took 10, 15 years for radio to figure out its content. And no one was listening to radio before that. Then film came. Film took 20 years to figure out its content before people started going to the theaters to watch film. And then the content drives the medium. Medium never drives the content. Then TV is the biggest platform ever invented. And TV came in 1929. Until 1945, despite a bloody world war, news was not able to drive TV audience. Till the soap opera was built, nobody was watching TV. And that's the power of the soap opera. People who laugh at soap opera, they don't get it. That TV became popular because of soap operas. Nobody was watching TV otherwise. So it was in 45 when Procter & Gamble first made it soap opera. Now, internet has grown, is the first medium that grew without its content. Nothing. It came in 94, bandwidth nahi hai, kuch content nahi hai, but we were all rushing into the internet. You remember the desperate ways we tried to find content? I mean, I downloaded my first song for 28 days before it downloaded. 5 MB क्या गाना था 1997 में डाउनलोड होने में 28 दिन लगे थे. ये था इंटरनेट का स्पीड. 1200 रुपए लगे थे. 1200 रुपए लगे उस गाने को डाउनलोड करने में, जो गाना अपन सीडी में खरीद सकते थे. Now, but that was the fascination with the internet. That करके dial-up का जो मजा था, internet drove us crazy because of the medium itself. Now it's been 20-25 years. The excitement of the medium is now gone. Nobody is excited about the internet as a medium anymore. Now you want content, and nobody is making content specific to the internet. What SCREENXX was talking about, I am most disappointed by that fact that creators are not using the two-way path. I was in the founding team of Reliance Entertainment in 2000, and the whole channel that we made was interactive. Back 20 years ago. After 20 years, there is no interactive content, proper interactive content.
Right.
And that is disgusting. It's not, all the content we are making is basically TV. It may not be Indian TV, but dude, HBO has better content than Netflix. All the billions that Netflix spends, it does not make anything like what HBO makes. So HBO is TV. Why are we confusing this whole thing about OTT has better content? That's India specific, right? But what we can make as interactive content is bizarrely, that will blow away everything. When we do make content that works, when OTT makes its own content, that cannot be done on TV, that cannot be done on cinema, that is the day we will arrive. We will not arrive till the time we do what cinema does or what TV does. That you can do. And to tell you an example, very soon one of the biggest platforms, the biggest OTT platform in fact in India, is shifting already to simultaneous release on OTT and TV. You are going to see that at the end of IPL. It's going to happen. It's coming. So the line is completely blurred now. That's not going to be TV type of content. That's OTT type content, but simultaneous release on TV. Once that gets ratings, whole game will change. The entire game will change.
Correct.
So TV and OTT are already converging. Films,
Yeah.
small films like, I think films like Razi and all, I think in the future will only be on OTT. Nobody going to make a Razi for TV.
I'm sorry I'm interrupting you because अभी इतना पैसा नहीं डिजिटल में, ये Zoom का सेशन 40 मिनट में बंद हो जाएगा. It's not a paid version. So we only have 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Sorry.
So
Sorry to
Shreyansh,
take away time.
It was lovely. It was lovely talking to all of you.
Shreyansh को बोलने दे, तो रोज Shreyansh देगा.
हाँ.
Shreyansh, go ahead quickly. Buddy, 30 seconds to sum up.
So no, I very much agree with what Bigyan sir was saying. But मुझे एक चीज यार बहुत strongly लगती है कि I think medium is just a this hush hush and go gaga conversation which is happening. मतलब TV, OTT, all these are very short-lived conversation. मतलब Godfather कहीं भी होगी हम ढूंढ करके देखते हैं उसको. ठीक है, मतलब today when Andhadhun releases in the theater, we go and watch it. Trust me, anybody has one good joke on TikTok, all of us will share it with each other and laugh on it. So it is really not, मतलब अभी सबको suddenly लग रहा है कि OTT हो रहा है, but it is not. All these medium will coexist. TV is not going anywhere. Films is an experience which till date is not possible to, you cannot do away with it. It is a festival. मतलब family जब film देखने जाती है साथ में तो यार मतलब दिन बन जाता है.
Correct.
और सारे झगड़े खत्म हो जाते हैं. तो I think वो platform agnostic content है.
Everybody believes now that
वो depend करता है कौन सी film देख रहे हो.
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ. Everybody agrees that all these three platforms are going to coexist.
100%.
Stories, 100%. Story makers, storytellers, and you will need more actors also. So you can find my profile on my Instagram at the
And moral of the story is Gunjan is casted. Gunjan is casted.
अगर आपको मैं टीवी अगले शो में दिखूं तो आपको पता लग जाएगा.
तूने हम सबको काउच पे बिठा के खुद की कास्टिंग कर ली. ये कैसी कास्टिंग काउच है?
मैं बता तो रहा हूँ, मैं इसी चक्कर में आया. But on a very serious note, thank you Asha, thank you Arjun, thank you Anuja, thank you.
Thanks guys. Thank you Abhigyan sir, thank you Shreyansh, thank you
everybody. So much.
Thanks guys.
Thanks everyone. And sharing your opinion with us. Thank you very, very much. Thank you everybody.
Thank you guys.
Lovely being a part.
It's been a lovely,
bye Asha.
Lovely chat.
Bye. Bye guys.
Thank you.
Bye
Thank
everyone.
You so
Lovely talking to you all.
Bye Anuja.
Bye.
Bye Abhigyan sir. Bye.
Thanks Arjun. Thanks Sahil.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks Sahil. Bye. You were great in Dil Bechara. Yeah.
Oh yeah, deep button is here. Here we go.
Wow, that was an interesting and fun conversation. That was the last panel, and now we'll be moving on to the last peg of today's event. We'll be announcing the last set of awards. So beginning with popular actor, female in a supporting role in web originals, dark thriller, goes to Achal Singh, Andekhi, nominated by Applause Entertainment Private Limited. She is the gold winner. Moving on, popular actor female in a supporting role in web originals, genre romantic drama, Mansi Multani from Hum Tum and Them, nominated by Alt Balaji. Popular actor female in web originals in the genre horror goes to Divya Agarwal for Ragini MMS Returns Season 2, nominated by Alt Balaji. Popular actor female in web originals for crime drama goes to Abigail Pandey for Kashmakash, nominated by Hangama Digital. Popular actor female in web originals drama goes to Dia Mirza for Kafir, nominated by Z5. Popular actor male in a negative role in web originals in the genre mystery goes to Rajat Kapoor for Code M, nominated by Alt Balaji. Popular actor male in a negative role in web originals in the genre thriller goes to Sharad Kelkar for Rangbaz Firse, nominated by Z5. Popular actor male in a negative role in web originals in Bengali language goes to Abhishek Banerjee for Kali Season 2, nominated by Z5. Popular actor male in a supporting role in web originals in the genre dark thriller goes to Harsh Chaya for Andekhi, nominated by Applause Entertainment. Popular actor male in web originals for romantic drama. The gold winner is Karan Kundra for It Happened in Calcutta, nominated by Alt Balaji. Popular actor male in web originals for mystery. The gold winner is Kunal Khemu for Abhay, nominated by Z5. Popular actor male in web originals for Telugu language goes to Satyadev for Locked. He's the gold winner and is nominated by AHA. Popular Jodi in web originals for thriller, the gold winner is Spruha Joshi and Jimmy Shergill as Rukmini and Amarpal Singh, nominated by Z5. For popular Jodi in web originals in horror goes to Divya Agarwal and Varun Sood, nominated by Alt Balaji. For content drama web series in crime drama, the gold goes to Your Honor, nominated by Applause Entertainment. Content Weekender Show, the gold winner is Sunday Brunch, nominated by Folk Media Group. In content thriller show, in the genre dark thriller, the gold goes to Andekhi, nominated by Applause Entertainment Private Limited. The most popular web series in the genre mystery goes to Abhay, nominated by Z5. Content horror show, the gold winner is Ragini MMS 2. Sorry, Ragini MMS Returns Season 2, nominated by Alt Balaji. Most popular web series in Homeland Security, the gold winner is Avrodh, nominated by Applause Entertainment Private Limited. Most popular web series in thriller, the gold goes to The Final Call, nominated by Z5. Popular actor female in web originals in the genre mystery goes to the gold winner is Jennifer Winget for Codem, nominated by Alt Balaji. Popular actor male in web originals in the genre mystery, the gold winner is Tanuj Virmani, Codem, nominated by Alt Balaji. Popular talk show, the gold winner is The Bombay Journey, nominated by Folk Media Group. Best talk show host, like we had him, Gunjan Utreja. He wins the gold for the show Not Just Superstars. Now, best UI design, the gold winner is Hangama Rewards, nominated by Hangama Digital. The gold for best use of content goes to Celebrate with Dell India Cinema Experience, nominated by Dell India Cinema Experience. Now, best marketing campaign launch for web series in regional goes to MX Player for the web series Queen. They win the gold. Best marketing campaign launch for web series, the bronze goes to Wood Select for Asur Welcome to Your Dark Side campaign. The best marketing campaign launch for web series, the silver goes to MX Player for the web series Raktanchal. The best marketing campaign launch for web series, the gold goes to Alt Balaji for Mentalhood. Moving on to the best travel show, the gold winner is Curry Tales Virtual Tour, nominated by Folk Media Group. The best marketing for a web original across platforms, the gold winner is Wood Select for Asur Welcome to Your Dark Side campaign. Best marketing innovation in OTT platform, the silver winner is Alt Balaji for Breast Buffer campaign. The best marketing innovation in OTT platform, the gold goes to MX Player for web series Queen. The best health and fitness show, gold winner, is the Calisthenics series, nominated by Folk Media Group. The best story for a web series, Gold in Bengali language, goes to Kali Season 2, nominated by Z5. The best story for a web series in mystery, Gold winner is Abhay, as nominated by Z5. Content, comedy web series. In horror, the gold goes to Boo Sabki Fategi, nominated by Alt Balaji. The most popular web series in crime drama and anthology, the gold winner is Kashmakash, nominated by Hangama Digital. The most popular web series in dark comedy, gold goes to Hasmukh, as nominated by Applause Entertainment. Popular actor male in comic role in a web original, the gold goes to Krishna Abhishek for Boo Sabki Lagegi, as nominated by Alt Balaji. Popular Jodi in web originals in drama, the gold goes to Karishma Kapoor and Sanjay Suri, nominated by Alt Balaji. Popular actor female in web originals in Tamil language, the gold goes to Ramya Krishnan for Queen, as nominated by MX Player. The popular actor female in web originals, the gold in romantic drama, the gold goes to Shweta Tiwari for Hum Tum and Them, nominated by Alt Balaji. The popular actor male in a negative role in web originals in Homeland Security genre, the gold goes to Anil George for Avrodh, as nominated by Applause Entertainment Private Limited. Popular actor male in a supporting role in web originals in romantic drama, the gold goes to Mrinal Dutt for Cold Lassi and Chicken Masala, nominated by Alt Balaji. Popular actor male in web originals in crime drama anthology, the gold goes to Ejaz Khan for Kashmakash, as nominated by Hangama Digital. Popular actor male in a web originals in horror, the gold goes to Varun Sood for Ragini MMS Returns Season 2, as nominated by Alt Balaji. Popular actor male in web originals in Homeland Security, the gold goes to Amit Saad for Avrodh, as nominated by Applause Entertainment. Popular actor male in web originals in thriller, the gold goes to Arjun Rampal for The Final Call, as nominated by Alt Balaji. Now here are top awards, the last few awards for the day. Campaign of the Year by an agency or client. The gold goes to Z5 for the campaign Atrangi Dekho, Atrangi Raho. The best platform for content in technology is Mashable India. They win the gold and they have been nominated by Folk Media Group. The best platform for content and entertainment, the gold goes to Z5. Now, the best production house, the gold goes to Applause Entertainment Private Limited. And the last award for the day, OTT Platform of the Year, the gold winner is Z5. With that, we come to an end of SCREENXX 2020 Summit and Awards. I would like to thank our sponsors, InMobi, CommerceX, and Pivot Roots. A big thank you goes out to all our moderators and our panelists and the attendees that stuck with us throughout the day. And last but not the least, a hearty congratulations to the AdGully team for making SCREENXX 2020 a big success. Now, while we leave you with SCREENXX 2020, we will soon be back in November with Mobex 2020. So see you then.